The story begins with a military group opening fire on some creature. One of the soldiers' grenade launchers was empty, and he warned his comrades about it. The creature exploded into a powerful flame when shots from the guns hit it. The squad leader ordered everyone to cease fire and wait until the dust cleared. The creature the soldiers were shooting at was a monster that looked very much like a dinosaur. After this, the commander ordered everyone to regroup and replenish ammunition. Their spruce could appear at any moment. The soldiers made a lot of noise in this forest, and now they don't know when the monster will arrive. To lure the next monster, they decided to use the main character. His name was Chris. He was told that, judging by the sound, the monster was very close. They sprayed monster-attracting spray on his body, but Chris had already used it on himself. Before leaving, the commander told the guy that he needed him alive, so he needed to be careful. Chris said he does this quite often, but he still can't get used to it. A moment later, a huge body of a monster appeared from the forest and approached. As soon as the monster smelled this scent, the hero immediately rushed away. Chris ran as fast as he could through the forest, through trees and branches. The monster also continued to follow him, not lagging behind for a second. The hero has almost reached his destination. At some point, the guy tripped over an oncoming tree root and began to fall. Because he tripped over a root, he rolled along the ground, spinning around himself. A moment later, the guy was lying on the ground, not realizing anything, and noticed that the monster he was running from was rapidly approaching. At some point, the thought appeared in the guy's head that his imminent death was approaching him. Suddenly a shot was heard, which came from the depths of the forest. From this shot, the monster flew to the side and the guy found himself safe. In his thoughts, Chris began to be indignant that the shot could not have been fired earlier. It was unlikely that the monster would die from one shot. The monster had very hard skin, and not a scratch would remain on it after a shot from a monster gun. The next moment, soldiers with shields lined up around the monster and surrounded him. The bald man, whose name was Brock, thanked the guy for his work and said that they could handle the rest themselves. Blonde Brandon said the hero was lucky the bait was still alive. Brock told his subordinates that it was hard to find good bait these days. After a short conversation, the commander began the battle and activated his tank skill, which activated the shield. Suddenly, a fireball erupted from the crowd, which upon impact with its target created a firestorm that rose into the sky. This attack was created by a girl who was a mage and shot fireballs. The shells hit their target, but the monster was not defeated and headed towards the warriors. Brock held back the monster's onslaught with his shield. After the creature's attention turned to the commander, he ordered everyone except Charlie to attack him. The guy with the spear delivered his blow, made a triple lunge at him and pierced the monster's thick skin. The monster screamed from such intense pain. His next attack was a swipe of his tail, which was stopped by Brandon, who had no trouble doing so. Then, the girl continued to attack the monster's back with fire projectiles. And now, finally, it was Charlie's turn, who was preparing his sword for the finishing attack. He said that he had been waiting for this for a very long time. He soared into the sky and delivered a crushing blow that ended the monster's life forever. Chris sat and watched all this, and was surprised that the guy managed to kill the monster with one blow. The hero stood over the dead carcass and looked at it with disdain. The guy is tired of waiting for the fight to end and can finally leave there. The guy's body was in a lot of pain from that fall. Charlie thanked Brandon for his excellent defense of the boy. Chris was secretly upset that their words of gratitude were never addressed to him. They were awakened, and he was an ordinary person. Then Brandon started calling out to the guy, urging him to get ready quickly if he wanted to get paid. Charlie told him to give Chris a rest, and the girl supported his words, because it's not so easy to be bait. After some time, other workers who were involved in the transportation were already dealing with the monster's body. Brandon told Chris that he was lucky today. If it weren't for them, he would have fired the guy on the spot. When it was all over, Chris admitted once again that it wasn't easy to make money these days. The hero then went to collect the salary he earned for his last mission. Brock said Chris did a good job and he didn't need to take what Brandon said to heart. The guy replied that he didn't mind at all, so he didn't need to worry. Brock said that what Brandon allows himself to do angers him too, and that he lacks discipline. After that they said goodbye. Chris thanked the man and went home. The guy thought to himself that various disasters began to happen all over the world, that a rift suddenly appeared in space, and hordes of monsters began to emerge from it. Along with them, the Awakened appeared. Using their power to exterminate monsters, people gained abilities regardless of faith, age, and gender. As Chris approached his scooter, the guys he worked with appeared behind him and were discussing him. Brandon was a common street thug, but after waking up he made a name for himself. He said that one of his acquaintances said that people have no right to dream without means or connections. Chris started to get angry about the fact that these guys were talking about such stupid things, how these words came out of his stupid brain. He dreamed of becoming a musician, studied and wrote music. learned to play the piano, graduated from a good college, and constantly performed in amateur indie bands to build a portfolio for the audience. He ended up living like this at the age of 28, earning $1.5 million a day, working as a hired hand 4 times a month. He is constantly covered in bruises and cuts. Sometimes he breaks bones, and then it takes about a month to recover. If he dies, then maybe it will all end. He has a pretty dangerous job, but he has no other choice. Coma is one of the symptoms that has appeared in many people around the world after the formation of the rift. Complete loss of consciousness with no chance of recovery. Living off technology, with no way to wake up. Chris's mother was also struck down by illness a year ago, which is why he is doing such a dangerous job, risking his life. But he cannot give up her life for money. Suddenly, on some part of the island, a rift appeared from which a huge monster began to emerge. The monster was so huge that its height exceeded the tallest trees in the forest several times. The story then shifts to Chris, who is thinking that he will be able to pay for this month's treatment no matter what. He earns about $6 million a month, $4 million of which goes towards medical care and living expenses, leaving $2 million left over. At this rate, Chris won't succeed. This can't go on any longer. There are many people with powers in the world. They are literally everywhere, if you think about it. This place is next to a hunting zone. It is almost impossible to meet civilians here. As it turns out, there are 50,000 awakened ones in their country alone, and some parts of the monsters can bring in a lot of money, so it's not surprising that there are so many of them here. Chris hadn't written a single song for the whole year, but now he decided to switch to real things and problems. The guy decided that away with pessimistic thoughts, at least he could earn money, even though his life was on the line. This money is needed to cure his mother, so he cannot afford to hesitate. Suddenly, when the hero was about to leave, he saw that the motorcycle's fuel tank was almost empty. After some time, the guy found himself at a gas station, where he asked the attendant to fill his tank. In his time, children are very brave. This territory can be attacked by monsters, but it works here. After filling up, the girl asked for money and thanked the guy, asking if he needed a receipt. He noticed that this girl was full of energy. He hadn't felt like this for a long time. He hoped that he would be able to do the same soon, but he was afraid that it wouldn't work out yet, because now his goal is to save 10 billion won, without which he won't be able to cure his mother. The mandrake monster is worth a fortune, and in addition to its valuable body parts, the flower on its head is considered a cure for all diseases. And it is also the only way to save his mother. The medicine is extremely rare, so it costs 10 billion. Suddenly, at some point, Chris saw a tank flying at him and was very surprised. He barely managed to slip out from under its fall zone. As it turned out, the tank hit a gas station and it exploded, and the explosion sent the guy's scooter flying into the air. The guy eventually died from the explosion. To his surprise, he did not die completely. When he opened his eyes, he saw in the distance a huge dragon, which seemed like a vision to him. The dragon said that he was curious about what kind of pathetic person could reach his level. Every mortal being is capable of surpassing their limits, but for an ordinary person to be able to injure them greatly surprised the creature. The fact that someone could injure such a huge dragon surprised him. This person turned out to be some kind of hero who said that they can't have fun anymore, which makes him a little disappointed. The dragon replied that to their regret, he would like to have fun forever. But there was nothing he could do. Even if he went beyond the limits, he would not be able to resist death. The hero said that nevertheless, he still had an ace up his sleeve. This hero possessed the magic of reincarnation. With the help of it, he could be reborn as many times as he wanted, and someday he would find it again. Before the end, the dragon incinerated the hero and he died. After all this, Chris started to think that it didn't look like he was dead, and then his head started to split. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes and realized that he was still alive. He was sure that he had wasted his life. He was reborn after all the difficulties to live it like this. Chris thinks that the great wizard killed by the ancient dragon in a brutal battle is his past incarnation. The guy feels strange, as memories from his past life and his current one are mixed up. Then he decided to check if the bones were intact, and they were. It's good that he didn't break anything, although the bleeding was quite heavy. Anyway, Chris used reincarnation magic to get a new life, but he lived it so miserably. Then he decided to check the flow of mana, and it turned out that it was passing without any problems. He was very lucky. Suddenly, a huge stream of mana began to emanate from the boy's body, which burst into the sky and illuminated the nearby area. A moment later, when he opened his eyes, a welcome letter appeared above his head, saying that he was now awakened. 10 years ago, when the first portals appeared, someone introducing himself as Director Clark began collaborating with humanity. He would pick random people and awaken them, leveling them up with the experience they gained and allowing them to use their skills. People harnessed the power given to them and used it to fight monsters. But who would have thought that the ability was also compatible with Chris? perhaps since his soul and body were not one. In any case, someone who introduced himself as Director Clark is clearly not from Earth. When the guy activated the status windows, his mana increased because of what he did, after which he saw that there was no profession, and he had just awakened, which means he was a special case. He needs to concentrate some mana, because there is no telling what might happen. Once he concentrated the mana in his heart, it ignited, and he mastered the skill of magic. He thought to himself that nothing less was expected from the ability of a god, and she immediately analyzed his status. He received a new profession. He received the profession of a novice wizard. The system is unaware that he still has memories of his past life. Chris doesn't even know if it's a god's ability or a god-like ability. Then he decided to get out of there once he collects the mana, although it won't be difficult for him to control it while moving. The system notified him that his mana was constantly increasing, and Chris replied that he was pleased to see the results immediately. But when he looked around, he saw a terrible picture of burning buildings. Then it dawned on him that the border was destroyed, the last line of defense. The military border was created after the signing of a ceasefire agreement between North and South Korea in the past. However, after the monsters destroyed North Korea, it became known as the last line of defense. Currently, the combined forces of the Awakened and the military are defending the line from hordes of monsters advancing from the north. But the defenders are literally falling from the sky if they lose their last defense. Then a powerful enough monster appears that can break through it. Lost in his thoughts, Chris found the girl who served him and closed his eyes to her dead body. Not far from this body, the guy found a case with cores. There are very few of them. They were a good size and could fetch a decent amount of money. Chris thinks that a transport carrying cannonballs was passing nearby, but was thrown back by the explosion. In his past life, they were called magic stones. The core is a source of mana frozen in the form of a stone. They are incredibly useful for those who have almost none, just like Chris. They won't be extra. 32 cores cost about 10 million won. As soon as he finished with the cannonballs, he remembered his scooter. Chris hoped that he would survive. But after such an explosion, perhaps he was asking too much. The guy decided that spending magic on a scooter was a waste, but there was nothing he could do. He needed transportation. After a few moments he finished. It was like turning gold into lead, but Chris needed to get out of here quickly. The guy used restoration magic on his scooter, and it floated in the air at the moment of restoration. During this process, he learned a new use for the magic circle. He mastered a new skill. Chris restored his scooter and was delighted with what he had finally accomplished. He knew the system made the world feel like a game, but he didn't expect it to register magic as skills. However, Director Carlos gives him the energy to activate it, which means Chris can use as much magic as he wants without worrying about himself. Suddenly, the guy felt a tremor in his body and saw a magical sphere that emanated from the hero's abilities. This magical sphere pushed all the rubble from the buildings towards Chris. These rubble almost hit the hero, but he remained safe. At some point, a man began to crawl out from under the rocks, who, according to the guy's guess, was a tank or simply had physical enhancement. Most of the Awakened are alive while they are here. It's probably not a good idea to leave right now. Chris decided that if the monster had managed to get through the last line of defense, then there was a high chance they wouldn't be able to stop it. He had a bad feeling about this, and decided that he needed to get out of here quickly. The next second, a monster fell from the sky, landing next to Chris and causing an explosion from the ground. To protect himself, the boy summons a magical shield, which he orders to protect himself. The next moment, a huge shield appeared in front of Chris, which held back the onslaught of the blast wave. The monster that landed here was a mutated ogre that turned out to be incredibly strong. When the ogre saw the approaching heroes, he began to let out a shrill scream that echoed throughout the area. Chris realized that this monster was definitely beyond his capabilities. The ogre was very huge. In order to stay alive, the hero decided to leave as quickly as possible, but he was stopped by a voice asking for help, and he still stayed and ran to help the voice. It turned out to be the girl who worked at the gas station. She was very seriously injured and lay under the rubble of buildings. Chris looked around and saw that the heroes were fighting the ogre quite well. The guy had no choice but to help the girl. Since he still had time, he decided to hurry to her aid. The girl was unconscious, and due to her clouded mind, she was unable to see who had come to her aid. There was little space to lift the debris. Chris ordered to increase his strength with the help of magic. He reduced the weight of the debris, threw it aside, and freed the girl's body so that he could finally help. The guy was distracted for a bit by this enhancement, then returned to the wounded girl, who was on the verge of death. He reached out to the wound on his stomach and used healing magic. The next moment, a green healing aura appeared around the guy's hand. He wasn't able to fully heal her due to his low magic level, but this is the best he can do for now. When Chris decided to check the situation around him, unexpectedly for him, right in front of him, something fell again and smashed the road with a crash. Chris barely managed to dodge and avoid being hit by the bullets, as well as by the wounded girl he was standing with. After a few moments, someone's silhouette began to appear in the stone dust. It was some woman who was also very wounded. She was a hero, and it seemed she fought with that mutated ogre. The hero looked at her and recognized a familiar face. Her name is Celeste. She is one of the high-level awakened of their country, famous for her 2 skills. She is a celebrity. The guy decided that she should also be helped or she would die from severe bleeding. Chris can't imagine how long the monster will rampage without her, and he won't see any peace, so she needs to help. A moment later, he found himself sitting over her body, holding magical crystals with which he could heal her. He thought about trying to heal the wound using the skill offered by the system and his magical powers. When he did this, the body healed very quickly. As it turned out, the wound even healed itself. It regenerated little by little. To finally finish, the guy continued to use healing. And now the girl finally opened her eyes, which meant that the treatment was over and she was fine. As soon as Celeste came to her senses, she immediately began asking Chris about the state of the battle they were currently in. The hero told her that the ogre was having fun behind them. He noticed that the girl was seriously injured and healed her. There is nothing special in his ability, but he woke up with the healing skill. Celeste said the attack got through her defenses and thanked him for his help. Because Chris said he was still low level, the girl advised him to run because the monster was strong. After that, she soared into it using her power and left the guy behind her in a cloud of dust. Her strength was on a completely different level. The monster's body was torn apart by the heroine's volleys. Chris thought to himself that there was no need to worry about his rear. They needed to make every effort to protect them until he regained his true strength. Chaos reigned on the battlefield. Everyone who could fought the monster. Sometime later, when the girl was already in the hospital and recovered, she thanked the guy for his help. Chris told her that he wanted to do the right thing, so she didn't have to worry. After these words, her parents entered the hospital room and were surprised that their daughter had finally come to her senses. Her mother said she had already told her not to work in such a dangerous place. The news said that the reason why an ogre of about level 80 appeared was still unknown. Then they showed the situation on the battlefield. The heroes could not get out of the brutal fight. Chris thought to himself that he needed to take care of himself first and foremost, and that after he healed his mother and regained his strength, he would start life anew. Sometime later, the guy was sitting in the ward with his mother, who was still in a coma. Disordered mana syndrome occurs when a person is exposed to large amounts of mana at once, causing the body to collapse and the host to become unconscious. Curing this disease is quite simple. You just need to adapt her body to mana, but the process itself is quite complex. The mandrake flower is one of the proven methods, but there are others, but its price is very high. The simplest option is to extract the excess mana located in the victim's body. But only a high-ranking mage is capable of this. Chris needs to be at least level 3. The guy said that he would help his mother wake up and do it before the weekend. She just needed to wait. When Chris returned home, he sat on his bed and improved his mana stats with mana crystals. He can extract mana from low-quality cores up to 3 times before they break, meaning each one increases his stat by 3/10. This method of pumping, although expensive, is no less useful. After this, Chris decided it was time to move on to the next step of leveling up. He sat down on the floor, laid out the fabrics and placed several mana crystals on them, and was going to do something with them. The hero enchanted the knife to make it sharper and also increase its durability. He needs to be very careful, because if he is not, he will say goodbye to his finger if he cuts himself with the enchanted blade. After a huge amount of time, Chris finally finished working with crystals. He said that such work was clearly not for him. Then the guy said that he still needed to register as an awakened person, but decided that he would not do it today. Those little crystals turned into magic cubes that began to shine. He did something else with this cube to finally complete the job. After that, the guy put the cube on the floor and began to use new skills on it. The mana cube is the primary weapon among mages, and also the most effective of all. The next day, Chris came to the registration of the awakened, where he was told that working as a decoy was an experience for him. After leaving the association, the guy was glad that he was now officially awakened. However, without equipment made from monster parts, who would accept it as such? He needs to buy at least the cheapest one if he wants to find a team. Of course, a cube of mana is enough for him to kill monsters, but without equipment, it's unlikely that anyone will take him with them on a hunt. While walking through the shopping center, Chris came across a hunting store. The guy behind the counter was met by a friendly girl who greeted him. She told him not to worry, he would find equipment to suit his budget in their store. Chris thought to himself that the sight of the toad alone was choking him. He doubted he would stay here for long. The hero asked her to show him equipment for the support class, but at a cheaper price. After walking around the store for a bit, the girl showed off some light armor for classes that don't participate in combat. its price corresponding to its quality. The guy thought to himself that, although it was very primitive, she was enchanted. The girl told him that their brand's equipment was enchanted to restore mana, which is why most support players choose it. Most of the equipment is enchanted with a similar level of magic. Chris is afraid that he is not yet capable of this. The consultant girl looked strangely at the hero, who was again lost in his thoughts. Chris then asked her to recommend something within 7 million won since it was his first hunt. Before leaving the store, it dawned on Chris that all the things the consultant offered him cost more than 7 million. This girl was scary, easily went over budget without him noticing, but now he has the necessary equipment. After some time, Chris arrived at the gathering place where people were going to go hunting. There the guy met the leader of the group, Felix. He said that if he got hurt while hunting, he didn't need to be afraid, because they had support, and pointed to a girl standing nearby. Looking at her, the hero thought to himself that this is what people call the noble class. Felix said that the hunt would be easy, because they had a healer and a support with them. The leader said that Chris is still at level 1, but his abilities are amazing. After a short period of time, the group finally began to prepare to leave the assembly point for the mission. They drove a short distance and crossed the last line of defense. Chris thought to himself that although healers were rare, she was too relaxed. She looked carefree. In any case, the guy needs to prepare, frankly. With a mana cube he could hunt alone, but he shouldn't overload his body until he regains his true strength. The hero's comrades saw this and asked the guy in surprise if he had just used the skills, 4 enhancements at once. The guy replied that while they were in the hunting zone, they needed to be prepared for anything. The leader knew that Chris was cooler than other low-level ones, 4 boosts at a time. Felix told him that he would be welcomed with open arms anywhere. Chris thought to himself that since damage dealers had mediocre healing, supports were treated much better. He then enhanced his comrades' speed, agility, strength, and mana. To test the results, people opened their profiles and were very surprised by what happened. They felt like they had become stronger than usual. The healer girl was very surprised that a first-level support was capable of such a thing. Chris was very pleased with himself. Their numbers were expected to increase by about 20%. A moment later, the group finally reached their destination. Before starting the hunt, the group leader studied the map of the area for the presence of monsters and their danger. When Chris went outside, he was very happy and excited because this was his first hunt after waking up. He was told that a large monster had been spotted within a kilometer radius. That was their target. And as they had agreed, they used an aerosol to lure it here. The healer and support are not involved in the fight, so they need to make sure they keep their distance. At worst, the leader will protect them. Damage dealers should attack after the monster turns its attention. The shooters responded that they can rely on them. They can't wait to try out Chris's enhancements. They said that everyone needs to be careful, otherwise they will divert the monster's attention if they inflict too much damage at once. It will switch for them, and they don't need that. The captain was very surprised that the effect of Chris's enhancements was so good. He improved so much at once. Felix said it was good that they took him. Chris said that he could even impose negative effects. The hero thought to himself that, of course, he could use not only negative skills, but also search, teleportation, and attacking skills since he was a wizard. After the conversation, the captain announced that a monster was approaching, and everyone needed to prepare to fight it. A moment later, a huge axolotl emerged from the forest, which turned out to be mutated. Chris wondered to himself who had the idea to call him such a cute name when he looked so awful. The hero looked at the healer's girl and saw that she was scared. He debated whether he should help them, but decided it would be better to see their skills and what they were capable of. The captain's ability was to draw the monster's attention to himself, giving the others the opportunity to attack. Chris corrected himself and thought that it would be more correct to call it a mind-affecting effect. It affects the monster's mind and makes it focus on the tank. The monster struck the captain's shield, but he was able to easily parry the blow. Once the monster's attention was focused on him, he ordered everyone else to hit him using all their abilities. Chris thought to himself that he wasn't relying solely on skill, but also understood how to use the shield to his advantage, and the damage dealers had dealt a lot of damage, so they were unlikely to need a healer. Although you never know what might happen during a hunt, that's why it's necessary. Chris was considering whether he should join the team as a support and healer since damage dealers would not be difficult to find. He will have to face such unforeseen circumstances as a powerful monster or rogues among the awakened. Suddenly, another similar monster emerges from the other side of the forest, taking them by surprise. Felix sees this and is very scared for his comrades, because he was not on the mana sensor. Where did he come from? The monster came from the blind spot. He called Chris to them. They will protect him. Suddenly, as soon as the monster came right up to him, Chris simply ordered him to just stop, and he simply stood up. This event surprised everyone very much. The eyes of the whole group popped out of their sockets. Chris, with a smile on his face, told them that he would hold on to it for now, and that they could handle the other stuff for now. After some time, the battle ended, and the corpses of monsters lay in the clearing where they fought. The captain thanked Chris and said that everything went smoothly only thanks to him. He asked how many skills he had. Supports with strong skills are highly valued. Chris said he used exhaustion, illusion, and paralysis, 3 types of negative effects. The captain couldn't believe that he was actually level 1, not counting his skill. His adaptation to the situation was on par with any expert. They got off lightly, despite the captain's mistake. He should have been prepared for such a situation, since the sensor has a short range. Chris replied that he was indeed fine, so they didn't need to worry. They would have protected them anyway. Besides, he wanted to test his skills on his first hunt. The guy's friend said that a support with a strong skill, a larger guild would definitely want to recruit him. They said it was much more beneficial to be on a team with regular members than with strangers. Chris replied that of course he knew this, since he had worked as a bait for quite a long time. In that case, the captain said that he had nothing more to add. They were sure that he already had some plans for the future. The comrades were surprised that the guy was working as bait. It's no wonder he was so calm when the monster caught them. After that, Felix asked how much mana people had left, and of course everyone told him. The hero replied that he still had enough mana, and people were surprised that he had incredible reserves of mana. He had strengthened them all and used a strong skill on the monster, and there was still some left. The healer girl sat and looked at the guy, because she was waiting for an opportunity to chat. She didn't know what to do because she had told him not to talk to him, and she was very embarrassed by Chris because she was staring at him. Suddenly the captain turned to the girl and asked if she had any mana left and how she was doing. When they realized that everyone still had some mana left, they decided that they would fight until all the mana ran out. That same evening, they were unloading the bodies of dead animals. The workers said they hadn't seen such clean skins for a long time. Felix said that it was quite difficult to kill them without causing too much damage, so they were expecting a higher salary. The leader was very surprised by such a large payment. The intact skin has many uses. The receiver said that they had not known each other for long, but he was ready to see each other more often if the leader had more such shipments. Chris thought to himself that if he used a mental check, he would be able to tell whether he was lying or not, but it was impossible to use at his level. It was inconvenient. One of the most important goals was to become a second-tier wizard. After some time, the leader led his group outside, where they began to divide the entire reward for all the materials. The guys said it seemed unrealistic because they were whole and the price went up a lot. At first, Felix decided to give 40% to Chloe, which is the average salary of a healer. 20% for the damage dealers. Felix would take 30, but he will only take 20. They decided to give Chris part of their reward. Thanks to him, no one was hurt. Suddenly, Chloe screamed that she would only take 10% because she had done nothing, which was well deserved for a healer. The hero thought to himself that Chloe looked like a loner since she belonged to the noble class, but it turns out she was just a shy girl. 15 days later, Chris was talking about how he had earned 500 million won in 2 weeks. Money that was hard to come by but so easy to spend, bought land, and paid for the construction contract. Electricity and mana are comparable to each other. By converting electricity into mana using magic, he can quickly increase its reserves. The electricity bill would be huge, but a self-sufficient home would solve the problem, something that was simply impossible in Chris's previous life. The guy had no idea that the mana would be split into 2 indicators, because it seemed like he had used both. It seems that the number 16 represents his own mana, and the other 25 is given by the Akasha system. Relying only on the system is wrong. It's for the best. The house will be ready in 2 months. It will take 20 days to become a 3rd-rank wizard if Chris gives it his all, and in 3 months he will be able to cure his mother. Suddenly, the guy remembered that he had an appointment. The man introduced himself as the deputy head of the combat department of some company. Looking at the business card, the hero thought about the Hunters organization. Their sphere of activity is similar to other agencies. They support the awakened and provide all the amenities. But the main difference is that the hunting organization is sponsored by the country's leading corporations. The man said that the other day they checked the boy's hunting history and abilities as much as possible. Not long ago, Chris was working as a decoy and then woke up. He then added that his mother was in the hospital with a disease caused by the rifts. Chris confirmed this and added that, as expected, such a large company had an excellent information network. If they didn't have enough eyes to spot outstanding newcomers in this field, they would have gone bankrupt already. That's the harsh truth. Management is no easier than hunting. There is one thing that everyone the guy has hunted with over the past 2 months has confirmed. The man spoke about Chris's ability to paralyze, and their company is confident that his ability is of great value when used properly. Chris said that with him you can hunt without any losses. and with a team of trained hunters, you can even catch monsters alive. This was absolutely true. If you compare the price of a living and a dead monster, the former could cost 10 times more. The next moment, the man hands the hero a contract offering employment. It was said to be 1 billion won, a very large sum for a newbie, but a tiger is still a tiger. The man said it would be right to make an appropriate offer for someone with such a bright future, a healer and support with a strong skill like paralysis. But right now this deal is a little out of proportion. In response to his proposal, Chris asked for time to think. The man did not understand why. He thought that he would like their proposal. Chris said his offer was great, but so were everyone else's, and the man realized that the guy had also attracted the attention of other organizations with a pretty good reputation. Chris said to himself that he was alone, and there were many companies willing to hire him. Even though they are a state corporation, they have the advantage in negotiations, they will have to try hard. In the end, Chris signed the contract, and with part of the payment, he was able to obtain Mandrake, and went to the hospital, where he talked with the doctors. When the Mandrake was used on the hero's mother and she finally woke up, Linda said she felt like she had passed out again, and asked how much time had passed. She apologized for this stupid illness. She is already better and has come to her senses. Realizing that all his suffering was over, Chris bent down to his knees and began to cry. At this point, the doctor intervened in this touching moment, and asked the guy to leave the room for a while because the patient needed to be checked. After a short period of time, the tests were completed. The doctor said that later they would conduct more detailed examinations to identify any abnormalities. But for now, everything was fine. The nurse said that without a doubt, Mandrake works wonders. This is the first time she has seen the effect after using it. It seems the rumors were not lying. The patient's health and physical condition are the same as in his youth. As soon as Linda heard that she had been in a coma for 2 years, she was very surprised. When the mother and son were walking in the park, Chris said that the doctor was right. She was cured thanks to the Mandrake. Linda knows how expensive she is, and thought her son was up to something dirty. Chris replied that he wouldn't do that, and showed his hunting license. And since he belongs to a rare class, he receives a fantastic salary. The initial payment under the contract alone amounted to 200 million won, which was enough money for him not only to pay for his treatment, but also to build a house for his mother. As soon as the woman started crying, the hero immediately began to worry about her, because now everything would be okay. Then she started saying that her dear son gave up his dream of becoming a musician and works as a hunter because of her. She can't help but blame herself. Chris replied that she didn't need to worry. He had found a job with a government company. He said that now they could live in abundance. Linda just had to trust her son. But the mother was worried that her son could be injured. He could die during the hunt. But the hero replied that he was a valuable support. Nothing would threaten him. When they finished talking, Chris said that Linda should go back. She would stay in the hospital for a more detailed examination. And Chris himself is heading off to his first day of work, and when he finishes, he'll run straight to her, so she should rest. After some time, the guy arrived at the office, where the security guard asked him about the purpose of his visit. Chris replied that he was awake and had an appointment. He came to see the deputy head of the combat department, Charlie. When the guy entered the building, Charlie met him in the main hall and greeted him. The guard told him that Chris had just arrived, and that Charlie was also a busy man, and handed him his pass. The guy was told that they wanted to send him to the front lines, but it was unlikely that he would be useful due to his low level. But Charlie replied that this was not entirely true. Their company was preparing an interesting project. They've assembled a team of newcomers, but they're not as unique as Chris. However, they show promise and they plan to develop them, pushing them to grow. Chris asked him if they would develop them from the start. He likes it, but is it possible? For an awakened ability, this is a source of income, so management is looking for high-level or rare skills, but such people are difficult to obtain. Charlie said that perhaps it was because of desperation. For example, after waking up, money was not the limit of their dreams. But what if they are exactly what are needed to achieve the goal? Family or personal problems, bankruptcy are unpleasant things, and companies are ready to hire those awakened, like Chris, for any price. If they create a team of such people, they will be able to increase their authority as they develop. They need to be trained as much as possible and sent into battle as often as possible. Chris recognized that this idea was definitely not a bad one, and as he understood, he should be a part of it. Charlie said that the hero should also level up. They don't need to create a new battle team. The new leader can handle this role on his own. There were now 3 teams, Alpha, Beta, and Omega, and Chris was eager to meet them. A guy named Judy asked if their team needed another support. The man in the suit said that Chris is not only a support, but being a multi-class, can fulfill any role the team needs. The girl Lex was quite active. She heard rumors, but as it turned out, it was true. a newbie who uses a strong skill, healing, positive and negative effects, and much more. Another guy named John said that Chris should already be at their office, on his way to them. Suddenly, Chris entered the room, happy that he had come to a corporation that was not deprived of good equipment. The hero said that he heard that their teamwork is one of the best. He is still a newbie, so he can make mistakes, but he hopes that they will point them out and help him fix them. Everyone was surprised by the appearance of such an amazing guy. John was the first to greet him and called himself a tank. After him, Lex flew up to the hero, who said that the awakened one with a multi-class is just something. She just looked through all the information about him and hoped that they would get along. The next moment, 2 more people burst into the room and greeted everyone. A guy named Simon recognized Chris as a new face and a newcomer. Simon was a damage dealer and he was pleased to greet him. Lex also introduced Chester, he is their youngest, and this guy was very shy. Then Judy introduced himself, reluctantly, as he was a support player and didn't want to give up his spot. Chris realized that he was afraid of losing his place. Since he was also a support player, there was no need to be so cautious, because he was capable of a lot. The man in the suit said that since everyone was gathered, they could now begin and gave the floor to Charlie. Chris was amazed at how systematic everything was here. After all, they had a large corporation, strategy, analysis of the terrain and the characteristics of the monsters. They explain in detail the backup plan in case of failure. They are a cut above the average hunter. With such training, any newbie can easily adapt. And the relationships between the participants are simply excellent, judging by how joyfully the guys share ideas. Chris can already tell about the effectiveness of their teamwork. They are certainly very different from raid groups made up of strangers. After some time, the new team headed to the front lines to hunt for new powerful monsters. As they drove, Lex told stories from her life, but John stopped her because he was tired of hearing the same story over and over again. When the girl called John by affectionate nicknames, but the hero could not remember how he would have been called that in his past life. At some point, Simon turned to Chris and asked if he was too modest for a super newbie. The guy told him that he used to work as a bait. Such a title was somehow too much for him. John said he too had been a decoy for about 4 years. He managed only thanks to his strong body, but the hero said that he worked as bait for 2 years, and then woke up. Suddenly, at some point, Chester sensed the approach of a powerful monster and warned his comrades about it. While Chris was surprised that he had a ranged combat class, apparently, also with the reconnaissance skill. It was a blind bull, but the team didn't understand why he was there. The armored vehicle would flip over from his blow. They needed to counterattack quickly. Chris volunteered to go first, jumping out of the car and heading towards the monster. He took out a mana cube from his inventory and used paralysis on it. The ability, of course, worked, and the bull fell to the ground and could not move. This really surprised the team. Chris explained that the paralysis effect would last for 5 minutes, but Simon interrupted him and said that there was no need to be so modest, because the duration of the effect did not matter. Its mere existence actually changes the way they hunt. Simon said that he would finish this monster here himself. The next moment, the guy began to summon his demonic weapon. This summoning surprised Chris. The demon spear wielder is like a cross between a summoner and a melee damage dealer, a multi-class. The weapon looks quite impressive, judging by the energy emanating from it. Chester said he was so jealous of his claw summoning skill, he thinks about it every time he sees him. Lex said the same thing, she wouldn't mind having that skill. This weapon is not that powerful, but Simon got it absolutely free, but it also costs money. In response to all the speeches of his comrades, Simon replied that a spear easily pierces heavy armor, unlike the same sword or axe. The next second, the guy managed to pierce the monster's heavy armor with one blow and right through. This ability to penetrate surprised Chris greatly. He had heard that such skills existed, and apparently the death spear was one of them. It seems that it's not just the strength of the class weapon. Simon has a skill that complements it very well. John approached his comrade and praised him, but the guy said that he only killed a paralyzed monster. Anyone could have done it. Then Lex asked the hero how he liked their team. Chris replied that, to be honest, it was better than he expected. The girl said that if they continue to pump at the same pace, they will be able to take first place among the best teams. Chris thought to himself that when he worked with low-level hunters, he was used as bait. Since monster parts and their skins are more valuable than human life, however, high-level teams sponsored by various organizations. Organizations use scouts and drones to scout the area and lure monsters. But despite the hordes of monsters in the area, technology still brings benefits. While in the armored vehicle, Charlie and his assistant watched footage from a drone flying around the area and found something unexpected. In one of the recordings, they saw an earwig, which belongs to the type of beetle that creates colonies and lives for the sake of its queen. John suggested that they were exploring new territory and that there was a scout in front of them. But Lex said that she hated bugs. Charlie said that there was probably a nest somewhere nearby. It was a dangerous undertaking, but they could hit the jackpot. His assistant said that according to the territorial map of monsters, there shouldn't be any here. She would request information from the Hunters Association database. Lex said that they also nest underground like ants, and they have a queen, which is a mid-ranking monster. The hero answered her that at least she was not of a high rank. Like the ogre who had recently broken through the defensive line, of course. It was not a high rank, but there were usually a huge number of them, which was quite annoying. And they also hid well. Chris said that killing a high-ranking monster would require the intervention of government forces. John added that we need to prepare ourselves, because they are quite annoying, and they can make a lot of money. After some time, Charlie sent a drone with bait into the forest to attract the attention of the ant monsters. Chester found their location, and John told him to attack as soon as they showed up, and he would take care of the rest. As soon as the first ant appeared from the forest, he immediately opened fire from his crossbow. It turned out that his weapon was so powerful that it managed to leave huge holes in the monster's body. This greatly surprised both Charlie himself and his comrades. John said it was unlikely that the monster's defense was the issue, and asked if he had leveled up. Then Simon appeared with a roar. His strength also greatly increased. He said that it seemed like he should be more careful with his strength. He turned to Chris and said it was just incredible. Lex didn't understand why this was incredible, and Chester explained to him that they used normal attack skills, and the only buffer on the team was Chris. The hero replied that he was simply doing his job, but inwardly he was glad to see the results of his leveling up. John said that with Chris's negative effects, hunting would be too easy, and his comrades wouldn't even need him. Suddenly the radio said that 7 earwigs had been spotted from the direction of the car at 6 o'clock, and they were also approaching from 3 directions. When they finished listening to the message, John said that he would attract the attention of the monsters to buy some time, and asked Judy to help him. He left Lex at the car and healed allies as needed. He asked Chris to continue using paralysis. After the captain had distributed the roles, they finally decided to split up. A moment later, when ants began to emerge from the forest, Chester began shooting at them, and in the blink of an eye killed several of them at once. After the ants in one direction ended, Charlie's assistant said over the radio that there were more than 3 ants, and they were approaching. Charlie ordered them to leave the ant territory immediately. After this, they received an image from the ants of the entrance to the nest. Simon said that if the others had any problems, they would have been contacted. Suddenly, the radio said that the aggro squad had discovered a nest, and they were being pursued by a group of monsters. After some time, John, Judy, and a huge crowd of ants that were chasing them appeared. At first, Chester decided to reduce the number of monsters using his bow. Chris thought to himself that they were lucky to find the nest so quickly. The tank's skill has psychological destruction. It attracts the attention of enemies. John's effect works across the terrain. Monsters chase him even though he's just running. After that, Judy used a fatigue effect on the crowd of monsters, which interested Chris. It is something akin to light fatigue in magic. Chris also used abilities on monsters. He used paralysis on them, which made John happy. The fact that the heroes stopped several targets greatly surprised the allies. Chester said that it was impossible. The captain didn't believe the guy could immobilize several targets at once, and Chris remembered that he hadn't said anything about it. Simon was delighted that thanks to Chris, the day was full of surprises. The guys couldn't figure out how much mana he had. Judy said the skill lasts for 5 minutes, so we need to take care of the monsters. Looking at the crowd of immobilized monsters, John admitted that at this rate Chris would do all the work for them. Chris was confused by this, and said that they were just helping each other. After this, the captain wanted to make his own contribution to this battle. He decided to begin exterminating the nest. That same evening, the entire team returned to headquarters and discussed this productive day. They earned 10 times more. Chris thought to himself that he had earned about 2 million won, and had reached level 7. His mana increased to 50, and he gained new skills, which is what the Akasha system hopes for, granting all this power and energy to people without any knowledge. The next moment, Chester invited Chris to go out for a drink with them and celebrate a good hunt. But the hero said that he couldn't do it today. He thought to himself that he would first pick up his mother from the hospital and find a place where they could live until the house was built. The next day, during the squad's training, Chris received a call from the deputy head of the combat department, who told him that his unit had been completed. When he arrived, the man began to tell him that, as he had requested, they had installed panoramic windows from the 1st to the 3rd floor along one of the walls. Everything was furnished inside. He just needed to look around. The maximum number of solar panels is also installed on the roof, and they released several decorative carp into the small pond in front of the house. Chris thought to himself that it was time to take on his son's responsibilities. since in his previous life, he could not afford it. The first floor contains a living room, kitchen, and guest area. The second and third floors are living space, and the basement also has 3 floors. The hero wonders if they installed the equipment he asked for. After the story and the tour, the deputy said that it was time for him to go, and if any problems arose, they could contact him for all the work. Chris thanked him. When the mother and son were alone, Linda asked him how much money he spent on the whole house. Chris replied that it was only 10 million won. Hearing such a price tag, she was very surprised that he spent so much money just because of his whim. Chris said that everything is fine, he is earning a lot now. He was paid more than 1 million won for his last hunt, so she doesn't have to worry because she will work harder. Finally, Linda was touched and started to cry. Chris did not understand why she started to cry, because today is a happy day. After some time, his mother brought her friends to her new house, and Chris decided that he needed to quickly get out and do his own thing. It's not that he hates gossip, he just has more important things to do. When the hero went down to the basement, a magic circle was made on the floor in front of him, which was made of 99% gold and without a single mistake. If he passes some mana into the electricity generated by the solar panels, a huge amount of free mana will appear. After activating the magic circle, he was able to convert electricity into mana. Now all you have to do is absorb it. After this, the hero's mana level increased again by several points. 15 days later, Chris was back in the basement, talking about how it would have been difficult for him to create such a magic circle in his past life. His mana is currently at 160. He will gain 32 points in 15 days. Therefore, knowledge is power. And now Chris decided that it was time to move on to the next stage of training. The mana that hung in the air should be enough for him. He absorbed all this mana into himself and directed it into his heart and used rotation on it. Because of this technique, Chris upgraded his rank to the 2nd. Now he has access to dual spells. He can use electricity without worrying about huge bills, which means it will take about a month to reach rank 3. He will be able to create a familiar and kill monsters alone. According to the contract, they must hunt twice a month. When Chris realized that thoughts were filling his head, a habit from the past began to take effect. He decided to live a new life in a relaxed manner. There is no need to rush. The guy decided to play games, eat something tasty, and bathe in luxury. Suddenly, he received a call from the assistant manager that the next hunt had already been planned. The hunt was scheduled for 5 days later. Chris said he would be there and said they would see each other in exactly 5 days. Exactly 5 days later, Chris, upon arriving at the office, met the first arrival, John, who acknowledged the guy's strengthening. Chris said he had done some training. The captain assumed he had been hunting, but it was his own technique. The hero didn't understand how the captain understood this, and he explained that this was one of their skills. It allows you to assess the strength of the enemy. Chris thought to himself that his Akasha system was somehow connected to the gods. There were no other creatures in the world that could borrow their power. A moment later, Lex bursts into the locker room, shouting that she arrived first, but didn't know the full picture. But as soon as the commander and the hero greeted her, it dawned on her that she was not the first after all. After some time, the rest of the group arrived at the office and began greeting everyone. The assistant manager, who was responsible for their instructions today, also joined them. When he started showing and telling about today's target, Chris said that he had already seen that monster when he worked as bait. In any case, no one except John knows about his enhancement. Chris decided that it would be quite problematic if they found out that his mana had tripled. While moving through the forest, searching for a target, Chris told the team that he had acquired a new skill, an improved version of paralysis for hunting. After that, the captain wanted to ask the guy about how many times he could use it and what the break between uses was. Chris said that he could use it about once a second, and with the amount of mana he had, then about 100 times a day. However, with the mana cube, he can use any spell as many times as he wants, but they don't need to know about it. Chester was surprised by the huge number of uses and asked how much mana he had. Lex didn't believe that this skill was that good. Then John said that he wanted to ask about how quickly his mana was restored. But in the end, Chris simply shifted the focus. The leader said that it takes him about a week to fully restore his mana, and Lex said that it is quite fast. The girl said that if she spent all her mana, the entire recovery would take about 10 days. In her memory, something like this happened extremely rarely. Chris thought to himself that 2 or 3 hunts a month would be quite enough. He had often encountered this when he worked as a bait, but he was different from them. 3 days would be enough for his mana to recover on its own, and with the help of a magic circle in the house, it would take several hours. Chester said that if Chris uses paralysis, they won't have to use many skills. As soon as they wanted to check it out, a huge monster appeared from the forest. A few moments later, the hero used paralysis on him, and the captain said that, as he thought, They wouldn't have to strain themselves too much. To end the monster's life, Chester jumped on its back and shot it in the back of the head. After that, he fell dead to the ground, and Chester managed to jump before he fell. The guy was pleased with this. He said that at this rate he could fire more than 100 arrows, and admitted that Chris was really pulling them along. The hero answered him that the guy was flattering him. After all, he was only doing his job. Chester stood his ground. He said that without a doubt, Chris was a rising star in their company. They were grateful to him. To himself, he thought that since he was a rising star, the hiring offer was not bad. Towards the end of the hunt, they decided to first deal with the monster's carcass, and then continue the hunt. Suddenly, attention shifts to some car, where a menacing man was sitting, watching everything they were doing. When they finished loading the car, John couldn't believe that they had finished everything before noon. Here, Lex suggested to the captain to continue the hunt, since everyone still had plenty of mana. They decided to join forces with the main forces and return to the city, resuming the hunt after they dealt with the skins. Chris thought to himself that money was good, but leveling up was even better. Not a bad idea. Suddenly, the driver turned to John and told him that the connection between the office and them had been lost for the first time in a long time. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, the heroes opened fire on command, and one of them was even wounded. Chris realized that these were shots from black hunters. John covered his allies with his shield and sent them to cover. The captain is a tank, so he will hold out for some time, but it is dangerous. 2 armored vehicles were on the slope and were shooting at the heroes. Chris admitted that they had a good leader, but he wouldn't let him die. To help the captain, Chris used a shield on himself using a magic cube. With such a weapon, they won't be able to penetrate a shield created from half of his mana. And since he had time, Chris decided to attack himself, calling upon magical lightning. This lightning was able to easily blow up the enemy's car, and they were left without transport. Chris announced that the enemy guns had been neutralized, and the others needed to prepare for battle, after which Chester climbed onto the car. He started firing at them with his bow. A huge number of arrows flew towards the remaining enemies. The black hunters were able to defend themselves from this attack with the help of a huge armored wall from one of them. The man said that he didn't even feel the attack, but Chester used the most powerful attack in his arsenal. The heroes' shooters tried to shoot them with their weapons, but the enemies were able to repel this attack as well. Chris thought to himself that their attacks hadn't even scratched them. If this continued, they wouldn't last long. At this rate, they would all be killed. Suddenly, to save his situation, Chris took out his magic cube and used a new attack that he had never used before. The next moment, the ground under the enemy's feet disappeared. They fell into this tunnel and were rendered harmless. Chris approached the group to survey the situation. As it turned out, they were alive. The leader of the group began to shout that Chris was an incredible scoundrel who used cheap tricks. Chris replied that the thick-headed wouldn't understand anyway, so he sent them to sleep and used fatigue on him. When the captain appeared behind the hero, the guy turned to him and said with a smile that, fortunately, there were no casualties. John asked him to tell him about his new abilities. Chris said that there was nothing special. It was an ordinary earthly spell that dug up part of the surface. He continued to talk about how it was an explosion that pushed the ground aside, creating a hole, which of course was only effective against people in it, blocking their view, and sometimes was a good distraction. As for fatigue, it's clear that it's similar to his paralysis. After this, Lex became curious about how many abilities Chris was hiding from his allies, but he replied that it was a secret. Chester appeared behind the girl and said that their new ally was full of secrets. Chris thought to himself that the single spell looked much better than the double lightning spell. Well, transformation and counterattack magic is always useful. Later, Chris is going to use a large area for an attack skill. Coming out of his thoughts, the hero asked Lex if she was okay, although it was hard to believe. The girl replied that she was terribly scared and thanked him for his concern. After she finished telling her story, the guy put his hand on her head and used some skill, which he ordered to look into her soul and increase her steadfastness. Lex didn't understand what happened, and Chris explained that he used a skill that would calm her down. Tanks have attention signals, but this one works the other way around. After her, Chris called the rest of the team to him. He uses soul steadfastness on all of them. Chester asked him if he had too many secrets, if there was at least something he couldn't do. Already in the city, Chris thought to himself that he could not consider himself safe anywhere people were attacking him even after he was reborn here on Earth. First, the sudden appearance of a monster, and then black hunters with the power of the system. No social system has ever been free of crime in his previous life. Chris did not leave his enemies alive. While the hero was driving in the car, Felix called him and said that they hadn't talked for a long time. As it turns out, he was promoted to director at the company, even though he was the one who found him. Chris thinks this shows that the organization has high hopes for him. The hero congratulated Felix on his promotion to director, and the man replied that it was all thanks to Chris, since it was he who signed the contract with him. Now he calls him about today's incident, the attack of black hunters. This is a rather rare occurrence. The guy said that judging by their skills, they were hardly third-rate hunters. Felix replied that they were trying to find out as thoroughly as possible. There was a suggestion that they were sent by one of their competitors. This happens sometimes. The hero thought to himself that the enemies outnumbered them in number and level, and if it weren't for his transformative magic, they would have died. The director added that they would soon solve this problem. He would like to discuss something else about the new skill used. Capable of changing the landscape, it is extremely valuable from a strategic point of view. Not to mention the skill has the most powerful effect. The guy thought to himself that it was annoying that he was still surprised by anything, because all his abilities were quite unconventional. A normal awakened has no more than 10 skills related to his class. Rare and powerful classes with the prefix unique or legendary have access to skills from other classes. At best, they combine 2 different types. Very few people have the ability to use skills from 3 different classes, and they are so rare that statistics do not take into account. Felix said that Chris was the only one in the world who could use skills from 6 different categories. But the guy thought to himself that if he found out that there were many more of them, he would die of shock. When the man asked if he was hiding something, the hero said that he himself wasn't sure yet. He would understand when he leveled up. He knew what he was getting at, but he wasn't going to cancel their contract anytime soon. Felix realized that it was so obvious that any fool would understand why he apologized for the inconvenience. He will drop by to see Chris again to discuss all the details. When the call ended, the hero realized that a funny situation was developing. Upon arriving home, Chris thought that once he regained his former strength, he would need to study modern technology and expand his field of knowledge. Semiconductor technology is amazing, but he wants to learn more about electrical engineering and nanotechnology. Then Chris remembered that the batch of stones he had ordered was supposed to be delivered to him today. He heard that the people from the company left them in his basement. Although to those not versed in magic, the magic circle would seem like a simple insignia. Although the magical stones were of low quality and unprocessed, they were so huge that the organization did an excellent job of fulfilling his request. The stones were perfectly heavy, so they could be processed. While Chris was sitting in the magic circle, after a short period of time, another one was added to his circle. It rose to the 3rd rank. Next, he will create an item from the rough stones. Using several commands one after another, he combined several stones into one more powerful one. When it was all over, it turned out that item synthesis was part of another skill. After that, he decided to try combining the mana cube he used with the brand new cube, and once again synthesized the staff with the resulting cube. The group of companies, Chris's company, has 2 leading divisions: electronics and monster industry. Electronics is known as a leader in its industry. Monster Industry is an international leader in the production, supply, and sale of monster parts, and their management company is a holding company. Felix, the director of Monster Industry, was called to a meeting at the head office. Chief Director Smith began to ask Felix if it was true that an awakened one with 6 different skills of different classes had appeared. Felix confirmed the rumors and said that they checked everything to avoid possible mistakes. The CEO then asked King for his opinion, who said that his power was on par with nuclear warheads, and there was a high chance that he would soon become one of the top 5 awakened beings in the world. Having rare skills means he will become an outstanding awakened. Hunting monsters puts a lot of strain on the human body, so many give up halfway. However, the report contains only verified information. The facts do not lie. If they continue to invest in Chris, they will hit the jackpot. Felix completely agrees with him. He didn't add some things to the report because it's just his assumption. He turned on the screen with the diagrams and started saying that there was a high probability that he had 7 skills. According to the investigation, he has an item that cannot be purchased. It's called a mana cube. They don't know what the cube is yet, so they assume that Chris is able to create objects. Then Felix discovered 2 suspicious things. The first was an unusual request for a large amount of jewelry, rare metals and magical stones, and the second was a room built in the basement of his house. Smith began to say that Chris had done a brilliant job. King agreed with him and said that the hero was a very capable employee. Then Smith turned to Felix and said that from that day on, he was the CEO, and he had to take care of Chris. He was giving the man all the powers. They couldn't let him go to another company. But then Felix said that he was afraid they wouldn't be able to hold him back using standard methods. The director asked if this was the minimum offer they should make. They believe Chris is hiding even more skills or abilities. To be honest, Felix still hasn't figured out his motive. Maybe he's trying to buy time to level up. Smith said that he didn't care what he did. If his guess was correct, they had to get him, no matter the cost. The director ordered Felix to go and make a list of what else they could use Chris for. As soon as he left, Smith asked the CEO if he agreed, and he replied that he did, adding that he looked at the big picture and, as he had already said, seemed quite capable. Smith said skilled employees should always be rewarded generously. After some time, we are transferred to Chris, who bought some kind of transport and was moving somewhere. He bought it for solo hunting. It's quite difficult to hire a driver who keeps his mouth shut. It will be troublesome if everyone finds out about his abilities. After some time, Chris finally reached the place where he could begin hunting. For him, there is nothing better than the smell of blood to attract monsters. The guy climbed onto the roof of his car and began scanning the area, simultaneously using several instant buffs on himself. After finishing the scan, he chose the blind bull as his first target, and the hero decided to use the new weapon on him for the first time. Having summoned a staff with a new club of mana, he began to use a lightning charge and directed it towards the target. A moment later, a powerful bolt of lightning hit the monster, which would certainly kill it. After that, Chris started to repeat that this was definitely a success. The lightning bolt instantly multiplied, but they wouldn't pay him for the burnt carcass. So Chris ultimately decided to use paralysis and carefully kill the monsters. Today he decided to focus on leveling up. He wouldn't let such a warm welcome go to waste. After some time, Chris finished pumping. In front of him lay a huge mountain of dead monster carcasses. He managed to gain 10 levels. That's what he calls leveling up. Chris even began to think about turning off system notifications. Chris loves hunting alone. At this rate, he can reach the cellular level in a month. Ordinary people distribute points without thinking. However, he feels uneasy because this power is not his, and in his past life he had never heard of a god like Akasha. After distributing the points, the guy's characteristics increased several times. The man who took the monsters' bodies said that all this came to 372 million won, which was not as much as Chris had hoped. He said that according to the contract, his share is 350 million. The tax is calculated separately. He can do it if Chris wants it. The guy thought to himself that this is what is most offensive. Many countries charge a hunting tax of 38% of the total income. Chris was very sorry that he couldn't hunt more. As he was running out of space in the truck, he thought as he watched the transfer to his account. In addition, it takes time to travel there and back. He needs to level up so he can use quintuple spells. Five-fold spells are a combination of 5 types of magic. To use them, you need to be a 5th-tier wizard. But now Chris is powerless. At the same time, Felix received a call that the hero was going hunting even after yesterday. He was told he was moving towards a hunting zone, according to data from a tracker they had installed with his consent. Felix said it was ridiculous that they were tracking Chris from a satellite, from the main surveillance center. However, there might be a leak if they continue to record it from the satellite. The man told them not to worry. Let them continue recording. They must gather as much information as possible. And if the surveillance center notices anything worthwhile, they must be informed immediately. Felix guessed that the guy was hiding his abilities. He could combine 8, 9, or even 10 skills from different classes. There was no one in the world who had 7 skills. The man decided that they should keep him. No matter what, his very existence was already beneficial to the company. Once home, Chris and his mother were sitting at the dining table, and Linda was trying to feed her naughty son. She said hunters must eat well to stay healthy. As soon as her son started to deny it, Linda told him to take food with him, in response to which Chris said that he would definitely take it next time. To himself, the guy thought that, to be honest, thanks to magic, he didn't need food at all, and no one would die from missing one meal. The next moment, Linda, quite unexpectedly, asked her son if he was going to get married. This surprised the hero very much. He said that he was awakened. People avoided him. To which his mother replied that she had heard that awakened people were quite wealthy in marriage. Chris did not find the strength to answer her question, and simply forbade her to raise this topic in the future. Linda said that he should take the initiative into his own hands. The hero thought to himself that he really missed his mother's nagging, but this was going too far. Unexpectedly for him, a message flashed through his head that not enough monsters had been killed. The system said that the world was moving to a new level, and after that, magical rifts began to appear all over the world, releasing monsters. While everyone else started running away, one guy stood out and said that few people managed to capture the rift close-up, and if he published it, it would get 100 million views. The guy didn't have time to finish his speech, because a huge monster stepped on his weak human body and began to roar throughout the city. Chris had no idea what was happening in the city right now. He thought it was just a system update and some problems had appeared. As soon as the guy stepped out into the courtyard, he saw a magical rift appear over the pond, which surprised Chris. The next moment, Chris put his mother to sleep, because it was getting noisy outside, and sleep magic wouldn't hurt her. Then he used the shield on his house. He built it only recently. so he won't let it be destroyed. A sign appeared above the portal stating that the first level dungeon had been opened and could only be entered by those up to level 50. A few moments later, the first monster tumbled out of the portal. Chris said that they looked down on him for opening a rift in the yard of his house. The next moment, the monster was struck by lightning. After that, he realized that he had miscalculated his strength. He needed to remember something more suitable. In his next attack, Chris used telekinesis, which neatly tore off the monster's head and killed it. If he breaks his neck, it won't affect the price of the carcass. As soon as the life of the last mantis was cut short, hordes of monsters immediately poured out of the portal. Chris got angry at this move and started saying that how dare they come into the wizard's house without a shadow of fear. He would kill them all and use them as ingredients. Then we are shown the situation in some city, where the local heroes dealt with all the enemy monsters and ordered to find out the total number. When the rift opened, there were many civilians in the area. One of the heroes said that if he had not been resting nearby, anything could have happened. He began to talk about how, within 20 minutes, monsters were appearing from the rift. His work is done and his vacation is hopelessly ruined. But before leaving the battlefield, the men said goodbye to the dead and told them to rest in peace. Then we are transported back to Chris, who has been fighting monsters from the portal all this time. They stopped crawling out from there only after an hour, and Chris began to think about closing the rift. But as soon as he decided that he wanted to study it better, he remembered that he lived here with his mother. He didn't have enough strength yet, so he couldn't leave a possible threat on his doorstep. While closing the gate, Chris said that the passage would be closed whether he wanted it or not. Next time he should remember to knock. And so Chris finally forcibly closed the rift and received an achievement and several gifts. After this, the hero again received a message that the system was watching him, meaning that they had not been interested in him before. The Akashic system wasn't as significant as he thought when he tried to use the spatial skill but got an error. He didn't like it and said that the subspace was only his. There was no need to worry so much. Inventory is a system ability. Unlike his spell, they shouldn't try to combine them without a good reason. Eventually, Chris accepted the reward into his inventory, and the entire yard was cleared of the dead bodies of the monsters. He felt that he had found something unusual on the side of the road, and the system's reaction was unexpected. Chris told the system he didn't know what it needed, but it could look at health. There will come a day when true power will return to Chris. God or not, it will find him even at the ends of the earth. The world is changing. Rifts no longer appear in isolated areas. The awakened who were near the rifts reported that they noticed changes in them. People from the news don't know yet what's inside, but other countries have already sent their strike forces there. Of course, their lives are at risk, but things cannot be left as they are. Many faults have appeared in populated areas. Chris said that all these speeches are quite interesting, but here is an equally interesting thing. The guy only found out that the thing inside is made of an unknown material. He thought to himself that although the gods possess immeasurable power, their intervention causes consequences in their world. Some kind of rare box that can drop from a monster, and it's also golden, so it's both rare and unique. As soon as Chris opened the box with unknown contents, his room was illuminated by a blinding light that forced him to close his eyes. When the sphere's effect ended, Chris realized that he had received a ring that almost doubled his attack, and now he wouldn't have to worry about spells of the 3rd level and below, since the mana boosts from the staff and the ring stack. In the end, Chris said that he would not refuse such a gift in any case. With the ring, he would be able to hunt more often, which meant that his income would increase again. After this, Felix called the hero. The guy said that he heard from the manager that he was promoted to CEO and congratulated the man. Felix replied that it was not important now. He was calling him on urgent matter. He said that several hours ago, cracks appeared in the city center, and there were many casualties. Chris replied that he had seen about it. One of the faults had just appeared near his house. The man should not worry about him, because Chris had taken care of the fault. Felix thought that the hero had entered the unknown dungeon alone, but Chris stopped his thoughts. Because he had not entered the dungeon, he has the ability to close rifts. The man said that the guy never ceases to amaze. He wants to ask how this is possible. Chris said that thanks to his unique skill, but he can only use it close to home. Here Felix realized that it currently depends on the level. This was another reason why they should help the guy with all their might. Chris said that wasn't he calling about something important. Then the man said that now he wanted to ask him for something. After some time, Chris reached an area that was under attack by monsters. Here the hero saw for the first time what kind of monsters had crawled out of the rift, and several hundred lizard-like creatures. And in other places there was most likely the same pogrom. Looking around, the guy saw his team, the chairman of which was waving at him. Lex immediately began to say that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the deputy began to say that he would explain everything in detail during the briefing. Already in the office, the man said that now the rifts are officially called dungeons, because of the notifications that awakened ones receive when approaching them. At the moment there are none among Korean hunters, but instantly, the deputy said that 3 of them even sent their strike forces there. In comparison, they are still marking time. When Lex asked why their company was so well informed, Felix replied that they were an international corporation, and no one kept such things a secret. However, the man added that there is one problem, and that is that an order has been received from the government regarding this issue. Chris realized that he and his team were simply left with no choice. He began to talk about how the awakened receive orders from the government in emergency situations, like their monster invasion. Of course, they cannot use all their powers, so certain people will be involved in this matter. When he said that there were several restrictions, Chris immediately realized that it was a level restriction. Then Felix began to say that they were aware that monsters continue to emerge from the dungeons every 3 hours. If left as is, it will continue. Not only on the streets, but in Seoul alone, 35 dungeons have appeared. In total, they discovered 81 dungeons in urban areas, and if you add those in suburban and rural areas, then in total there are about 200 dungeons in Korea. The only thing hunters have to worry about is that no one knows how to close them. This information greatly worried the team. They could not believe that such a thing could happen. At some point, Chester jumped out of his chair and began to be indignant at this recklessness. They want them to go to such a dangerous place without any information. Suddenly, Chris asked the only thing that worried him: would they get paid for this? Felix replied that the government was not so petty as to ask heroes for this, without proper compensation. Hunters participating in the operation would be exempt from paying taxes for 5 years. In his mind, Chris thought that this was quite generous, considering how much money they would save over the next 5 years. Felix said that there was something else. They would be provided with special equipment, and this interested the guy. Lex began to complain that this was a small price to pay for their lives, to which the man responded by adding that the government would pay all their debts. He thought that this offer was not so tempting for Chris, but he refuted his thoughts. There were also no penalties for refusal. It is not in the government's interests for experienced hunters to leave the country because of such actions. After this speech from Felix, Chris replied that he agreed to their terms, but first he would like to see the equipment. It was brought in separate vehicles. Since the situation was urgent, it was delivered to them immediately. Compared to what is sold on store shelves, the quality of this equipment is many times higher. Chris picked up some bracelet and talked about how items can be rare, unique, legendary, mythical, and superior. And for a legendary bracelet, it's not bad at all. After the team had disassembled all the equipment, they almost immediately went into the dungeon. Lex said this dungeon is like a jungle. Simon thought they were in another world, but Judy refuted his thought, as the system was still working. Then Chris said that he heard something, and asked if everyone knew what a dimension was. Lex replied that it often appears in games, like the curvature of space. John read about something similar in science fiction. After Chris realized that they all knew the essence, he began to explain that this was nothing more than another, but a small universe, a lower dimension, copying its concept. Chester understood what the hero was talking about, which means the dungeon is like a different space. It's quite simple. As soon as the guy started talking about how they were in a lower dimension, and the monsters should be weak, some monster flew at his back and almost killed him. Chris saved Chester from the monster and protected the entire team. The commander ordered everyone to prepare for battle and used aggro on them. Chris admitted that he had quite a powerful skill to be able to attract the attention of so many monsters. Chester said that it was not for nothing that they raised the level so much. Along with the commander, Simon also burst into battle, and with a roar, he destroyed the entire crowd of monsters. Having fought off the monsters that had crept up from behind, he told the captain not to let his guard down in vain. The team admitted that the monsters here weren't all that strong. Suddenly, a huge monster began to emerge from the forest, with Lex in front of it, and everyone immediately rushed to her aid. Chester couldn't understand how the monster could sneak up with such a size. Chris said that it looked like a boss, and used a skill that affects the mind. The huge monkey began its attacks, and began hitting John's shield. It was so strong that it drove the captain's body into the ground, splitting it. Lex immediately began to heal John. Simon decided to come to the captain's aid. He was going to hit the monster in the legs to slow it down. As soon as he tried to strike, it turned out that the boss's leg was too strong. She immediately wanted to kill him for such actions, but Chris was able to use the shield. The guy still managed to save his ally, but he was surprised that the monster was able to destroy him with one blow. After this, the captain stood up again and began to attract the monster's attention. When John used his skill, the monkey began to scream furiously. The force of this scream was so strong that John could hardly contain it. Chris thought to himself that even with all the buffs, the captain couldn't completely reflect the damage. Judy was the next to take his step. He wanted to take advantage of the fatigue. He managed to put the monster to sleep. While the monster was unconscious, Chester also decided to use this chance to strike. Seeing the impact of such power, Judy told him to continue. But Chris thought to himself that with each skill used, it was becoming more and more difficult for Chester. The skill required a lot of mana. This blow failed to deal any serious damage, and the boss only became angrier from it. At some point, he simply tore out a nearby tree and threw it at the heroes. Chester could only watch the tree coming towards him and was unable to dodge. Just before it hit, the tree stopped. It just hung in the air a few moments from Chester. Chris did it. He threw the torn-out tree back at the monster and it flew away some distance away. The hero explained to his comrades that this skill is called telekinesis, and anyone can use it, they just need to practice. After this, the team's attention turned to John, who was lying on the ground and bleeding, asking Lex to heal him. The girl immediately went to the captain to help. She was worried that he could die. Chris, meanwhile, was flying in the sky nearby and thinking about how the boss looked strange after taking damage. His eyes turned red and he seemed to be in a rage. The next moment he was already flying towards Chris and was incredibly angry. Now the monster has become much faster, but its movements are predictable. Using telekinesis, Chris can easily change the trajectory of these movements. At this time, Lex had already finished treating the captain. She asked him what class Chris was. Chris was having fun with the monster and struck its body with lightning. It didn't have much of an effect. After this attack, the monster jumped on the hero. He thought to himself that he had high resistance to magic and a strong body, but that doesn't mean he can't kill him. When the monster tried to reach the flying Chris, he flew into the air in an instant, and the boss's body was covered in vines. A huge amount of purple smoke began to pour out of the hero's staff. The team was surprised by this, but so far nothing terrible has happened. Suddenly, they smelled a terrible stench from the smoke and began to close themselves off. Chris started explaining about it and said that this toxic cloud smelled 10 times worse than raw sewage. First, you need to cast a spell that will replace the oxygen in the air. Then you need to concentrate everything in one point using telekinesis. Chris asked the monster how he was going to survive if he couldn't breathe. The monkey lay on the ground without any sign of life. People were surprised that Chris was able to kill the boss alone. The heroes watched Chris flying in the sky and breathed a sigh of relief that it was finally over. As a reward for clearing the dungeon, the guy received a copper box because it was low level. As soon as he landed, Lex immediately ran up to him, snatched the copper box and began examining it. She asked what it was, and the guy replied that it was a box with a reward. John approached the hero and said that he saved them again thanks to his new skill. He was actually interested in what class he was. Then Lex ran up to him and hit him, and said that she called him uncle because he didn't understand the general mood. He asked if she was curious herself, and the girl replied that Chris had changed the subject by talking about the box with the reward. After some time, the team had already left the dungeon, where a bunch of reporters were waiting for them. One of the reporters said that the hunters who entered the dungeon in the city had just returned. Security guards held back the influx of a huge number of journalists. Meanwhile, Director Felix reached the team and asked if they were okay. John replied that fortunately, they managed to clear the dungeon without any problems. Chris thought to himself that this was very surprising, so he decided to lie low for a while. Suddenly, one of the journalists asked the heroes about what exactly happened in this dungeon. The director immediately started telling everyone that his team was very tired after completing the dungeon, so they would simply summarize all the important information for them. John said that after entering the dungeon, you are given a quest to hunt the dungeon boss monster. He wants to answer one question, and then they will finish the interview. After this, one of the reporters asked the captain if he could describe the interior layout of the dungeon in detail. In response, he said that, to put it simply, it was a completely different world. The place they found inside was something like the Amazon rainforest. There was sun, clouds, not a dungeon, but rather a completely different world. In response to all subsequent questions, Felix said that his company would answer further questions regarding the details. In response to the question who the boss was, John replied that the boss was a yellow monkey. She was bigger. She was almost the same size as the ogre that appeared not long ago. And after that, Felix said that the rest of the answers should be agreed upon by their company. Looking at all this, Chester said that there weren't as many reporters here as he thought, but Lex didn't care. She finally wanted to rest. The director said that this is not the only place with a portal. Reporters are everywhere where portals are located. He asked his employees to take a rest. They booked a room in a nearby hotel. Luckily, they all came back alive and well. It was difficult, but Lex used up all her mana. After some time, Chris talked to his mother. She said that she was very scared for him. She said that she woke up and saw on the news that there was a dangerous dungeon, and her son went to that place. Chris replied that his mother shouldn't worry so much, boys and girls younger than him do that too. Linda finally just let out a sigh and asked again if he understood how worried she was about him. She is just afraid that something might happen to her beloved son. Chris replied that he would be careful and told his mother not to worry. Having finished the conversation and entered the restroom, the hero saw in front of him a picture of exhausted heroes. Lex was lying on the bed, her face in the pillow, and asked if he had finished talking on the phone. As soon as Chris wanted to try to help his colleague, she fell to the floor while eating. The guy asked the girl lying on the floor with a red face if she was okay, to which she answered yes. He said it was a little strange, but asked again how she was feeling now. The girl replied that her mana had returned, which greatly surprised Chester. Lex was very happy and started making jokes about the guy being sexually harassed. John said that nothing would surprise him anymore, having the ability to restore mana. They're just lucky to have Chris on their team. After some time, a dungeon was shown on TV, which was completed for the first time. The reporter said that as soon as the hunter left the portal, he disappeared without a trace, and the Association of Military and Awakened People decided that the dungeon no longer posed any threat. Chris couldn't quite comprehend that this was the first dungeon ever completed, as the difficulty was barely comparable to the level cap. It seems to him that there are not many awakened people with useful abilities here. Chester asked his comrades if they really said that the dungeon was completed for the first time. Lex replied that this meant that their team would become truly famous. John said that in the end, Chris cleared the dungeon alone. If he hadn't been there, they wouldn't be here now. Suddenly, the director entered the room and asked how the team was feeling. John replied that thanks to Chris, they had already fully recovered. Felix said he read the hunting report. After that, he asked Chris to talk to him privately. Arriving at the main office, the hero and Felix sat down in the office and were brought coffee for conversation. And so, the man finally asked how many abilities the boy had. Chris replied that if he counted them, there would be quite a lot. Magic can do many things. After sitting in his thoughts, the hero replied that he could not give an exact answer to his question. He's still developing even now, though compared to other awakened ones, he's a Deca ability user. Felix realized that his employee had 10 classes in one, and the guy was still improving. The director said that he would be absolutely honest with him. His abilities contained limitless possibilities. The first in the world, the very first in the world, even the only one. Chris said to himself that anyone with a reincarnation spell would be the same. But even without using such magic, the hero heard that there are people who are born with the memory of their previous life. Felix added that this is why they took his situation seriously. To be honest, they had never encountered anyone like him. So they would like to make some amendments to the contract. They want to extend it for 10 years. The guy thought to himself that there would never be another person like him. Even the Akasha system said that they were watching him. The director said they were offering 100 billion won, the right to buy any of the company's equipment at cost, with priority over all others. For the entire catch from the hunt, the guy gets everything he gets. The company does not get any benefit from this. How could the company make such an offer to him? Felix replied that it was the fact that they had hired one of the most powerful awakened in the entire world. Its mere existence is already beneficial for their company. Of course, such contracts have never existed before, so his contract is already the best offer in the whole world. So they will use hiring Chris as a marketing strategy to drive up the company's stock price. Otherwise, there will be no benefit. This means that they expect a lot from him in the future. But Chris said that 10 years was too long for him. The guy offered 5 years and he signed the contract. Since Felix had no choice, he agreed without hesitation. After some time, journalists interviewed John, who asked about the monsters from the dungeon. The man said that it was a huge monkey with unusually hard skin. It could not be called a low-level monster. He is good at giving interviews. Chris doesn't need to reveal his abilities now. Even if he is strong enough now, he needs to be at least at level 5 to rest without worry. As soon as Chris returned home, Linda greeted her son with a strong blow to the back, which made him jump. She couldn't believe that he dared to leave again without saying a word to her. The guy asked what would happen if he left again, and Linda replied that she would not let him go at all. From the 50th level dungeon, Chris's team finally revealed the corpse of a monster comparable in size to an orc. From the other portals that were located around the city, and the heroes arrived there to deal with the monsters. At some conference, people discussed the situation with portals. The main problem is the level limit. Only one team cleared the dungeon without casualties. It was an alpha team, but one of the men had heard that they were all awakened with extremely rare abilities. As everyone else already knows, big corporations have already employed and created teams with such personalities, but it was just an alpha team. Even the rival team, considered the best national team, couldn't do it without casualties. Some or many failed and allowed the monsters to emerge from the portal. The men debated whether it was a matter of teamwork or ability. Some serious man thinks that this is all together. They should be grateful that the dungeons are now only 2 levels. The second level dungeon limit is now level 75. But what if the same thing happens with the 3rd or 4th level dungeons? Starting from level 4, monsters they consider to be high rank will spawn from these dungeons. And what if many monsters, not just one, were to appear at once? They would experience disasters firsthand. For humanity, the 4th level dungeons will have dire consequences. Suddenly, Chris remembered that there was one thing he wanted to ask. Does Felix know if there have been any successful attempts to explore the Akasha system? The man replied that none. Thanks to the Akasha system, they are able to use skills and mana. They also use them in their various technologies. He said it was impossible to know, just like they didn't know how the world was created. After some time, Chris moved to his meditation room. At first, science surprised him with things he knew nothing about. But without some knowledge of magic, there is no meaningful research into space and time or spiritual entities. Chris needs to hurry. The message the Akasha system sent last time is also a problem. If the world changes, he must be a magician of at least the 5th level. From that moment on, he can be sure of the safety of Chris himself and his mother. A dungeon, a rift in space. If more appear, the end of the world cannot be avoided. This planet is already on the verge of extinction. Chris can get materials in a day here where it took months in his previous life. He can cut down on the time it takes for a full recovery. He decided that he would do it, even if it was a bit stressful for him, and that it would take about 20 years for him to fully recover. Chris decided that he needed to do this in 5 years at most. Somewhere in the northern region, a team of hunters fought some kind of monster. The group's leader drew the monster's attention to himself, using a skill similar to John's. The monster the team is fighting lands with an explosion on the snowy mountains. The group leader saw that the monster wanted to use ice breath and warned the whole team. The next moment, the entire battle area was illuminated by a powerful beam of ice. The captain said he thought he would die in such a ridiculous way. Now it was his turn to attack. He jumped towards the monster with his large shield. While the monster was busy with the head, the girl Rachel hit him in the back. At the same time, Peter was shooting at the monster from the mountain. Zach had to use some ability that he didn't want to allow to be used. He asked the healer's girl to prepare to restore it after this use. As it turned out, Zach used a curse of hatred that struck the monster. The beast did not understand what was approaching him. He could simply stand and look in surprise at the purple smoke. The captain was at the monster's feet at the time and was able to knock him down at the right moment. Rachel was delighted at the chance and dealt a blow that severed the monster's limb. Peter then fired the fatal shot at him. A moment later, the monster fell dead into the snow. After defeating the beast, the captain began to ask his comrades if anyone was injured. Only Zach was injured due to his ability. Rachel said that she was not okay because she was frozen to death. But the captain replied that he could not help. He said that if they burn the fat, then maybe I can warm up. 2 people need to cut up the carcass and take only the fat. The leader, for now, wants to look for shelter to warm up first. That same night, as the team sat in the igloo, warming themselves by the fire, Rachel asked the team if they would be able to get back. Jack said he shouldn't have agreed to come here, and he didn't know what to do now. It wasn't even the boss. They were in such a miserable state after killing one pathetic underling. The captain then asks the group how much mana they have, and how it turns out that their mana situation is very dire. As soon as Zach said that they had a chance to get out, the whole team immediately looked at him with interest. He explained that his spirit familiar had just told him that they needed to find the core of the monster they had just killed. While examining all the things they had received, they found a return stone that would help them return home. The next second, the entire team was able to get out of that area. Then we are transported to Chris, who is blacksmithing and forging something. Today's technology is undoubtedly the best. Everything is only getting better and better. Since he has almost unlimited resources, he can still do such things even though he is only a 3rd-rank mage. Having made some decoration, Chris became curious about how the Akashic system would evaluate it. As it turned out, the work was very good, and an accurate description was given. There is even a written-down method of production. The guy didn't have any complaints. After a detailed scan, the hero finally emerged into the sunlight, which he had not seen for a long time. This decoration was intended for Linda. Chris brought it to his mother and asked her to wear it. The mother liked the pendant so much that she asked him where he got it. Chris explained that he made it himself, using his abilities. Linda replied that she had never seen such decorations before. She assumed that he had some kind of power like the one they show on TV. Chris told her that the world is very dangerous these days. So he made this little thing for her so that she always needs to wear it. The woman was touched by such a gift and began to cry. The hero told her that she had been crying a lot lately over any nonsense. Suddenly, someone rang their doorbell, and Chris thought to himself that this call saved him from an awkward situation. To the guy's surprise, it was Felix. Linda welcomed her son's director with joy and hospitality, and told him that he could stay as long as he wanted. When the woman left, the man said that she looked healthier. Chris said that it was all thanks to the mandrake, he is still grateful for it. Felix replied that it was the deal they both wanted anyway. Still, the guy was grateful to him, and then asked what happened. A week had passed since he was in the dungeon. After that, Felix handed Chris a folder with papers. It was a task to close the first level dungeon. The boy told the director that he would soon reach level 50. But Felix couldn't believe that the guy was much stronger than everyone else at his level. It turned out that the government wanted him to put an end to these dungeons. Without Chris, even the Alpha team would have been dead and torn apart by the same monsters. They tried many things in an attempt to close the dungeon. Many other companies and even the military are trying their best, so their company has little information. After that, Felix showed the guy the Hearthstone, which allows you to leave the dungeon without clearing it. Although it is located in a dungeon, it is difficult to find without those who use sensory-type abilities. Of course, the Akashic system seems friendly to humanity, so it won't just let people die. The existence of the Hearthstone was reported 3 days ago, so sensory ability users are always involved in clearing the dungeon. Information spreads quickly enough that the World Summit was called to an emergency meeting because of this dungeon situation. All the presidents of the countries concerned will be called to a meeting, although it will be a regular conference. In any case, the point is that leaving the dungeons open will cause significant damage, especially to those located in the center of important cities. Not only will the economy of these areas be in chaos, but it could affect the development of the entire nation. Chris realized that the puzzled government was looking for their team. The director replied that they were the only ones who cleared the dungeon without casualties, and the company would like Chris to accept this task. Chris thought to himself that this was an opportunity. After all, he would set his own terms, so he decided to organize his own team. The guy decided to ask the government for magic cores worth 500 billion won for him. Then he would clear 5 dungeons. While Felix was driving back to the office, he said that the Graph's ability was definitely a rare ability. Not long before, Chris told him that he uses different abilities. Crafting is one of them. It is an ability that helps imbue an object with mana, or enhance it to increase the user's abilities or statistics. They are rarer than the combat-oriented awakened, and without their existence, humanity would have a hard time fully utilizing the system with science alone. Although they are not as important as the top-tier combat-focused awakened classes. Suddenly, Felix received a call on his earpiece from Chief Director Smith, who asked him if he had managed to make a deal with the hero. The man said that he had set an additional condition: he wanted magic stones worth 500 billion won. As they expected, Chris has the ability to craft, but he needs magic stones to create items. Felix suggests that the government has no choice but to agree. Because he's the only one who can solve the first-level dungeon problem. If they can deal with all the dungeons for 500 billion won, then it's a good deal. Smith said that if there was no benefit from them, these politicians would even start selling the country. But most likely everything will go as he said, because the level limit is still the main problem. Felix replied that not only that, public opinion was getting worse every day. If they can only use 500 billion to get rid of the dungeons, even politicians will gladly accept this offer. The president replied that if that was the case, they should listen to the Chris and extract maximum benefit. He told Felix to keep going with this awakened one. They would deal with the politicians and the government. He thanked me for the good work and suggested having lunch together sometime. When the conversation ended, Felix took off his earpiece and said that everything was going well, but it was tiring. After some time, Chris was getting ready to go somewhere and told Linda about it. She was also getting ready to go for a walk somewhere. The woman replied that she wanted to see her friend, and that she couldn't keep inviting her to their house. When the guy asked if she had called a car, she replied that she could easily go by bus. But Chris replied that it was all part of the contract. He thought to himself that she was definitely thinking of taking the bus. In the end, Chris himself called Felix and asked him to send a car for his mother. The hero himself went to the meeting on his old scooter. Chris decided he needed his own team. He made up his mind. He wrote to his teammates and suggested meeting to discuss everything. After some time, Chris arrived at the cafe, where the whole team had already gathered and was waiting for him. The guy apologized for being late, although he himself invited them to meet. Lex replied that he wasn't late. They were all just 10 minutes early, and they hadn't even ordered anything yet. John confirmed her words and suggested that they order something, after which they could discuss everything. The heroes ordered desserts for themselves, and the hero began to tell them that the reason he wanted to see them was because he wanted to propose to them all. Judy replied that he knew the guy wouldn't invite them here just to hang out. Chester also said he knew the guy who never goes out to lunch after work had suddenly called them all over. After this, Chris summoned the staff he uses and admitted that he made the staff himself. The team was very surprised to hear this. They were also surprised that the staff's characteristics were excellent, not too different from those they received from the gift boxes. John realized that the hero's proposal was somehow related to this item that he had created. Chris said that he would help his comrades gain new abilities and powerful items, but it came at a price. Chester replied that the items were great, but if they could learn new abilities, that would be incredible. The hero said that therefore he will act as a defense mechanism. He has the ability to make a contract between two people. He will make a contract with everyone for abilities. At this time, Lex returned home and thought about what to do. Suddenly, she received a message on her phone saying that her mother needed help because she wanted to open an ice cream shop. She was told that this was a trend, and this time it would be a jackpot. The girl was in a good mood, but after these messages, her mother ruined everything. Along with her thoughts, she thought about Chris's words and the offer to sign a contract. In the end, the girl agreed, but first she needed to resolve her problems with her mother. At the same time, the hero was training in his basement. He created an aura. It is a constant improvement. The energy comes from the life force itself and can expand. The explanation was very brief. They have no idea what kind of things the aura can actually do. It can be considered a reflection of the life force itself, so creating such force in the body can affect physical prowess. In Chris's past life, it was called the Dragon's Heart. By creating a mana base in his heart, he made the mana circulate through his blood vessels to create an aura. At the same time, during the process of creating the aura, Chris's body went through a change. The reason is because of the study of constant improvement. Wizards create a ring of mana around their heart. This is the source of their mana and strength. The problem with anyone rank up is that their mana density increases, so by the time you reach ranks 8 and 9, your heart might be shattered into pieces. Chris has done a lot of research to avoid this problem. One can enhance one's body with magic and develop it, becoming an aura master, or become a spiritual being, giving up the physical body. But he wanted to do something extraordinary before becoming a spiritual being. The reason why he trained to use continuous enhancement in his previous life was to reach the 10th rank, to train his body to withstand the increase in mana. Chris said to himself that he thought he would have to learn everything all over again in this life. But there was still a lot of material to learn. Then he needs to work on thinking about the future. In the 21st century, a democratic society supported by basic human rights, a plan to become the 10th rank. On the way to achieving it, the guy will have many obstacles: nations, states, businesses, and even other awakened ones. But the most important thing is how he can ensure his own benefit. At least he thinks this world is better than the previous one. In the end, there is only one best way to protect yourself. This method is to create a group under your command. So he decided to become the leader of the Alpha team. But this is not enough, because he will not always be able to use the company as a shield. Ultimately, he would like to organize a business himself, and recruiting awakened ones he can trust is quite a hassle. So in his past life, he created an army of humanoids without souls. In any case, what Chris needs to do here is to ensure the installation of an electric generator, find workers, and a manager for the company. Create artifacts, an automatic production system, find a place to sell artifacts. This was a lot. He just wants to gradually increase his mana. But he can't keep doing this. Finding members for the group is the last thing, so he'll leave it for later. Since Chris now needs to strengthen his body, he first decided to install an electric generator. He needs more mana and people, but what to do with the land? Suddenly, Chris received a call from the director. He said that he was calling to tell him something important. The hero's demand for 500 billion won worth of magic stones was approved. This was good news for the guy. He thanked him for the call and hung up. A few days later, journalists reached the new portal and reported that many high-level hunters had been alerted and were now guarding the perimeter. A spokesman said Felix's company would be handling the dungeon situation. Suddenly, he was informed that hunters had just arrived and they would try to conduct an interview. Chris looked at all these people and was surprised that people were seriously going to interview them. One of the journalists asked Chris if it was really possible to clear the dungeon alone. Then they asked if there was a reason why he was going into such a dangerous dungeon alone. Chris turned to his assistants and told them to take care of it for him. Having said this, the guy headed towards the portal and entered it. He felt his skin and nose irritated. It was poison. Now Chris knows why the first bands never come back. Everything here is just filled with poisonous gas. It looks like a poisonous zone filled with poisonous and evil creatures. From insects to reptiles, even some mammals have dangerous poison or venom. The poison is also in the air, causing his skin and nose to become irritated. Everyone would have died if they had come here without preparation. Everyone else would have been just ballast. Coming here alone was a good idea. But Chris is different. This is a ring for which he used magical stones. There are only 2 artifacts stored in this ring. Adaptation ring for survival in different environments. After activating the ring, several positive effects began to appear on the guy. The Angel's Halo is an unusual artifact. It is an extremely rare item that is only used by wizards. Chris said it was a good thing he decided to create this item in advance in case of extreme environments. The second artifact was a six-legged spider robot. It's actually a golem created through magic, but it's more of a robot from a modern perspective. While in the robot golem, he ordered the area to be scanned for any living creatures other than intelligent life forms. He ordered to kill everyone. The robot replied that he had begun to carry out the master's order. With enough money, knowledge, and time, even this level of preparation is possible. The next moment, the robot began to use terrain scanning. While scanning, he used an explosive laser that set the forest on fire. Chris watched this and thought he would help out a little. Coals that merge into one even spread the fire. The forest around Chris was ablaze. Chris said the forest burns pretty well. That's what he calls efficiency. If it burns everything, the monsters will die. As it turns out, burning monsters still gives him experience. Fighting only in an advantageous position. That is what magic is. Similar to the art of war. Chris ordered to continue burning, and the robot confirmed the order. Suddenly, the robot alerted its owner that it had discovered 12 living creatures. These creatures are approaching him at high speed. To protect itself, the golem used a shield, which covered the robot in a few moments. After a certain time, a huge centipede ran up to him. Chris said she looked strong. She tried to hit the shield, but it didn't work. The guy said it was a good try, but not enough. She cannot break the mana shield if her attacks are not strong enough to drain the golem. Chris then ordered the robot to shoot out lines that were rapidly approaching the monster. This fishing line surrounded the centipede, and in an instant they tightened. After that, the guy ordered her to be cut into pieces. In an instant, the monster's body was cut into pieces, and its head flew into the air. As soon as Chris finished with one centipede, he saw a huge army of the same centipedes approaching him from the burning forest. When they reached the range, the robot fired its threads again and killed a huge number. Chris was disappointed that these monsters were weaker than they looked. He also shouldn't allow the wizard to change the distance. The next moment, Chris began to prepare a chain of mana that would pass through all the monsters. It was a chain of lightning that wiped out all the centipedes that came to him. Having done this, the guy realized that they were only capable of resisting fire. He even raised his level by 3 points thanks to this. They should be strong, but they turned out to be weak. The hero should have burned their mana stones too. This is the second time he destroys them. He should be more careful. As soon as Chris began to think about where the boss was, he immediately appeared before the hero in full form. The computer said that a huge amount of mana was detected, and this was the mana flow from the centipede boss. The golem won't be able to handle someone of that size. To fight the boss, Chris decided that he would fight him on his own. The hero used the teleport to get away from him. He is obviously stronger than the monkey. This dungeon should be the hardest among the low-level dungeons in the nation. This boss is not only physically strong, his physical strength, magic, and spells are something else. Suddenly, the centipede began to emit a huge amount of concentrated mana. Chris said that it wouldn't work on him. The emission just started to go around the hero's body. The next moment, the guy flew into the sky and found himself above the body of a huge monster. But then he began to think that exterminating these creatures would create even more problems. What if his level exceeds the limit after killing the boss? The hero didn't know what the Akasha system would hold if low-level dungeons were as difficult as other people were planning to clear them. With the next attack, the boss began to shoot magical fragments at Chris, but he protected himself from the projectiles with an air barrier. He was very interested in this skill. While Chris was lost in his thoughts, the centipede quickly pounced on the hero and was about to eat him. At the last moment, he managed to teleport to a safe distance. Chris said the monster surprised him. Not only can he attack from a distance, but he can even fly. And despite his size, he is damn fast. When the monster began to approach again, it teleported again. After that, Chris said that he had enough information gathering, he was attacking, she should get ready. The guy used a magic resistance curse on the boss. The negative effect took effect and he tried to strike with his body. But Chris said that resistance was useless. When he teleported again, magical fragments immediately flew towards him. Chris realized that the monster had predicted his location after the teleport. He relaxed. He needed a shield. All he had left to rely on was his armor. The hero admitted that it was dangerous, and if it weren't for his protection, things would have been much worse. The fact that such a weak monster was able to damage him infuriated the guy. He was furious. The next moment, magical circles appeared behind Chris, emitting explosive beams. They blew up the monster's body, and it took a huge amount of damage. To deliver the finishing blow, Chris used a massive amount of buffs on himself that made him invulnerable. He created a magic sword in his hand, and rushed towards the crippled boss at great speed. In one movement, he cut the monster's entire body in half, and it died. Looking at the dead body of the centipede, he said that he had changed a lot. In his past life, he wasn't so impulsive when provoked, But in this life he seems to have a bit of a temper. It's not a bad thing. He's still him, he's from a past life, and he's real. He's still one person in the end. As a reward for clearing the dungeon, he received a silver cube. But it will still take him some time to remove all those centipedes. At this time, outside the portal, 4 hours had passed since Chris entered the dungeon, but neither the monsters nor the hero had come out. The captain watched the report on his phone that high-level hunters and military personnel were currently preparing for a worst-case scenario around the portal. John knows Chris is special, but he's still worried about him. Lex calmed him down and said that the hero would be fine. They were talking about him. In her thoughts, she was still worried, but she calmed herself down, and suddenly, he finally came out of the dungeon. The captain looked at him and said he came out completely unscathed, and Chester added that Chris was as great as ever. Lex said that since the director should be near the portal, if they just called him now, they would get through. But Chester talked her out of it, and said that they were most likely busy. The girl said that since he was okay, then everything was fine. Then she thought about the fact that he had cleared the dungeon alone. John said that Chris would no longer help their team if this continued. He said that he was on a completely different level than them. If they want to stay with him, then they simply need to become stronger. But they need something else. Reporters began to rejoice and take photographs of him, and the entire portal immediately began to be illuminated by flashes. This blinded the guy, and he began to protect himself from the flashes with his hands. Chris got to Felix and said that he said he could. It was much easier to do it alone. The director began asking the guy what kind of monsters were in the dungeon, but the hero replied that he would explain that he wanted to rest first. The man nevertheless stood his ground due to the fact that this was, after all, a historical moment, and asked to answer a couple of questions. Chris thought to himself that fame would help him, and he still agreed to the director's request. Before the conference, Felix warned people that Chris was currently exhausted after the battles, so they would only accept one question per company. The first reporter asked the guy if he found any survivors in the dungeon. Chris replied that unfortunately he did not find any survivors, but he did find their remains. The director said that they would deliver these bodies to the families of the victims. The next question asked was what the dungeon was like. The guy replied that the forest and the ground were saturated with poison. He was slightly suffocated when he entered the dungeon. If the previous teams could not cope with the poison, then they were killed immediately after entering. When they wanted to ask another question, Felix interrupted them and said that they had already asked out of turn, so another reporter should ask his question. Chris still decided to answer the question of how he managed to survive. He answered that from his experience, the hardest thing in the dungeons is not killing several monsters, but the environment. The dungeon he was in was poisoned, but there is a possibility that dungeons with lava and snowy mountains exist. He recommends going underground, at least in an astronaut suit, if you don't want to die. After this, Chris said that he wanted to end the interview, but the reporters tried to stop him. Felix saw the hero off and thanked him for staying so long. It was a fantastic press conference. The guy replied that this was unnecessary flattery. Wasn't it just a formality? He just did the bare minimum, although he was serious in the last part. Chris said that he wanted the director to take care of everything. He was very tired and wanted to rest. As Chris was leaving, he thought to himself that it was tiring, but he got a lot in return, so it was okay. At the same time, the foreigners gathered and watched Chris. One of them said that if this awakened one uses the ability of the hex, then this is an opportunity. The older man replied that even they, the Americans, only have 2 people who use hex abilities. Another guy replied that there is no rule that one of these cannot appear in Korea, and there is a possibility that he is a hepta ability user. They decided that they had to find a hero to catch. Based on what they know, he must have the ability to adapt to the environment if he was able to survive in the poisonous zone. Grandfather said that this is how a newcomer with terrifying potential appeared in Korea. That wasn't the only problem. The man said Chris would soon be unfit for first-level dungeons. His level will continue to rise, and he will no longer be able to enter them. They decided to put some pressure on Korea using foreign channels with which they have connections. Which location requires urgent intervention? The man asked his assistants to make a request for a transfer to New York through the company where Chris works. Chris had an idea that the first-level dungeons would be impossible for people above level 50 to complete, no matter how many people entered. In addition, their type varies depending on the danger of the environment and the special ability of the boss monster. The wisdom and knowledge of people always find a way out of any situation. The problem is time. Even in this world, time is a valuable resource. Simply destroying the monsters that appear from portals in large areas of the city takes a significant amount of time. And with so many military personnel required to remain on guard nearby, given the massive economic decline in the area, it's no wonder Chris would be sent things like this. In New York, 3 groups of awakened entered, but none succeeded in closing the portal. The death toll so far stands at 81. According to the data, it is an extremely cold environment, and the monsters are adapted to the climate. The temperature is very low, and monsters crawl out of the portal every hour. Even now, groups still go there. It may be even more dangerous than the poison dungeon. Especially the monsters that appear every hour are the main problem. As a human, Chris should probably go there, but it's too far away, and in dangerous times, he should first take care of the safety of home. Later, the boy was brought out of his thoughts by his mother, who called him to dinner. He thought to himself that dinner with his mother was the most important part of the day, perhaps because he had no family in his previous life. He is from a past life, and the present one, he is two completely different people. But because he has memories of both lives, the two opinions often clash. Chris's past self has studied pride and strength, so he thinks that the present self will be suppressed by the previous personality. Considering how he mindlessly attacked the centipede just because he was angry. Suddenly, Linda asked if the poisonous dungeon and all that wasn't too dangerous. Chris replied that everything was fine. He was awakened with a powerful ability. But even if her son said so, his mother couldn't stop worrying. At some point, the woman started talking about the girl her friend was talking about. Chris choked in surprise, and his mother handed him some water. The hero replied that he would take care of it himself. He would date first before getting married. When Linda mentioned that the guy hadn't had a girlfriend for the last 8 years, it went straight to his heart. She added that some people call people his age-old men what young girl would agree to an old man. In response, Chris said that he was still young. He wants to find a girl his own age. Linda said that at his age most girls are already with boyfriends. But it turns out that most of them have them, but there are still a few who don't. Suddenly the doorbell rang and Chris remembered his offer to the team, but he didn't think that anyone would come so soon. It was Lex who asked if Chris lived here. Chris said it was the worst time, and Linda started to grin and blush. When the girl came into the guy's room, she said that it was spacious enough, why not decorate it? The hero replied that he didn't really like decorating at all. In any case, he didn't think that she would decide so quickly. She was the first. When the girl realized that she was his first, she was both happy and embarrassed. The girl wanted the guy to call her by her usual name, but Chris said he didn't think it was a good idea. Lex extended her leg towards the guy's chair and said that friendship is an important thing in a partnership. After hearing this, the guy still agreed with her and said that they would now speak in a normal way. The girl agreed 100%. Chris thought to himself that children these days decided everything too quickly, an old man like him couldn't keep up. Lex said Chris was just slow. She finally got it after a month of failure. Chris is actually old. The guy replied that speaking about the age difference, maybe he was already an old man, and Lex added that he was also strange. He said that some people like to be called uncle, and the girl said that he was a pervert. Chris replied that he didn't think that just because he liked someone who called him old, that made him a pervert. Lex laughed at his words and said that Chris was very strange. It was very different from what she imagined. After that, they decided to get down to business. Chris gave Lex a scroll with a magical oath, a form of magical curse that creates conditions that the parties to the contract cannot break. As with black magic, the parties to the contract lose their lives if the magical contract is broken. Chris decided to ask again if she had looked at the contents of the contract, and if she still agreed to do it. Lex agreed without a moment's hesitation, and said she would do it. In this case, the hero asked for her hand, and said that he needed some blood. Chris told her to read the last part of the contract because it would only work if read out loud. After looking at what was written there, the girl became embarrassed and said that it looked like a summoning of an evil black dragon. And so she began to read the text of the scroll. She swore by her will and soul. No outsider should interfere with the terms of this contract, as it is protected by souls. And so, a moment later, the contract is confirmed. Just as Chris thought, Akasha watched, but she is not going to do anything about it. Lex said that some strange messages were popping up. The hero replied that it was a message about signing a contract. After this, the hero suggested that the girl go to the store for clothes. Lex thought Chris wanted to go on a date or something. The guy replied that they didn't have time. The girl said that Chris was cunning, unexpectedly using a normal tone. Because of this contract, they just became closer. It's strange that Lex hasn't changed at all. Chris asked her what was wrong with her stamina. Lex said that now a healer needs at least 50. Otherwise, they will talk behind your back. In total, she put 45 points into this, and then with the help of training, she increased it by another 5. Chris said that they would run until the girl was completely tired. He will teach her what he mentioned last time. When the training first started, the girl was full of determination and happily continued. After some time, the girl collapsed on the floor without strength and asked for water. Chris told her to drink slowly. If she choked, it would be bad. After the girl quenched her thirst, she immediately began to shine. The guy will teach her a skill called continuous improvement. Awakened people use mana to activate the ability. But when all the mana is used up, it is the turn of life force energy. Life force is often referred to as an aura, and this force can also strengthen your body, and how much stronger it becomes depends on your training. By studying permanent improvement, the girl will be able to kill monsters herself, and after the battle, she will be able to heal herself, like a damage dealer who heals himself. Although Lex will still not be suitable for the role of a tank. Just because she has good defense doesn't mean she's a tank. She needs physical abilities too. Depending on the situation, Lex can act as a support tank. After the explanation, Chris stood behind the girl and said that it was time to begin. He used knowledge transfer on the girl. A moment later, the process was completed, and the girl leaned back a little, exhausted. Lex was shocked. She turned to him and asked what it was. Chris explained that this is one of his skills. He can transfer knowledge. He explained that it was useless for everyday life. Knowledge was quite fickle and would be lost if not used. And so, they decided to start training. Lex should already know what to do. Her talent for learning aura and how well she will use it to make her body stronger are two completely different things. A moment later, a message appeared before the girl's eyes stating that she had begun to create an aura and pump it up. She told the guy that the system window was working and she was now a multi-ability user. The results will be greater if she trains in this room. Lex was surprised that an ordinary room in the basement was capable of such bonuses, and she also saw many rooms as they walked. Chris said to focus on training. Her aura status needs to exceed 100 so she can actually do anything. Moreover, what she just learned is the basics. With this concept, she will also be able to increase her mana through training. Lex promised the hero to try her best in training. The guy silently told her to hurry up and become stronger so that she could be his ally. During Lex's training, the others also contacted Chris. Each member of the Alpha team signed a contract with him, and he taught them how to continuously improve. The terms of the contract were nothing special. Do not tell strangers what he taught them, become his ally and maintain friendly relations with him. And the most important thing is to never betray him. Chris is going to teach them the Dragon Heart, a subtype of continuous improvement, and a martial art that is most suitable for each. The hero said that the Akasha system sniffs out everything without a second's delay. It irritates him. He feels like he is being watched, but he can't do anything about it. Chris must be rank 7 or higher to deceive the system's all-seeing eye. Suddenly, the hero received a call on his phone. It was Director Felix. He asked how he was doing and whether he had had a good rest. Felix said that the next dungeon is located in the office area. There were no survivors in the first group, and they haven't sent anyone since then. Chris realized there was nothing, and said he would go to America after this dungeon. Felix realized that he had apparently decided to accept the request. The guy replied that agreeing to the job was not so tiring, because there was some problem. He decided to himself that he would go to America alone to fix their problems. But he was not obliged to go until the reward satisfied him. They are one of the key powers in the world, so they can provide him with at least that much. Chris has become very greedy lately. After some time, the hero met with the Alpha team and said that they all trained hard. John said that he taught them something amazing, especially for him. It was perfect. Everyone's aura points have exceeded 20 points. And in general, constant improvement creates a strong body similar to a tank's body, and improves attacks that can rival those of a damage dealer. In addition to being a tank, John now also deals good damage, which is definitely suitable for him. After that, Chris said that he would teach them martial arts using constant improvement and the Dragon Heart, called the Dragon Sword Slashing Technique. Judy said it sounded like it was out of scope. The hero will teach them the Dragon Sword Slashing Technique using knowledge transfer, just like last time. After these words, Chris called the team to him one by one, and began to pass on the knowledge to them. When it was all over, people were left without strength. Later, the first lesson is the Dragon Step. The concept of the Dragon Walk is to move in a balanced yet fast manner. They should understand what he means when he says move quickly, but some may not know what he means. Spatial awareness is like being able to tell the difference between two pictures using your 5 senses. Chris said that the exact position of an object within space is determined. Chester asked him how this was possible. After that, Chris used a summon and bamboo planks fell from the sky. From this material, the guy built a building for training. Their training consists of walking across a bamboo field as quickly as possible. They are prohibited from touching the ground regardless of the situation. Chris decided to show once how it's done. His aura points are currently at 200, but he can restrain himself. The hero will only use 20 points for this. The next moment, Chris rushed across the testing field. He finished all this in a few moments, which greatly surprised the team. This is the most effective workout that will allow them to use their entire body. Chris is not sitting idle either. It usually increases its mana capacity. He connected this place to the magic circle in the basement of his house, so the efficiency did not drop much. The house's magic circle is working at full capacity even now. While Chris just sits and watches the training, his mana increases constantly. Suddenly, he felt that some foreign girl had appeared in the nearby forest. She complained about the endless road. An hour had already passed since she started walking. The navigator says that she is just walking in circles, so she just wasted her time and energy. A protective sphere appeared on the training field. Chris said that this is one of his abilities that will help prevent strangers from seeing their training. The guy himself wants to meet the foreign girl in person. The girl admitted that the truth cannot escape from here. After that, Chris came to her and said that her clothes were not appropriate for the place. He realized that the girl had come here to meet him. She said he was really hard to find. She introduced herself as Mitchell. The hero praised her Korean and invited her to sit down and talk. When they got to the resting place, Chris asked the girl what she wanted. Mitchell replied that her superiors wanted to recruit him. They wanted him to move to the States permanently. Their proposals will be tax exemption and doubling his salary. But in exchange, they want Chris to clear out every dungeon in the US within 1 year. The hero asked what about international laws on awakened taxes? Even America would be in trouble if they went against them. Mitchell replied that there was a way to avoid international awakening tax laws. In short, his taxes will be paid by the state. This is possible because the states have agreed to adopt some special international privacy laws. Titan Colossus and Thunder Runner are both around level 260. The Titan Colossus boasts terrifying attack power and the impenetrable defense of a tank. The Thunder Runner is capable of destroying everything around it. Chris said it was an interesting offer, but they were too stingy. They didn't understand its real value. He replied that he could not accept this offer. Mitchell said it was unexpected. She thought they gave him the best offer they could possibly get. Chris heard the girls giving orders through their headphones. He said they offered him the best terms, but they failed to establish his true value. The guy asked them what they thought. He clears dungeons alone, not counting the golden monkey from the first dungeon. Chris said they didn't know anything. He asked for 1,000,000,000,000 to clear just one dungeon, but he believes it was too generous for the task. Mitchell said he was saying scary things, and she thought she was starting to understand. Chris said to himself that she looked like a well-trained agent, that she immediately understood the essence. He then added that, in addition, he refuses to emigrate to the United States. The girl was told to retreat over the earpiece, and she said that she couldn't help in any way and understood what he was leading to. She admits their investigation was superficial, and is glad she was at least able to introduce herself to him. She bowed and said that she would visit him again in the future. The guy thought to himself that he felt a little sorry for her, because in the end it was all useless. Even if they had realized his value, he still would not have gone to America. He has something more important here than money or fame. It's his mother. At this time, Linda was at home with her friends and they were praising her appearance. Chris tries to make his mother's life as comfortable as possible, family first, everything else later. Until his team is of use, he has to deal with it. After some time, the hero returned to the training field to check on his comrades and their training. Chris looked at them and said they must have been trying hard. Lex asked why someone was coming, and he replied that he was a little famous, so people came from here and there to lure him over. A few days later, Chris went to the newly opened dungeon. Real estate is the real reason, even if they ignore the rest of the city's residents. Society always moves to where there is the most of it. That's why Chris was called to clear out the dungeon in the center of the city. Reporters began to grill him with questions about the latest dungeon. The hero asked for silence and said that he would give them a detailed interview after clearing the dungeon. But before he enters the dungeon, he wants to say that he will clear one dungeon every day, starting from today. Including the cleared dungeon in his homeland, he will have closed 5 dungeons in total. The reporters were excited by these words and began asking him about the method for restoring mana. After that, he quickly headed towards the portal and entered it. As soon as he appeared in another world, he immediately began to fall down. He realized that if people without the ability to fly entered it, they would die. If there are water monsters here, he will have to fight and swim at the same time. Even if someone lands successfully, that's a completely different problem. At some point, Chris used flight and soared into the sky. When he landed on the water, he saw only the surface of the water. Finding the monsters would be problematic. In such an environment, the guy's new device will be ideal. This device was a new robot. In the dungeon, you always have to be on guard. Chris improved the previous model so it works in all environments. It took a lot of money and time, but it means he doesn't have to worry about unexpected situations. The hero then ordered the robot to scan the nearest monsters and kill them. After this, the robot dived under the water and swam to scan the area. Killing the first level dungeon boss shouldn't be a problem, although he said that there could be more serious problems. While he sat and waited for the robot, he became bored. To have fun, he decided to try a new workout, using the power of the aura in the legs to break the surface tension of the water. Suddenly, a huge wave appeared from the side. A mixture of shark, stingray, and snake emerged from the water. Following the monster, a robot appeared and pursued him. The shark failed to escape from the robot and it caught up with her. The robot used countermeasures against the large creature. The shock needle was ready. It was attached to the monster's body. Then the shark's body was struck by a powerful discharge. Chris admitted to himself that he was fighting pretty well. The battle was more effective than he expected. Everything worked out. The hero's level increased again. He was considering whether to take a few people with him to share his experience. Finally, he thought he needed to come up with something else. Chris wanted to lend the robot to someone on the team. With it, the rest would have no problems clearing the dungeons. And the tester thought about whether it was worth starting to produce these things in large quantities. The hero decided that he would think about it after he surpassed level 50. The danger of the environment and huge monsters without any specific features do not pose a threat to Chris. As for time, the guy moved on to the next level. On the other side of the portal, reporters said that everyone would now witness the dungeon disappearing. As soon as Chris stepped out of the portal, it began to slowly close. Chris walked among the reporters and journalists, incredibly proud of himself and delighted in his fame. Chris's new cleared dungeon was actively discussed online. He gained a huge number of fans. As he drove home, he thought about how problematic it would be if the government took an interest in him. Felix told him that another dungeon had appeared and it needed to be cleared. A new request came from the government, and they specifically asked for Chris. The second deputy general director said that Felix's promotion had become a problem recently, so they would like to attract members of the Alpha team. If Chris shares his experience, he will be able to clear even more dungeons. Chris said that it was possible that many other teams failed to clear the dungeon. The CEO said it was just a precaution, but the chances of successfully clearing the dungeon were less than half. Adapting to the dungeon environment is quite difficult. Many people below level 50 have disappeared into the dungeon. The government does not intend to lose any more awakened ones with great potential. Chris thought to himself that they were willing to pay him even 1 trillion won for the cleanup. The government is in a hurry, and at its level this does not pose any threat. But reaching the level of his previous life will take some time, as many obstacles arise along the way. Chris decided he had to be careful. It would be a completely different story if someone else noticed that he had inaccessible knowledge. His knowledge can change the paradigm of this world. Even the states are interested in his abilities. Chris must create an 8th level spell without the system's help. Then he can deal with the consequences. He needs to hurry like a magician. The hero said that he was a little ashamed, but he wanted his level to be a little lower. He realized that he had to stop wasting his precious time in such low-level dungeons. Now the main problem is how he can improve his abilities. Chris called up the status window and realized that his mana was increasing more slowly. He himself can pump up strength, endurance, and agility. The guy decided to invest points in luck, which he could not increase through training. Chris said that even if it is only partially the ability to control the possibilities themselves, it would not be an exaggeration to call the Akashic system divine. Including the achievement, his luck level is 192. No one will invest points in luck as he did because it is not clear when it will help in hunting monsters. Nobody thought that luck would have such characteristics. Chris watched the training and thought to himself that now everyone could complete the routine relatively quickly. While they haven't dodged everything yet, it's good that they've been able to get this far in a short period of time. The hero said that training was over for the day, after which Lex fell off the platform. The girl was upset that Chris saw her when he made a mistake. He said that everyone had become quite successful in using the aura, and now they would go on to the real thing. John approached him and asked if he was talking about hunting. Chris said that they would go to the hunting area, and they would have to use their skills not only in training, but also in real situations. He will only intervene when there is serious danger. They are just testing the aura's abilities. John said that if Chris is not involved, they can hunt as usual. Lex, he told her not to let her guard down. Her performance was weak. The next step is ready. First, Chris should establish loyal relationships with his allies. They increase his strength. After some time, at an altitude of 2,000 kilometers, the satellite detected the first movements and predicted the direction. The direction moved to the plate and showed the first possible direction of the hunting zone. After some time, the Alpha team arrived at the hunting site. Lex said that all she could think about was that they hadn't been here for a long time. Chester added that they had been busy training, and they also had new equipment, which was excellent. Chris said that this equipment is a gift prepared for them, the team that will become the best in the world. John said it was similar in design and stats to the dungeon rewards. It's incredible that he created it. The hero added that they needed to keep this equipment a secret. They would not gain any benefit if outsiders learned of its abilities. John asked what they should tell him about how they got them. The guy replied that they needed to come up with an excuse, like he got them in the dungeon. They released the drone into the sky and began reconnaissance of the territory. Chris ordered everyone to get ready. Chris said that today's hunt would be different from usual. He would be protecting the car, so everyone would hunt separately. The girl from the car told the team that two-tailed wolves were approaching them. The hero said it was a good time to try hunting them, a good opportunity to use their new skills. Chris ordered everyone to be ready. He will protect the car. Everyone needs to use the maximum of their abilities. Before the battle began, Chris surrounded the car with a shield. The man in the car said they could pinpoint their location now. Chester also wanted to stay with Chris. He wanted to use the new skill. Activated the aura, saw the monster, and shot straight at it. Simon saw this and was surprised that such a hard bone was pierced so easily. Then Chris wanted to see what John and Simon were capable of now. They were faster than they looked, so they needed to be careful. John was the first to rush into battle against the wolves rushing towards him. He began to swing his huge axe around himself and kill the wolves one after another. He thought to himself that two-tailed wolves, known for their agility, die very easily. Simon also did not want to stand aside and dealt his blow to the monsters. The guy caused explosions with his spear. He didn't expect that there might be surviving wolves, and they attacked him. To defend himself, he knelt down and fought off the monster's attack into the air. Along the way, Chester finished off the monster that Simon had thrown into the sky. The guy said he panicked and survived thanks to the dragon's step. Simon started to apologize, but John told him that everything was fine. Lex said that since they were so strong, John killed 6 of them single-handedly. Here the hero jumped to the ground and praised his comrades. He said that it was a good job. He said there was a small problem, but it was destined to happen since he didn't use aggro that way. Judy asked him if he and Lex were needed at all. Chris replied that everyone on the team is needed. For example, if there is an enemy that can ignore aggro, the group will be routed and destroyed. The guy said he would prepare as many backup plans as possible. Safety first. They can't forget that when hunting they put their own lives on the line. That's why Chris believed that a tank was necessary besides John. John asked him if he wanted to make an extra tank. With the advent of dungeons, new monsters have appeared here too. And it's not a fact that there isn't a monster with immunity to aggro. Chris said that this is one of the reasons why he taught them all to use aura. So he suggested that Lex and Simon become the new tanks. Not understanding the whole situation, Lex thought to herself that things must really be dire if they now had 3 tanks. John looked at her and said she didn't look worried, and asked if she could do it. And only now did it dawn on her. She realized that they wanted to make her a tank. The girl immediately began to refuse and say that she was super weak. Chris told her that for safety, he was sure that 3 tanks on a team were necessary. If Lex couldn't do it, they would need to find someone new, and she must have gotten one thing wrong. He said that she's not really used to using her body actively because she's a healer, but she has the most aura out of everyone on the team. Chris added that she was bigger than he expected and needed to be more confident. Hearing such sweet words, Lex said that if Chris said so, she would believe in herself. Chester asked what about John. He doesn't care whether he acts as a tank or not, but the more tanks, the safer. John said that 4 tanks should be too many. Spare tanks are only for emergencies. Judy stood and listened to all this, but could not understand anything. Chris said he had another plan for John. He was going to teach him something else. At this time, in the American office, the director of the association was watching some kind of monster and was told that he needed to calm down. This monster is called a lizard. It is a monster that is rapidly multiplying and increasing its numbers throughout South America. And the reason for the rapid reproduction is that it changes the environment where they can live. The director asked his assistant where some of the dungeons appear in the real world. The scientist replied that they believed it was some kind of spatial synthesis. According to long-term space observations, there is a theory that their current position, but before he could finish speaking, the director interrupted him. The scientist began to tell a shorter story. He says that the man can think of it as rewriting a computer file, since initially on Earth it was rewritten. The director answered him that not only were the monsters appearing from the dungeons a pain, but now the environment was too. The director asked Frank if there was any progress. He replied that his agent had not met with him, but could contact him through his company. The director ordered him to sign contracts with the Alpha Team members. Chris is the potential key to solving everything. Then a black assistant came up and said that they had an interesting video. The video showed John killing wolves alone. The assistant said that John's main role is a tank. They were surprised that a tank with such a level could kill wolves. Suddenly, the director asked to rewind the recording, because he found something interesting. He ordered to zoom in and turn on the lip reader. The reader was able to find out something about the aura from the lips. The scientist started shouting that this was not a skill, but a technique that he was able to learn from Chris. They realized that he had knowledge from another world. He knew about the system. After that, the director said that they should use all staff to find Chris. Frank accepted his assignment. The director told him that he would not tolerate mistakes. Here, when Frank was leaving the hall, He called his assistant and told her to start. The director said that they would let the ministry deal with it. And now he needs information about Chris. Mitchell is a psychometrist who can obtain any information. A user whose brain activity exceeds that of an ordinary person. At this time, the girl was approaching the house of one of the Alpha team. Suddenly, a girl who was lost approached her. While the girl was trying to answer something, Mitchell had already found her mother. Before this, the girl talked to the boss and said that she was unable to read Chris's thoughts. She said that Chris is a magician who can control knowledge at will. Frank told her that they had already concluded that he had an aura. He added that they would act in accordance with her proposals and leave a report to headquarters. While the girl was riding in the elevator, she realized that they had already checked John. At this time, John was sitting at home on his day off and watching TV. He said he couldn't argue with Lex anymore when she called him old man. Suddenly, Mitchell rang his doorbell and introduced herself. The girl said that the US government is on the Alpha team. After talking with her, the man wrote to the hero and told him everything. He added that he refused all offers. He realized that the US was more aggressive than he thought. They even knew about the aura. They most likely learned that magic can block influence on consciousness. Chris wrote to him to continue to refuse offers to hire him. Because the states can't do anything about Chris himself, they have begun to influence those around him. But they are buying him time. The guy decided it was time to move on to the next stage. Now he decided it was time to act on his own. Sometime later, Chris was walking through the city and heading to meet the agent. In the past world, there was discrimination against absolute power. Those who were born with power inevitably became nobility. The strongest of them became the royal family. Discrimination against absolute power was as familiar as breathing. In the 21st century, there is an immense amount of information available. Because of this, it is quite difficult to stay afloat. However, there is little left for him to do here if Chris can become at least rank 5. Even the highest awakened ones will be nothing to him. After some time, the hero reached a restaurant where an acquaintance was waiting for him. When he entered the room where she was waiting for him, he saw her face eating. The girl apologized for this behavior and said that she didn't think he would arrive so quickly. Chris replied that by pure chance, he had some business in Seoul. The guy sat down at the table and asked her why she wanted to meet him in person. Mitchell replied that she wanted to meet to give him the information the spies had discovered. She pulled out a sheet of paper with a dossier and said that China had begun to act. Chris asked her what she meant by that. The girl said that China has invested effort into making their martial arts into weapons. The guy thought about her words and read the piece of paper. Chris realized that it was something like they show in action movies, and the girl confirmed it. Mitchell said China had unfortunately succeeded. Chris thinks it's something like constant improvement and aura. If these martial arts are effective, it means that there are people with knowledge of the supernatural. He wondered why this knowledge had fallen into decline. Mitchell said they use arts in conjunction with abilities. Then the girl handed the hero a tablet with a video. The video shows some girl coming out of the portal. Mitchell said that Jean wanted to find him. It was a simple contact to establish a friendly relationship or even an alliance. The girl said that they highly valued Chris's abilities, so she came to talk to him in person. The agent asked the guy about moving to America. The guy turned her down. She realized that she couldn't beat him again. Mitchell said that even they don't have much information on this person. But Jean is very strong. Chris accepted the fact that he was now indebted to her. She replied that she would wait for this. Mitchell said her work here isn't finished yet, and she doesn't want to waste her time. When she was about to leave, Chris tried to stop her, saying that something interesting was about to happen. In his thoughts, the guy said that the enemy was already here. The girl was very surprised that she was able to read the hero's thoughts. Suddenly, a moment later, Jean burst in and asked with a grin if they had been waiting for her. Mitchell said to herself that she had thought that Chris knew what her abilities were. The awakened hero turned to Chris and asked if he was the one she was looking for. The hero realized that she must have an item to translate. A fire lit up the girl's eyes and she said she would make him talk to her one-on-one. An enormous power emanated from her, which transformed her into a force in the air. Mitchell thought to herself that the girl had arrived here much faster than expected. At the same time, the agent was filming the heroes with her button camera. Jean saw this and tore out the button. She broke it and said that she couldn't let her poke her nose into something that wasn't her business. Because Jean tore off a button on her shirt, the girl's suit came undone, and she became embarrassed. Mitchell said it was her job as a CIA agent. The girl replied that she knew that Americans had no shame or conscience. The hero invited her to sit down and offered to talk. Jean was surprised that the guy was acting so calm after her appointment. When asked what ability he uses, the hero replied that it was a secret. After this, Chris turned to Mitchell and said that he thought Jean would like to talk to him today. The girl buttoned her shirt and said that was all for today. She added that she could not stand such a rude person. Before leaving, she reminded him that the hero had to repay her. The guy replied that it wouldn't be anything luxurious. it would be something small. When the agent left, the heroes were left alone. Jean learned that the hero has fighting abilities, and she is glad that he is not a complete weakling. The hero himself was convinced by Mitchell's words that she was quite rude. The awakened one exhaled and said that what difference did it make? It was boring. The girl replied that it was the translation device's fault they had no formal or informal style. Jean added that she could address him formally, but she didn't need to do that with Chris. The hero replied that he would also speak to her informally. He then asked why Jean had come to visit him. The girl replied that she could give him a better offer than America. She said she had 3 proposals for him. China's legal immunity exempts it from taxes and as much money as it wants. After that, the guy realized how big the country was, and it was a good deal. Chris asked how far immunity extends. Jean replied that they would not punish him even if he killed a person. The hero asked her what her country saw in him, but Jean was also interested. So she's going to find out right now. Outside the room stood Jean's assistants, worried about what might happen. Suddenly the girl tried to grab the guy, but was surprised when she didn't succeed. She didn't feel anything, but he seemed to have evaporated. Unexpectedly for her, the hero appeared behind her. The door to the room was sealed with a shield, which was strong. The assistants began to worry because it became noisy inside. In surprise, the girl rushed back to the opposite wall and realized that it was an illusion. Chris asked her how she was going to judge his abilities if she panicked just from that. After that, Jean said that if he wanted to provoke her, he succeeded. The girl was furious, and the whole building shook. Chris thought to himself that this was incredible. The heroine replied that he still had to show what trump cards he had up his sleeves. After that, she hit the guy with all her might, and the wall collapsed from such force. People from the street were frightened by this incident. The assistant girls were shocked that their hero had broken another wall and began looking for a way to fix it. Chris told her that she would get into trouble too if she continued to do this. He added that he was also interested in her. Martial arts had piqued his interest, so they should stop there. Jean realized that the guy wanted to fight somewhere else. The girl said that she would tell the time and place later. She added that she better be prepared if he was so good that he could forget about coming home safe. Chris asked her what would happen if he won, but the girl replied that it was unthinkable. Nothing will happen if he wins. Obviously, he is going to ask for something unreasonable. She sees no point in making a promise only to find herself at a disadvantage. So you just have to wait for Jin to contact him. Chris said he was cursed. Funny things happened to him wherever he went. Sometime later, Chris, on his way somewhere, told on the phone that Jean had contacted him. He said that everything would be fine with the Korean government. All this time, the hero was walking to his company's armory. It's better than nothing. Chris could do it himself, but there's no time. Now his equipment, not counting the armor, consists only of a bracelet and a ring. The space ring doesn't help him in battle at all, so there are only 3 things. But it just takes too much time. Chris walked into the store and was greeted by an older man. They prepared things that would suit him. Rings, necklaces, and bracelets, that's all Chris asked for. But he will have some financial problems after the purchases. Items are typically divided into 6 tiers of rarity, with this ring marked as unique, which is right in the middle. The price difference between the levels is horrific. Even Chris wouldn't sell the system's operational support ring. Yet he doesn't trust the system 100%, so he only uses it for simple things. One of the boxes contained a necklace that increases his mana. Also the bracelet. It will definitely be more enemies with magical attacks. Then a man in a suit approached him and asked him about the things that were being presented to him. Chris replied that he would pay for them with a bank card. After some time, Chris arrived in China. He saw in front of him a huge building, which was apparently very expensive. They created an entire city in one building. When Chris entered the building, he was met by a representative of the Chinese Association. The man said that the hero was expected in the arena. At the same time, Jean and her assistant were in the arena and said that he was late. The guy saw her battlesuit and can sense the concentration of mana. The girl said that he seemed stronger because he was prepared. Chris said it was natural since he was preparing for battle. Although he thinks she should have been better prepared than him. Jin uses martial arts, she is always ready. He thought to himself that if he didn't want to be completely humiliated, so be it. The girl didn't like the hero's grin. She thought he was laughing at her. They will start the battle right now. There is no point in waiting. The heroine ordered her assistant to create a barrier. After this, the assistant girls began to create a barrier. Chris was surprised by such barrier art. Jean replied that there was no need to worry, as it was just a fun thing they had prepared for him. Suddenly, a different area appeared around the heroes. Chris said the feeling felt real and it intrigued him. Jean asked him how he liked their barrier mastery. Chris said China is developing the power of the system in its own style. The girl answered him that the conversation was over and they were starting. Chris said to himself that she was 100% confident in herself. Then, he decided to hit her when she relaxed. First, he used aura enhancement. She said that close-range fighting is perfect for her. At one point, Chris found himself right in front of the girl. Jean was still able to defend herself from the guy's blow. The force of his blow sent her flying a great distance. After some distance, the girl was able to stop and headed towards Chris. Magical stars, which were created from mana, appeared in her hands. Chris was also able to defend himself. The girl said that she was disappointed in the guy because he had problems even with basic attacks. She added that he could only talk with such worthless abilities. Chris used aura enhancement as an attack, but the girl grabbed him. Jean intercepted his blow and sent him flying at great speed. The hero said to himself that close combat would be difficult. Jean's assistants were worried about her and asked someone to stop her. He said to himself that as soon as the blow reached him, Chris disappeared. Chris was standing nearby at the time and told her that her power was destructive. Jin said that illusion was his specialty, and he dodged at the last moment. Chris wanted to see how constant improvement would hold up against martial arts. When he told the girl that next time he would be serious, it infuriated her. The hero scanned her body the entire battle. Jean told him not to disappoint her. The guy said she was pretty confident she would win. After this, Chris summoned the staff. He summoned the golem and told Jean about it. After turning on, the robot said that it had detected one target. This machine does not thirst for blood, just studies the target's environment. This infuriated Jean again, and she said that he was making fun of her. Chris told her that if she was careless, his toy would defeat her. The girl said she shouldn't be scared by this. Suddenly, the golem used a laser and shot at Jean, but she was able to defend herself. The reflected laser shattered the rocks behind her. In response, she struck the robot with a fiery fist and exploded the ground beneath it. The robot avoided the explosion and fired a laser in flight. Chris said she was too distracted and forgot about him. Then he said that it was time to show the magician's abilities. A moment later, the girl tried to grab the robot. But it was a trap. Seals appeared in the sky. Jean realized to herself that she was too focused on her familiar. In space, she found the golem and headed towards it. Jean didn't understand why this little thing was so strong. This was his last shot, after which his mana was depleted. When Jean finished with the robot, she headed towards Chris, but saw his clones. She said to herself that illusions were already like a thorn. He still had abilities. But she had no time to hesitate. She had to deal with this first. Using her dragon stride, she dodged the projectiles and rushed towards him. It turned out that the shells were following her, and she decided that she would reflect them. As they approached her, the shells were detonated by blows from fists. The little helpers said that their miss was having such a hard time for the first time. It seemed as if there was a war going on. But she can't lose. Chris said that Jean was much stronger than he thought. While the girl was fending off the shots, she noticed that some of them were illusions. This irritated her even more. She can't just keep punching. She stood a little further away and created a shield around herself with a whirlwind. Chris admitted that her ability was very useful. A moment later, the dust from the explosion cleared, and Jean remained alive. The hero, however, was able to continue. Thoughts of losing crept into the girl's thoughts. Even if she gets close to him, the clones won't give her a break. The golem suddenly recovered and added to her problems. Jean said she had no choice but to bet everything on winning. She admitted that she didn't know enough about him and uses the final move as an apology. After that, she took a stance and began to accumulate mana for the attack. As she took a step, the ground beneath her broke. The robot flew into the air from this. Jean instantly rushed towards Chris. She was immediately met by the guy's clones. They launched magical arrows at her, but she realized it was a simple illusion. In a moment, she flew into the sky. Arrows continued to fly at her, and she successfully jumped on them. Jean said that if she can't tell the difference between an illusion or not, she'll just beat everything back. She gradually jumped over all the equipment. Chris was surprised by this amount of energy. The assistant girls said it was dangerous. While in the sky, Jean created a blast of enormous power, which she directed at Chris. The girls began to create barriers that would protect them from harm. The entire arena was destroyed, and the spectators were in shock. They said the battle was amazing. A huge crater was created in the middle of the arena. Jean was alive, but she was sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. She was confident that after such an attack, she was the winner. Suddenly, she heard Chris's healthy voice and was shocked. Chris came down from the sky to her and spoke about the power of her final attack. Seeing him fly, John asked him how many abilities he had. Chris replied that the girl had never used her head or fought against opponents stronger than him. He added that there is a saying about people like her. In despair, the girl hit the ground with her fist, and she started spitting blood. She saw this and went crazy, but before she could do anything, she fainted. The assistant girls immediately ran towards their mistress to help. Her internal energy circulation was disrupted. The spectators couldn't believe that Jean could lose. They didn't think the heroine would try her best. Chris even felt a little guilty, because this was not the result he wanted. After that, he left the arena. The elders of China informed of Jin's defeat. His assistant spoke about Chris and said that Jin couldn't even cope with the damage and was deceived. The elder realized that he was playing with the fire fist. He was then shown a video recording of the fight. The old man said that he was not only strong, but also experienced, even if they are not able to benefit from the shaman. The assistant said that based on the analysis, they are confident that Chris is not a shaman. The elder said he heard that the West was trying to profit from magic. He ordered to find out all the details about cooperation with him. Korea must remain their close ally. While at home, Chris processed all the information he received. But energy control is definitely worth analyzing. Suddenly, Chris was alerted that Lex had entered the territory. She came to ask to train her. The guy said that first you need to enter the house. He asked her about the rush, since the next training was tomorrow. Lex replied that she was worried. She had to act as a support and a tank. She doesn't think she can be both at the same time now. Even if she has a blessing, it is just hard for her to do something new. The more a person uses power, the calmer he becomes. This is a psychological mechanism of manipulation. Lex said they should start a special training session. The hero supported her thought and said that it was time to get started. Chris said that she needs to train a lot to catch up with the others. The girl asked how he was going to train her. The hero replied that he had just finished creating equipment for her. The girl said that his old way of training was old-fashioned, but knowing Chris, he could create a virtual reality. The hero replied that Lex knew him well enough. He said that the training will indeed be in virtual reality. As they went down to the basement, Chris talked about his basements. Lex was the first to step into them. When the elevator doors opened, the girl was very surprised by her surroundings. The space in the basement was huge. After this, Chris sent the girl to change clothes. He added that he should also prepare himself. After authorization, I ordered the creation of a virtual space. The system started saying that it was creating a simulation of a newbie battle. After some time, the generator completed its work. Suddenly, Lex returned from the locker room, having questions about her clothes. Her clothes looked like a bathing suit, and Chris said that was it. Lex said that he was thinking about something indecent. Chris replied that he didn't do it on purpose. She really needed him. The size of her swimsuit fit her perfectly. Chris said that when she entered reality, she would find herself in a world with established rules. At that moment, the girl was overwhelmed by a huge amount of information. Then he asked her to raise her hands. He used telekinesis and undressed her. The girl began to cover herself with her hands in embarrassment, and Chris pushed her into the magic cocoon to begin the training. The hero wished her to train hard. While the girl was busy, he went to think about what to do for the others. Opening her eyes, Lex realized that she had entered a virtual space. She ended up in outer space. A moment later, the system began scanning her aura. As soon as the analysis was completed, an arsenal of weapons opened up before Lex. She thought that the sword must be the best option. Suddenly turning her gaze, she noticed gloves and paws. They were soft, and the system considered it a choice. Lex didn't expect this, but in the end, she accepted her choice and said that it might even be a good thing. Suddenly, a bright light hit the girl in the face. As soon as the light stopped, the girl found herself in some kind of tent. The area looked like a military forward base. The next moment, a girl burst into the tent and ordered us to leave. Lex didn't understand what was happening. When she left the tent, she saw that the weather was fine outside. If she is a private, then it looks like this girl is her instructor. After that, they headed somewhere. The instructor introduced herself and said that she was responsible for her training. She's just a child, and it's too early for her to fight monsters. It is a shame for them to call her their soldier. After that, the instructor said that they were starting training. Monsters will be summoned near her. This is perfect for her. The instructor said that she would continue until she reached a certain number of points. A moment later, a troll appeared on the field. Frightened, Lex didn't know what to do. The monster quickly approached her and was about to strike. Lex still managed to dodge his blow. She was happy and shocked at the same time. It was a power that Chris had taught them, and Lex had been using it unconsciously. The troll continued to attack, and the girl continued to dodge. After some time, she decided to attack herself. In an instant, the girl cut off the monster's hand. Lex was very surprised by her new abilities. She used the knowledge that Chris had passed on to her. But because she was careless, the troll killed her. After death, she woke up again in a tent. The instructor entered the tent again and said the same thing. Lex thought to herself that since she could be reborn, there was no need to worry. The girl was full of determination. At this time, Chris was talking to Simon about training. He will need to stay for a couple of nights. Chris was curious to see what results his virtual training would bring. They might pass the beginner's test with ease. Here he was informed that Mitchell had entered the estate. Having led her into the house, he asked what brought her. Chris noticed that she was in a hurry and asked her to tell him again. She doesn't have much time, as he said, so she will keep it short. She wants Chris to go to America with her. Chris replied that this was unexpected, since he had heard that the US was coping with dungeons. The girl said that an anomaly occurred in the dungeon, and she added that the monsters had changed. The government described it as an evolution. After that, Mitchell asked to watch the video from the dungeon. But not only the monsters, but also the dungeon increased in level. They sent a team 10 days ago, but nothing came of it. Chris said it took an average of a week to clean up. The reason she came was to request the rescue of their heroes. The most important thing is the raid team. Mitchell said that since it was an urgent matter, they had already prepared. It takes 3 hours to get there. They need a solution very quickly. Suddenly, Chris asked her to double the magic stones. If they do this, it will reduce the time it will take them to get there. If it was an emergency, he could use his abilities. Chris thought about sitting and trading the lives of people at the front. If he gets the stones, he will increase his mana to level 4. The girl replied that she did not understand him. The deal was made, and after some time the team arrived. So he put a few into reality and left for the airport. On the phone, the hero told his mother that he had gone on a business trip. Mitchell said the pilot's suit fit him well. After that, they headed to the hangar to the plane. The pilot said that he would take him there with special care. Tom knew that Chris was nicknamed Amazing. He said that he would be able to get to the States as quickly as possible, and Chris can make his plane even faster. The hero realized that Tom was also awakened. He said the pilot would see his abilities in the sky. Tom warned him that the pressure in the sky was quite strong. After that, they began to take off. Chris is confident that they have increased the plane's power. He underestimated the creativity of this world. After some time, Tom asked the hero when it would be possible to fly faster. The guy asked him if his plane could fly very fast. Chris said it was no joke because he would strengthen the plane's skin. Tom replied that he was a pilot to the core. There is nothing in this world that he cannot do. After that, Chris used several power-ups on the plane. Tom didn't expect this and was scared at first. The people who were watching him wanted to intercept him, but this is impossible, because the country's missiles are slower than his. When the hero arrived, he was given a radar that would help him in the dungeon. The man thanked him for his cooperation. He's going to get something out of this eventually. Looking around, the guy did not see any journalists. On the contrary, there were military, police, hunters, and some from the department. There were no sponsors there either. A moment later, the hero was dressed in his gear. People admired his abilities. A second later, Chris was already in the dungeon. It was just snowy mountains. The ice trolls emerged from this dungeon. First, we need to find survivors. Summoning his staff, Chris used the search skill. There was no one within a radius of 2 kilometers. The hero decided that since magic couldn't do it, something else had to be done. One smart man said that technology has advanced to the level of magic. The hero also agreed with this. If the radar works in a dungeon, it works better than magic. Suddenly, after he turned on the radar, he received a signal. There were only 9 survivors and they were far away. The radar detected other individuals. These were the ice troll type. They grow a new horn as soon as they level up. As a result, after 9 horns, it looks like a crown. These trolls are weak but very annoying. These trolls were heading straight for Chris. They can smell their prey 3 kilometers away. Since they are right behind him, they will pursue him. Chris soared into the sky and watched the monsters coming. He said they were very noisy. Suddenly, after this, a powerful explosion occurred. The team underground felt the explosion and became alert. The team's supplies are almost depleted. If they are not rescued, they will die. The girl sitting with the sick people hoped for a rescue team. Suddenly, the vibrations started again, and they realized that there was someone above them. After this, the ceiling in the cave collapsed. The girl hoped they didn't bring monsters. Chris replied that as a rescue team he couldn't do that. He's here to get them out, after which Chris introduced himself. According to the information, the girl who met him is Tank Miller, and behind her was the leader, Jessica. She was a support worker. Her name was not on the list. Including the leader, there are 5 people unconscious in the team. The girl asked if he really came alone. Chris replied that they didn't need to worry. He would be enough. Jessica knew about the guy. She heard about him from the CIA. He was the first one to clear the dungeon single-handedly. The girl has a high opinion of him, but he made a mistake in coming here. He realized that there were many dangers in this place. After this, Chris summoned the body of the dead troll. Miller was surprised by this. The rest of the team was also in shock. The hero replied that if she was afraid of trolls, then the problem was with the team. Jessica acknowledges that Chris is strong, seeing his abilities, but she's not going to tolerate her team's humiliation. Chris immediately apologized and asked to take a look at their condition. After that, he approached the healer and offered to restore mana. Jessica was surprised that the hero was capable of such a thing. She thought that it could only be restored by herself. The girl was born into a family where the world's money was in circulation. Also, as part of a great family, she received a proper education. As long as she could withstand her studies, she was an important member of the family. But after some time, she woke up. After waking up, she became even more influential. At this time, Jessica was looking at the troll's corpse. Chris had a codename first. He has several abilities and the limit of his powers is unknown. Killed the trolls without any injuries. The girl wanted to know what kind of person he was. She doesn't even know how much more he's hiding. And the trolls themselves appeared out of thin air. The weapon's size is not enough to kill the troll. Chris felt eyes on him the whole time. She doesn't even try to hide them. Although, looking at her aura, I didn't feel any hostility. After some time, the hero finished treating the team. Miller said they can have faith in his abilities. He is one of the cunning ones who hides a lot. Suddenly, Chris vaporized the troll's body with his staff. Afterwards, he held the sphere in his hand. The guy offered to cook something for them. While cooking, the team talked about the boss. The boss was a Naga, a monster, half snake, half man. She usually has 4 or more arms. This monster had 2 arms, but she was about 6 meters tall. Chris asked about her abilities. Jessica said she would tell about it herself. Her screams create paralyzing waves, and also shoots from the eyes. Naga can also create a blizzard, and this is the main problem. The size is different, but Chris seems to know her. He said he had enough information and left the team to rest. Jessica was surprised when he said he wanted to go alone. Chris looked at her anxiety and realized that she was not bad. Before leaving, he left food and water in the cave. After leaving, the guy closed the entrance. Suddenly, Jessica appeared behind the hero and scared him. She asked to take her with me. Her abilities are useful. Miller talked about her enhancements and guaranteed abilities. Chris realized to himself that this was amazing. The girl continued to say that she would not be a burden. Its magic originates in ancient England. It is a separate system. This interested the guy. It's like Chinese arts. After that, he thought about it and agreed. But it was necessary to follow his instructions. After some time, they were flying in Chris's golem. Jessica was surprised by this device. Chris said that this was a golem that he created. The girl said she saw another robot, but the hero said it was a reconnaissance model. Jessica couldn't understand how this robot worked. Chris said she looked like she had a lot to ask. She replied that she was sure there were several people who were interested in him. She realized that he would not answer just like that. After this, the hero asked her about English magic. It would be more correct to call it ceremonial magic. By performing a certain ceremony, she can use specific magic. This sounds like shamanism. After that, Jessica asked about his source of power. Chris realized he could tell her a little. He said that this is knowledge from another world, another dimension, a place that does not exist in this world. The girl thought it was a joke. Chris found it hard to believe. After that, he asked about the abilities of her team. He would like to know which country's abilities they received. If it's too difficult for her to answer, they might stop. Jessica said she would answer the question. After that, the girl talked about the magic of different countries. He assumed that this world was not lacking in power. This was the first thing that came to his mind. But maybe for some unknown reason there is a decrease in mana. Chris realized that in this case, it was only the strength of Jessica's family. When he wanted to ask about training, the girl answered that it was a different question. Suddenly, trolls jumped out at the flying robot. At one point, the monsters were cut by the fishing line. Jessica was surprised by this. She asked how ordinary wire could do this. Jessica's team's real weapons don't work on monsters. She realized that Chris knew how to create a weapon against them. The hero replied that the wire simply needed to be compacted as much as possible. She expected something grandiose, but this is part of his abilities. If he shared this knowledge, it would help humanity. After some time, they finally reached the boss's cave. Jessica said she didn't know where he was. The bodies of the first group of hunters were found there. The fact that the boss is still nowhere to be seen means that he didn't notice them. Before the battle began, Chris asked to tell about the abilities. In addition to buffs, she can use 3 spells. The first is the unquenchable fire. Second, a worsening wound. And the last thing is a nerve-wracking pain. She can continuously use them as long as she has mana. Chris, hearing this, realized that their magic was different. It would be useful for him to know more. Then the girl used a buff on the hero. Chris said that 1 buff is already a huge help. He was going to lure the boss out by revealing his presence. The next moment, the Naga woke up. While Jessica was using her abilities, she noticed that Chris was trying to analyze her. His magic destroyed her mana during the cast. Chris was surprised that she had such weak control. Jessica warned him not to invade her personal space. Naga emerged from the cave with a question and looked for prey. Seeing her, Jessica used her abilities on her. In an instant, the monster burst into flames. He fell into the snow and tried to put out the fire. Chris said it was much more effective than he expected. He wondered what she would do while she was burning. The next moment, the Naga found them. Chris will deal with her. As it turned out, she can fly. After that, the guy went to meet the monster. Usually, he needed to focus on the spell. In flight, he opened up subspace. He used the auxiliary circuit of the instruments. At the same time, Chris began to summon fireballs. The next moment, fiery projectiles flew towards the Naga. After being hit, she flew to the ground. All the mage fights followed the same pattern. After that, he began to collect the surrounding mana. Jessica said he has an overwhelming amount of mana. The guy summoned a huge bolt of lightning and raised it above his head. Suddenly, the Naga was about to use a sound wave. Chris defended himself against this. The next moment, the monster was struck by lightning. This explosion could be seen and heard from very far away. Jessica screamed in surprise. The whole earth was covered with mana. Surprisingly, the Naga fled underground. Chris asked the girl if she was keeping the flame going. The girl replied that mana was still being used up. Then the monster will have to come out of hiding. The damage from Chris's spell and Jessica's flame was pretty good. Chris thought it had escaped, but it was about to attack. Naga must appear from behind her flames. Her spell is very ineffective and wastes a lot of mana, although he shouldn't underestimate his abilities. A moment later, Jessica warned the guy about the attack. It was a blizzard. The hero has the perfect spell for such an occasion. He summoned a miniature sun, which melted the hurricane. Chris doesn't know if the Naga can control water. The girl realized that this was the power of another world. A moment later, the sun became larger and shone brighter. The ground beneath the monster melted and revealed the monster. It's time to end this. Jessica asked how developed his abilities were. In an instant, Chris pierced the monster's body, and then it fell to the ground in pieces. The girl saw that the guy had thrown out all his things. His level has increased many times again. Now he can't enter the first dungeon. When it was all over, the girl asked how he could be so strong. Chris didn't want to answer. Then they went after their remaining comrades. After defeating the monster, the exit opened. It's time to get out of this dungeon. Already outside, Jessica was talking with the head of the association. Mitchell stood and talked to Chris and was surprised. The leader heard from the girl that the hero was so strong. Jessica showed the man everything she could write down. The boss's assistant said that even the strongest hunters were not capable of such a thing. At his level, he had a lot of abilities. Jessica couldn't believe the sheer amount of power he had. And she said that apparently he has infinite mana. They may assume that he can create objects. It is impossible to become so strong in a short time. Only 6 months have passed since he woke up. The leader talked about how he got his power. He heard that there was a generator in Chris's house. He realized that he had a way to convert electricity into mana. After some time, Chris found himself on vacation. To his surprise, Jessica also came to see him. She said that she also came here to relax. The guy doesn't think it's just a coincidence. The girl replied that there are not many coincidences in the world. After that, Chris asked her what the reason for the visit was. She told about a method of converting electricity into mana. Jessica knew he could do it. The hero saw that she looked quite confident. After that, he showed her that he really could do it. She immediately jumped up from her bed and asked how to learn. Chris realized that this is what the US wants. In any case, this is not the best place for conversation. Suddenly, to Jessica's surprise, Mitchell appeared. The hero asked if she was ready. Jessica thought his terms would be difficult. When she came closer, the acquaintances began to talk. After some time, Chris arrived home. He started looking for his mother, but realized that she was with friends. And then he remembered about his team's training. He was gone for 3 days, so in reality 12 days had passed. Chris told the system to show the recording. He was very surprised that Lex was able to walk so far in 3 days. In reality, some kind of war was taking place. People fought with goblins and orcs. The girl stood against their army almost single-handedly. She was determined to win. Her fighting skills have improved significantly. Now she is used to the constant amplification. Suddenly, magic began to shoot across the battlefield. It was a group of allied mages. Lex noticed that each time, everything was a little different. The aura is strong, but since she got used to it quickly, you need to be careful. A boss appeared on the field, and the heroine promised to defeat him. The knights immediately went into battle. The knight captain ordered to protect the wizards. The girl wanted to stop him, because he would die. When he got close, the boss simply threw him out. Lex was pleased, because this made the boss open up. She concentrated her blow and attacked the monster. This caused him to fall to the ground, and the first phase ended. The knights also gathered to attack. The girl used a lot of aura for this move. Now, if she attacks from a distance, the knights will attack again. Lex watched the battle from the sidelines. She used constant buffing and recovery. They're just part of the program, but it gets on her nerves. The girl is confident that she won't lose with that amount of mana. The monster's body is protected by muscles. This won't work. If Lex wants to win, he needs to go for the head. A moment later, she found herself behind the monster's neck. She said that victory was hers. The next second, Lex punched him in the head. The knights were delighted by this. The girl was very happy about her victory. Immediately, all the NPCs started to disappear and the girl was logged out of the system. She started screaming and crying because she had been going through this for a long time. Upon returning, she sat down on the floor and began to cry. This surprised Chris. The girl said she just wanted to get her reward. After some time, the guy sat the girl down and gave her the drink to warm up. She started to get upset that he turned her off. Chris didn't expect it to drag her in. No wonder she's angry. It's like in the show where they make stops. Even though he created a virtual reality, the body will remember everything. But this means that everything is synchronized. Either way, Lex has definitely gotten stronger. The heroine said that she was simply training her aura. Now her ability to use aura, she can be called a genius. Here Chris began to tell her about aura classes. He explained that it was compatible with the aura by nature. The girl didn't understand whether this was good or bad. The rest will be released in 2 more days. Lex was happy to be considered a genius. Chris asked her if they should continue. He said her family must be worried. The heroine replied that she would like to have a snack. The guy noticed something was wrong. Lex said she knows why people like drinks. After that, he took the girl to make amends. When Chris was left alone, he began his training. He said that everything was ready, and he just needed to get started. His mana has reached the maximum for his rank. He must improve his magic circle to increase his mana. After the start, the guy set his heart on fire. A moment later, magic circles appeared around the hero. After some time, mana was still floating in the room. Because of this workout, Chris got another lap. Now he has reached the 4th rank. He can make clones of a living body. Chris then began to command the mana and use declination. He ordered to explore the moment, analyze and create. The guy started casting spells. A moment later, his brain was copied. Used life support. The brain was motionless. The permanent effect was applied. It took quite a long time to create this. The brain was placed in a box. He commands, as a messenger of magic, to collect and unite. Chris's thoughts became faster. His consciousness became clearer. Now he has an extra brain that will help him soon. Simple logic, it's something like a cloud for computers. The more the better, but they are hard to create, and having too many is hard on the main brain. The system was still watching the guys, and he expected it. She controls billions of people. She may be the most powerful deity. It's been a long time since the heroes were at the hunter training ground. John was also curious about how long it had been since they had last been there. Lex told him that he spoke like an old man. Judy noticed that she didn't feel any excitement at all. Not worrying is an obvious result of all the training. They subconsciously feel confident because of the strength. Lex said that it would be worth using the abilities again so as not to forget. Chester wondered if they could really be on this site. This is the area where hunters around level 100 are usually found. Lex told him that he was worried about the strangest thing. The guy said he heard that this is where trolls appear. Not only trolls, even orcs appear from time to time. After this, the team was shown the monsters living in the area. Judy said that the orcs' unusually high intelligence was one of the tests for obtaining a hunter's license. Suddenly, they were notified that the monster had been successfully attracted. The target was a stone troll. It was approaching at 10 o'clock. The announcer asked everyone to be ready. The assistant then said that several drones had begun reconnaissance of the area. Chris told everyone not to overestimate themselves and split up. At the same time, Chester and Lex began to come up with silly names for their techniques. Judy, however, was outraged by their activities. A moment later, John warned everyone that the monster was here. Chris never saw trolls in his past life. He adapted to his surroundings after leaving the portal. Trolls are known for their ability to adapt. Stone trolls have tough skin and need to be handled with care. After receiving the information, John gave orders to the team on how to fight him. A moment later, the heroes split up to fight. The captain attacked first and the blow landed on the head. The man blamed himself, because he hit with all his strength and only caused a scratch. But defense is all he has. John will be able to harm such a monster. Then the troll reached out to the captain to grab him. Suddenly, a blow was dealt to the monster's body. It was Simon who protected the captain. The troll didn't understand what it was and stood up questioningly. Judy tried to put a debuff on him, but it failed, and the monster noticed the guy. John said he wouldn't let him harm the team. He used his abilities and lured the troll to himself. The next moment, a shot hit the monster's head, which confused him. He immediately began to spin from side to side. Chester's arrow is capable of splitting a troll's head, which is the hardest part. Chris said that everyone was doing well, since this was their first hunt for a strong monster. Chester said he definitely won't miss next time. The captain replied that he would take care of the aggro, so the guy needed to do it. The guy fired the next shot much harder than the previous one. A hole appeared through the monster's body, immobilizing it. He immediately started screaming in pain. Simon said that the monster was immobilized. It was time to kill it. At that moment, the troll's hand flew to the side. Lex immediately arrived and wanted to contribute to the victory. The impact of her blow caused the ground around her to explode. Chris said the hunt was a success. They spent just over a minute. Lex was happy because the last blow was hers. At this time, some kind of shadow monster appeared in the vicinity of the city. He talked about how God promised him a place. The others will be here soon too. He needs to hurry. After this, fire came out of his mouth and became exposed. He said it was time to go to their master. They need to kill everyone they find. Then the crowd of zombies went hunting. Chris, while in the city, scans the area. Now he has finished writing down the coordinates of the entire country. If he can teleport long distances, he should know where. Now the hero can cover the whole nation with this. Suddenly, Chris felt something strange. A terrible aura emanates from the north. He felt dark and terrible energy in his past life. This was no ordinary monster. Or, in other words, a strong type of the deceased appeared. Chris decided he needed to check out the surrounding area. He didn't write down the coordinates for the northern part, so it will be a little difficult. After that, he began to prepare for a quick move. The surrounding area is inhabited by humanoid hyena monsters. They were the first to feel the onslaught of the horde of the dead. The rank-and-file hyenas told the leader that they had received too much damage and should return. Fighting against them on top of the Black Land is suicide, and the dead hyenas turned into dark entities on the Black Earth. After this, the leader ordered the warriors to get away from the Black Land immediately. Suddenly, zombies attacked him and began to devour him. The next moment, he was bitten by an infected hyena, and he did not expect it. In a matter of moments, he was swallowed up by a crowd of monsters. Chris, meanwhile, watched the Black Earth being swallowed up. If someone dies there, they become deceased, and if there are too many of them, the land increases. In addition, after increasing the territory, zombies evolve. They evolve by consuming living beings. The problem is that the Earth appears out of nowhere. Chris decided that the Lich was behind all of this. He began to see how far it had spread. She is much more than the guy expected. It won't be as easy as Chris thought. After the fall of the country, all who died will rise up in this territory. They are powerful magicians in their own right, so they will create fields. If this had happened in the guy's past life, he would have simply brought the priests. Chris hovered above the ground and filmed everything on his phone. Even though he is a reborn wizard, he can't do everything himself. The guy took this video to the association to decide what to do. Felicia said that high-level hunters confirmed this. They said that they themselves need people and cannot help. These people are always good in their indifference. The girl also said that America has information about the underground environment. The director said that they were the only ones who didn't know this. Felicia told him that the entire nation could become a danger zone. The director replied that many monsters would soon begin to multiply. After this, he began to think about what to do. At this time, the director told Chris that he had sold his photographs. The guy started praising him for such success. He found all the rare materials he could find. After this, the guy decided that he had to become stronger. Today, he will create a strong assistant. He said he would update the basement system tonight. After turning off the system, he began what he had been preparing to do. He used everything he had accumulated up to this point. The guy ordered to split his consciousness. The head of the magic tower was created. The next moment, a huge amount of mana appeared. After this, a small object appeared and asked to choose a name for itself. Chris named her Lena. She replied that as the creator had ordered, that is what they would call her. Lena said she was glad to meet the creator. Chris was very pleased with the ego artifact he had created. This is a companion who will help him use his ego. At this time, the sphere was waiting for its owner's orders. The hero ordered her to use her memories and train. She is allowed access to the internet. He said that in her current state it was problematic for him to help. First of all, she will learn the wisdom and knowledge of the whole world. She needs to focus on the knowledge available. After receiving the order, Lena went to study. She started her search using internet access. The assistant said she would try her best. After that, the guy said that only one thing was standing in his way. At this time, Linda greeted Felix, who had arrived. His arrival surprised the hero. He is surprised that the man came in without telling him. Felix replied that he had received information that Chris would like. Linda then led her colleagues into the living room and brought coffee. The director told the boy that the association had recognized him as a hunter with origin abilities. These were very amazing abilities. After this, Felix handed him a folder with information. It talked about an Indian hero. This man becomes stronger because of his faith. It was a white-haired girl named Clerk. At this time, the team was pumping. Chester said Lex was getting more and more scary. John told the director that the mission was completed. Lex said this area isn't that bad. She replied that she was level 62, and John's is several levels higher. The team immediately began to praise each other. Suddenly, the assistant came to the captain and showed him the recording. The recording featured Walking Dead. As it turned out, the team was located near the border. They believe they came from a nearby dungeon. Headquarters wants the team to return to headquarters as soon as possible. The heroes finished quickly and can therefore rest. John said to himself that even for Chris this would be hard. The news reports on the movement of the deceased. At this time, the captain asked Lex where Chris was now. She replied that she was sure that he was preparing something grand. At this time, the hero was at home and sneezing. Lana asked him if he was sick. Chris replied that they were simply remembering him. In response, the sphere said that it did not see a logical connection. The guy said it was a guess based on experience. Chris said that there is a printer that can print anything. He even took care of things he didn't ask for. The guy created a ring with a triple spell on the printer. Just by wearing it, the hero will receive a strong boost. Now all he has to do is put it up for sale and make a lot of money. After that, Chris asked how long it would take to prepare for mass production. He asked Lan to prepare as soon as possible. She said that she was collecting data on nuclear and atomic development. At this time, the Black Earth spread even more. There was Lich there, who was doing the conscription. At that moment, a portal opened in the sky. He ordered the new deceased to come from the portal. The next second, a powerful beam of light hit the sky. The Lich summoned the immortal general. After this, a shadow rider appeared on the ground. They greeted each other. The general said that this was the place their master had spoken of. The Lich said that an army of thousands of the dead was prepared. The rider praised him for his preparation. The summoner replied that he should hurry. He had already sensed another god. They told him not to worry. Everything would go as their master wished. They will go north. It will be a march. This will be a live demonstration. After some time, Chris received a request from Jessica. She asked to train hunters from every country. A month later, the first batch was ready for release. Chris asked Lana to disconnect everyone and wake them up. The intellect replied that there were still those who could not achieve the goal. The hero replied that the contract was for 30 days of training. The girl finished listening and flew off to carry out the order. Flying past the capsules, she disconnected from virtual reality. A moment later, the capsules melted and people fell out of them. Many of those who awakened were still aware of themselves in reality. Chris told them that a month had passed since they entered the virtual world. The students were very surprised by this. Each person's training results are different. The hero reminded of the contractual condition. If they oppose the agreement, they can learn about the consequences. After this, all the students were scattered to their homes. Only Jessica remained. She resisted his magic. She said that she wanted to propose to him. Her family wants to make a contract with the hero. They want him to become their family's special hunter. Chris thought that he would still refuse the offer, but he would listen. As an attraction, she offered him her share. The guy asked her if the girl had such powers. Before coming here, Jessica was approved by the family elders. Chris asked her why she was making such an offer. The girl said that based on what they experienced in reality, Chris's ability is to transmit knowledge. 1 year's experience in just 1 month. A wizard who can do this must be recruited. Lana said that her creator was an amazing wizard. Jessica's expression immediately changed when she saw her. Chris asked her to leave things as they were. He thanked the girl for the offer, but declined it. In response, the guy told a suitable proverb, and he firmly believes in this saying. After this, Jessica replied that if Chris is not a friend of her family, then he is an enemy. She doesn't know what he's preparing for. But her family and other countries cannot accept such an excuse. Chris prepared in advance. The girl will not be able to overcome him by force. After this, Jessica's expression changed, and she said that the negotiations had failed. The guy asked if they would be enemies now, and he asked to convey his greetings to her elder. Jessica replied that she hoped he wouldn't take those words as a threat, because if they fight, everything Chris has will be destroyed. In response, the hero smiled slyly and said that he was waiting for this. After that, Chris carried the girl. Lana told him that the creator could not defeat them. However, if the battle is long, he will win. It's hard for the guy to argue with what she said. The completed Lana is the embodiment of the most magical tower. Lana's growth rate was very fast. Chris looked at her and asked what she was doing. The girl replied that she was hacking the government. Then he asked what kind of outfit she was wearing, and asked why she was using the keyboard. She decided that this was the best way to show how hard she worked. At the same time, they continue to produce magical items. They are ahead of schedule and are planning to start mass production. At the same time, they will launch an energy production business. Lana asked to provide this to her, and if there is any information from what she hacked, she should tell Chris. Then they show the presidential palace. The inner guard met the opening portal. They immediately began calling for backup. The captain said they think it's a portal. The next moment, Undead fell out of it. She immediately attacked the captain. When she grabbed him, his body began to die. The monster said that before he died, he would show him heaven. While the captain was dying, the privates fired at her. After that, more monsters attacked him. His body was immediately dried out. When they were done with the people, the monsters gathered to feast further. Panic immediately broke out in the palace. This incident was shown on television. The portal in the palace was rated as level 3 and opened near the governments. A group from the association has gathered in America. Frank met with Chuck. The man said that this zone does not apply to him. Then he handed his friend a tablet with the news. It shows a blue house from another country. There is a portal there. He said that such portals are appearing in other developed countries. Chuck didn't understand what was happening. Frank's assistant explained that this event allowed them to believe that the monsters had a common goal. Chuck replied that they had never met before, and immediately became acquainted. The man asked again what he meant. He said that they cannot talk about it publicly yet. Also, if they can communicate with Akashi, they can get help. Chuck asked if he needed to pray for that. If this is really God, then maybe he will answer. So there is a mysterious entity that sends monsters. He doesn't even go to church. Chuck is confident that Frank is not waiting for the Almighty to do something. If they wait, impatient countries may move in. While they are gathering information, they must defend themselves. The man replied that they were already doing this. If they can't close the portal quickly, it's unknown what events will follow. At this time, the Black Land continued to expand. The Shadow General found a human weapon. There is not a drop of mana in these technologies. The Lich replied that the use of mana was not yet developed here. But because of their knowledge, they will become much stronger soon. Then the general asked him how things were going with the army. Lich replied that the army's level was very high. This is because there are many living things in the world. But soon they will strike back. The living have poor control over their mana. At this time, some kind of fiery object was approaching in the sky. The general said that he speaks of the devil. Moments later, a bird landed in front of them. It was the high-ranking hunter Kyle. He was surprised that the monster could talk to him. The general said that the previous ones had 0 abilities. The Lich said that he did not feel the presence of other gods. They have no time to waste, as they have already made their move. He was already about to get rid of the man. These words surprised Kyle, and he began to get indignant. He threatened to tear them apart so that they could no longer move. Moments later, the man turned into a dragon. The general knew he was a werewolf, but he turned into a mystical creature. The dragon used lightning breath, but the Lich used an extended shield against him. The attack did not reach the main targets, but the soldiers in the area were affected. In response, the general cut the dragon's body. Kyle turned out to be stronger than the leader expected. He planned to cut off the head. The man didn't believe it, because weapons couldn't penetrate his scales, and the army surrounded him abnormally quickly. He realized that a close fight on the ground was not beneficial to him. The general let his guard down. He didn't think the enemy could fly. Lich asked to leave it with him. Kyle decided that if he simply destroyed the soldiers with lightning, he could gain experience. The next moment, Lich used gravity control. After that, he fell to the ground. He also tied his body with chains. These chains were draining his mana and he couldn't transform. The general called the hero a fool who came alone. Now his physical form will join their forces. After these words, he swung his sword and killed the hunter. The attack created an explosive sphere in the area. He cut off his head. Kyle couldn't believe it. Lich said the dragon remains were excellent material. At this time, a Chinese elder stood on a cliff in the mountains. An assistant approached him and informed him about the chairman he had received. The forces defending the southeastern sector have been destroyed. Kyle was also defeated in battle. The elder decided that if Kyle had lost, they could not ignore the incident. At the same time, a new magical item was presented on television. Only 3,000 copies remain. John watched it and decided he needed it. People actually sell things like this. Suddenly, someone called him. It was the director. He told us about the next hunt. The captain said that if you don't count the undead, there are a lot of dungeons left. After this, the man heard that all the items had been sold. John began to get indignant about this. After some time, the team was on the hunt. Lex fought against the spider monsters. She was afraid of them, so she fought with all her heart. The monsters' bodies were destroyed in batches. Judy said Lex has become amazing. Chester told the captain that he couldn't do it. He started to boast that he was the only tank and damage dealer on the team. But the guy told him that he was slow, and Simon added that she has more aura points. Besides, she has good perception. After this, the man said that he was in danger of losing his rank. Then Chris showed up and said that her leveling up was impressive. His appearance frightened his comrades. John said he thought Chris wouldn't come today, and then he asked when he learned to do this. Chris replied that it was not stealth, but simple teleportation. Chester and Simon were surprised that he took it so lightly. At this time, Lex had already finished with the monsters. After that, she saw Chris, and she ran to meet the hero. But at the last moment, she was stopped because she was dirty. The guy decided that he would fix her mess himself. First, he poured water all over her, then dried with artificial wind. A few moments later, she was already clean. Chris said that this is simple household magic that someone developed for the home. After this, the team packed up and left. Then in the car, Chris started talking about the 3rd level dungeon. The government wants them to take care of it. The guy replied that the government would send a request soon. The problem is the difficulty. For him it is possible, but with the team's skills, it will be difficult. With the study of aura, they became stronger, but it was not enough. The environment in the dungeons is harsh. John replied that he had heard that the dungeon was unpredictable. Lex said they should always be prepared, but then she showed a new ring on her finger. The team immediately clung to her and began to examine her. Chris began to worry that he hadn't taken care of his team. He said it was a pretty good item for dungeons, but then he still directed the team in the right direction. He said that he had completed the upgrade in virtual reality. He updated the world so the team could increase their aura. This was what Lex wanted. She was excited. Chris will negotiate with the government to buy some time. After some time, the negotiations were completed. Despite so much that has happened, people have not changed. Previously, Chris would often come to one place and watch performances. As he passed by the musician, he praised him. Suddenly, walking further, he met a siren. He was surprised that there was something like that here. She stood in the center and sang her songs. After finishing, the girl thanked everyone. Chris decided to watch her secretly. This siren came to Earth through a portal. He always knew that someone from the ancient race would arrive on Earth. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the girl saw him. He was naturally surprised by this. She mentally said that this was the first time she had seen such a skilled craftsman in this world, and she asked to give her a little time for a conversation. The guy replied that since she had gone this far, she should agree. The girl replied that it was a wise decision and invited me to her hotel. He told her that he would be there in an hour. Chris hopes it won't cause any problems. If he can establish a good relationship with the siren, that would be great. This siren can become the best singer in this world. After some time, he reached the calving ground. While he was standing in front of the door, the girl had already met him. She said that she was honored to meet such a person. Having gone inside, the hero introduced himself to her. Her name is Eleanor. She is an elementalist and a siren. After that, Chris laid the scroll on the table. Before him, everyone will ask one question. After that, the contract was concluded and they began. Once in effect, the truth contract ensures the truthfulness of the answers. First, the guy asked the name of the world she used to live in. The girl replied that she did not know the name of her world. But when she named the human empire, it made Chris wary. This empire flourished 300 years ago. Chris was the cause of her death. Eleanor said he must be from the same world. Chris replied that this is why elementalists are a problem. The girl said that their race is known for its ability to detect the slightest changes in people. She asked how long the hero had been living in this world. The guy asked why she was asking such questions. For as long as Chris lived in this world, it seemed to the girl both a short and a long period of time. Now it was Chris's turn to ask questions. He asked her how she came to this world. The girl replied that the dimensions had collapsed. This answer really excited the guy. In his opinion, the collapse of dimensions is unthinkable. She replied that there were no signs of this. The dimensions simply collapsed on them. Chris realized that the reason for this was his fight with the dragon. But even if God is not involved in this, there is a cosmic force. After this, the girl wanted to ask her question. She asked about Chris's role in this world. The guy replied that he couldn't say for sure, but he believed that he could go against the nation. Then Chris decided to finish with the questions, because he had nothing more to ask, and he was pleased to meet her. Just as he was about to leave, Eleanor stopped him and said that she had a proposal for him. She said that if he helped her, she would share with him the ancient knowledge of her people. Chris thought to himself that this was a good offer, but it could be bad because it depends on what she asks for. So they decided to start negotiations, and Chris asked how he could help. The girl asked him to save her race and provide them with a place to live in his world. The hero replied that it could take forever. She asked to find them within a reasonable time, and when found, to begin the rescue without casualties. The siren's desire was vague, but she wasn't putting much pressure on Chris yet. Since the hero has power, he will be able to grant them the region and independence. Chris decided that he would provide them with the necessary supplies and immediately begin a rescue operation. After this, negotiations can continue elsewhere. Chris initially wanted to search if he had more time. After some time, the hero and his companion moved to his house. While there, the girl admired the amount of mana floating in the air. Chris told her that he was uncomfortable speaking to her so formally, and asked her to call him by her first name. After that, he asked when she finally arrived. In this world's time frame, she arrived about a month ago. The guy was surprised that Serena was able to learn how to make money in the new world so quickly. He also praised her abilities in his language. Eleanor replied that people's thoughts here are much more complex than in her world. Even if the worlds are different, it will be quite easy for her to exchange knowledge with people. When they reached the main hall, Lana surprised Chris with her next form. It looked good, but she didn't need to conduct indoor firepower tests. Here, the assistant noticed the guest she had a different mana structure compared to the people here. Chris explained to her that she was not a human, but a siren, and the hero promised her hospitality. Eleanor introduced herself and said that she would be under Lana's care. After this, the girl registered the girl as a guest. After analyzing the race, Lana began to create an environment suitable for it. When she finished with this, she went to continue working. The girl noticed that Lana was an interesting tower spirit. Despite how she sometimes seems, she still gets the job done. After this phrase, the hero snapped his fingers and the tower began to deform. The landscape around the heroes changed and chairs appeared. Now they have started talking about their cooperation. Chris told her that he wanted to immediately gain the siren's knowledge for his own use. The girl immediately began to summon a sphere containing the knowledge of her people. The hero doesn't know how strong she is, but he feels a powerful magical force. Eleanor summoned a drop of water that contained the pure form of the siren's knowledge. If the guy drinks it, he will be able to obtain the desired knowledge. Chris used psychokinesis on her and drank a drop. The next moment, a huge amount of knowledge hit the guy's head. After a few moments, the hero finally absorbed the knowledge. The girl said he absorbed them much faster than she expected. Chris admitted that she was right. He could handle it all. Then the siren asked the hero his next plan of action. He replied that he wanted to discuss something first. The hero said that their agreement stated that they would provide a place to live, but he was not obligated to provide security. This world is prone to change. Its development is beyond their imagination. Even if a guy creates a habitat for them, humans can develop stronger and invade it. He had a long-term proposal for Eleanor. He will provide them with safety, and in return will receive special materials for use. Eleanor replied that it was not up to her to decide. Chris was a powerful wizard whom she had met. However, to agree to this, she needs to discuss it with others. The guy accepted her words and said that it was normal. He immediately began to fulfill his part of the agreement. After this, Chris ordered Lana to begin implementing the project. The girl immediately began to carry out her creator's orders. Chris told Eleanor that she would prefer another place and that she could tell him more. In response to this, the siren thanked him and followed him. Lana has developed a device that will help with Chris's plans. After this, the device moved into space. Following the first device, a huge number of similar ones moved in. Chris thought it was some kind of miracle, and he must have done it in his past life. The world is in the hands of those who control the space of space. No monsters pose a threat to the Chris. The real enemies are the gods behind them. Lana said that the eye's functions are space communication, ground surveillance, and magic detection. They will begin scanning the planet, looking for sirens. Knowing the natural habitats of sirens, they hide in all corners of the Earth. At the same time, it will be able to monitor international fleet movements. A huge amount of resources are involved. Chris said he trusted Lana to buy the resources. The Akashic system must still be watching him. Suddenly, the assistant called the hero to show him something. Something was happening in China, and Chris was interested. The recording shows that most of the city is covered in dead land. Jean stood on one of the rocks and watched this picture. Suddenly, a hawk flew to her. He told her that an operational meeting would take place. The girl replied that she wanted to study their enemies. The bird replied that without proper scanning skills, it was stupid. However, she must not forget about their plan and not create problems. Jin was very irritated by the hawk. She realized that the government had decided to intervene after all. A huge army of walking dead was moving across the earth. Most monsters are immune to physical attacks, but are affected by heat. No one would want to resort to such a weapon, but in war, all means are good. It would be great if they just burned. There was a separate army in the army that was different from the others. They are not susceptible to fire. Even those dead men began to resist, but a second ago they were writhing in pain. Something helped them, using some kind of spell. Jean began to wonder if they could cope on their own, but she cast aside her doubts and said that the elder would deal with it. The girl just wants to report what she saw. Chris said that these people are causing problems because they don't understand magic at all. Ideal conditions for a heat-resistant spell. A huge area of magic decay or its cancellation would be enough. Chris asked himself if it was worth doing this for free. Lana said that if he helps people, they will find out about them. Could this mean that he cares about people? Chris said he wasn't that kind-hearted. The population of China is a tasty morsel for the undead general. If nothing is done, they will form a city. Previously, there was no need to worry about their quantity. After the government took up the matter itself, Chris stopped monitoring. The undead leaders did not sit idle while they were dealing with matters in the tower. Their entire army is a snowball that has been allowed to roll freely down the mountain. Lana responded that Chris's personal intervention was very stupid. But the hero replied that if they allowed the monsters to develop, then nothing could help the world. Lana said that the Chinese government is corrupt. Even without Chris's help, the construction of the monster city will not be completed. But strong armies lose wars more than once because of poor planning. In that case, the girl offered to share information with them. Chris decided that more people would die this way. In both lives, no one helped him. They will remain neutral until they themselves ask for help. And we need to hurry with the study of the newly arrived creatures. Chris made a good profit from the rings he sold. He is going to start construction on several islands. Lana replied that this could lead to conflicts with neighbors. It is worth remembering that there are many exceptions. Chris said there were no sanctions imposed against them. In that case, he can afford to use the islands. After some time, a Chinese forward base is shown. The commander asks his subordinates what the results are. They confirmed a direct hit, but due to smoke and fire, they cannot continue. Their firepower should be sufficient. Suddenly, one of the soldiers called the general to show him one recording. It shows a huge horde of walking dead. A car with soldiers moves through this crowd. They shot monsters along the way. This car was a decoy. They are moving according to plan. The heads of the Chinese command center gathered. One of them said that the first attack was a failure. An elder of one of the clans says that the main branch of the technique includes internal resistance to fire. There is something that casts a protective spell. One of them said that they must find out by any means what the enemy is capable of. They agree to learn all the enemy's abilities. Most of the front line is made up of common undead. Photos also arrived from the air raid. The headquarters is more concerned with special monsters. The enemies have more than one spell in reserve. They have no choice but to do so if firepower doesn't take them. The soldiers managed to lure the dead to the designated point. Their advanced hunters managed to find weaknesses in the enemy's resistance spell. Melee hunters will take up position in the potential ambush zone. And when the time comes, they will begin to attack the enemy from all sides. At this time, the decoy car drove away from the monsters and fired back. One of the shooters was attacked by a monster and killed. The first car killed this monster. They reported that they were almost there, in the operational zone. Moments later, the decoy car passed the castle entrance. The gates closed behind them, and the commanders looked at the hordes of monsters. The general was glad that everything was going according to plan. Several fighters flew out from behind the castle walls. They blew up the battlefield. At this time, the Lich hovered over the battlefield. He said he was curious what people were up to. The general said that their suspicions were confirmed. The monsters were under a protective spell. Hunters appeared from behind the castle walls. They began to prepare a spell to kill the monsters. In an instant, the monsters' bodies were struck by lightning. The Lich said that there was no point in killing the dead. The zombies immediately recovered. As soon as the people saw that the monsters had recovered, they prepared counter-seals. They wanted to seal the monsters' recovery. A huge seal immediately appeared near the castle walls. The Lich replied that there was a place in this world for spiritual individuals. He used spell areas. After that, the seal cracked. The wizards immediately fell to the ground. The elder couldn't believe it. The general said they can't use this clan anymore. He ordered reinforcements to be sent there. They will send a signal and show the mass of flesh what strategy means. The elder replied that they should be careful. These dead people were different from the usual ones. At this time, the order came to the hunters. The captain of the hunters said that they had received an order to attack. Their opponents are the undead. The main thing is to disable them. After listening to the leader's speech, the hunters became inspired. The next moment, they jumped down the slope. The battle became much more epic. The heroes cut down the monsters. At this time, Chris was at the base and was happy with the team's results. He watched the rough fight of his comrades and was surprised. Lex fought the shadow dogs. John also chopped off the heads of monsters. Simon practically floated in the air, swinging his spear and killing the dogs. Chester shot at the monsters with his new skills. The team started shouting that all this was thanks to Judy and Chester. They needed to take care of their safety. Simon was worried that there were a lot of monsters. He wondered if he would have enough mana. All they can do is rely on Judy's new skill. The guy said that the spell of mass destruction is ready. Chester replied that he had been waiting for this for ages. The guy used his new skill and fired a bunch of shots into the sky. Then Lex burst into the fray and told John to do the same. The captain got angry that she called him by his nickname and hit the ground, breaking it. Chester's projectiles reached their targets and began killing the monsters. Lex looked at the field and said that Chester was the best at dealing with the little monsters. The guy replied that he wouldn't envy him, since his mana was only enough for one approach. Judy told him not to worry because he had a new skill. Monsters leave behind a floating cloud upon death. John was surprised that his health was restored. And Lex's mana reserves have been restored. The captain said they might be able to make it to the end this time. Lex replied that if the man died the same way as last time, she would personally gut him. The captain was surprised that the girl had become so rude. John replied that by focusing only on causing damage, everyone would be wrong. Suddenly, a cocoon with a boss appeared on the field. Lex began to prepare a new skill to fight him. She used mass protection with light. After analyzing their battles, the girl thinks that the first time they died because of an explosion. She had seen this demonic face so many times that it now felt like home to her. John told her that she was rude and that Chris could watch her. Judy told them to stop talking. He was going to attack first. The demon was outraged that people came to his kingdom without an invitation. The heroes have already heard his lines many times. The captain said that villainous cutscenes should follow a template. Judy used a negative effect on the enemy. The demon was surprised that the guy naively tried to put effects on him. In response, he was going to burn the team to the ground. Suddenly, a shot of mana hit the monster's neck. It was Chester. He said it was predictable. John said that he would distract the demon, and they would only have a second to attack. The monster was angry that the little people dared to attack him. Suddenly, his body began to be covered with an active curse. After this, the captain attacked him and hit him on his strong horns. John was surprised that the horns were able to block his path. The monster threw the man aside. He tried to burn John with his breath. At the last moment, he was saved by Lex, who hit the monster in the head. John ran away to the side and burned. The girl said that everything was over and she needed someone to help her. The demon tried to hit the girl, but she easily dodged. Simon attacked the monster from behind and struck it with a spear. The monster didn't expect this and hit the guy with his tail. The demon said that he had not felt pain for so many years. Weakened by the curse, his body became weak. He said that the jokes were over and a strong aura began to spread around his body. John was recovering at this time and said that the next line was coming. He won't risk approaching him at the second stage. Then Lex came up to him and hit him on the shoulder. She said that she would treat him. They were going to attack together. The captain replied that they had left late and were offending the demon. The girl said that a strong body is the captain's only advantage. The man added that he would do it or die. John rushed at the monster and hoped for his comrades. The demon told him that he would eat him and attacked. The next moment their attacks clashed with a roar. John admitted that the boss was too strong. A moment later, the monster's body was covered in a barrage of gunfire. It was Chester, running across the field and shooting at the same time. The captain said he could stun him for a short time, which should be enough to take cover. He doesn't want to give the demon a chance and is going to kill him first. The next moment, the monster was blown up again. The monster's attention switched to the guy and he headed towards him. Chester tried to hide from him and simultaneously fired back. John said he shouldn't have let the demon fly. They did a lot of damage. Lex started yelling that the water attack was ready and everyone needed to hurry. The demon tried to attack Chester, but he was able to avoid the attack at the last moment. The monster said that he realized that none of the heroes could fly. He started chasing the guy through the air. John started shouting that he would slow down the demon and the others should attack. The monster began to glow with a purple aura and became indignant. Simon was about to throw his spear straight at the monster. It definitely hit and pierced his body right through. The captain ordered Lex to begin immediately. She threw John into the sky right towards the demon. He flew up to him and grabbed the monster by the leg. The next moment, the man used his ability and they flew down. A second later, they crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Lex urged her comrades to continue attacking the demon. The demon began to beat John to make him let go. He said that no matter how much he resisted, the captain was not going to let him go. Judy disabled the monster's defenses and gave his comrades the opportunity to attack. Lex was the first to attack. She prepared an explosive attack. The others did the same and caused a huge explosion. Chris was watching them all this time. He was certainly happy for his team. He underestimated the mastery of the Akasha system. They became much stronger. They might be able to get through the 3rd level dungeon. After some time, Lana said that the capsules were being switched off. All the capsules burst at once and the heroes fell out of them. Chris praised them and said that they did it very quickly. They spent 2 weeks there, but Lex said it felt like they were there forever. Lana said they needed psychological help after training in the virtual world. The team immediately asked him if he had really gotten into their minds. Chris replied that it was necessary. He kept them safe. Lex believed him, but still realized that he was lying somewhere. The hero never thought that they would become so strong. He handed them towels and told them that they had work to do. They have a new mission, and it's time for them to go. The team was shocked by this. They just returned to reality and did not even rest. After some time, Chris and his team arrived at the press, accompanied by Felix. They were exhausted and did not want to go on a new hunt. Chris told Felix that he was aware of his successful negotiations with the government. Now they are tax-free, have access to the island and much more, just as Chris requested. The guy started praising the director and he became embarrassed. Finally, the moment came when Chris and his team stepped into the 3rd level dungeon. The dungeon resembles a cave. Lex said that glowing ores cannot be found on Earth. Chris said that while they were in the virtual world, a lot had changed. He said that the dead are slowly but surely taking over China. They may have to fight them, and therefore the team must become stronger. Chris said he would maintain Lex's power level. This dungeon contains a nest of gradients. He said that this is the name of a race, as well as the name of people. The glowing minerals are their work. The dragons raised the Gradians, among whom there are queens who are not inferior in intelligence to humans. Lex said that their opponents were far from the same monsters they had already fought. The hero replied that they needed to beware of the guards. Their mana is different from that of normal aura users. Queens are creatures created by the dragon. They are well developed. Chris began to worry that his team would not be able to clear the dungeon, but he said he had everything under control. A moment later, a huge device appeared in front of the heroes. They were surprised by this at first, but then they remembered that Chris had done it. Right now, Chris only has access to Tetra spells. Strictly speaking, he is at level 4. But with this device, he can use Hepta spells. Suddenly, Chris asked the team to be silent. Judging by the size of the nest, it was clear that there were many workers among them. Lex began to worry about what the future would hold. Chris replied that they need to think about what they will improve when they level up. It doesn't matter how many of these pathetic ants there are. The hero ordered Lana to operate the combat control system. After that, she activated the control system. The next moment, the ground began to tear out from under Chris's feet. This land is scattered with crowds of ants. The Akashic system can scan everything it can. The sorcerer's power is collected through technology. There are no more worthy opponents than dragons. Chris will be the first and will use the Flame of Death. After this, the cave was blown up. The hero realized that magic was the best option against them. With so many ants, the guy raised 7 levels in one hit. Lex was also surprised by such a large amount of experience. John is also curious if there are any Gradians at this level. Lana said that the analysis of the dungeon is complete. 3,000 Gradians are approaching them. She also found the boss. The target is located deep underground beneath them. Chris told his assistant that they would go to his place as soon as he finished here. In an instant, a terrifying aura appeared in the air, which frightened the team. Chris was flying in the air and the silhouette of death appeared behind him. He immediately began setting the parameters for the attack and needed to be covered. Lana located all the Gradians and activated the magical support device. A moment later, the monsters' heads were marked. Chris swung and attacked them with a huge scythe. A dissection flew towards the ants. In an instant, all the ants died on the spot. The queen felt all this and appreciated Chris's strength, because he was able to kill all her children. She was told that low-level Gradians could be resurrected when the time was right. The Gradian general told her that she could meet their opponents in person. The queen replied that they could all go and deal with the crew. Gradians with passive protection will begin to hunt him, but they must not let their guard down. While the team was looking at the dead bodies, they were very surprised by such strength. A spell that kills everyone in such a huge area is very powerful. Chris said that magic is needed to change existing laws. Lex asked him what would happen next. The guy replied that the boss was still alive, and that he would now move towards the finish line, avoiding the queen. He told the team to collect magic stones from the corpses of the Gradians. They would get more money. Chris added that the Gradian antennae might still be useful. The next moment, Chris used teleportation to inspect. After the hero's departure, John said that he regretted creating a contract with him. They felt like they were cheap labor for the guy. Chris moved to some place in the depths, squeezing everything out of teleportation. After all, the queen is an ancient sorceress, and such precautions are justified. After going a little deeper, Chris met the generals. Chris said that he didn't even notice them, and now he won't say that he's glad to meet them. The general said that their queen needed the boy's head. To himself, he assessed his opponents and their physiques. After a short period of reflection, the monsters began the battle. The hero hasn't fought with the higher Gradians for a long time. Due to their magical protection, they are considered the best mage hunters. When the ant attacked, a stream of stones burst out from underground. These stones flew towards the monster, but he defended himself and said that it was useless. As soon as that was over, Chris appeared behind him and hit him. He grabbed his head and activated his abilities. One of the monsters struck the hero's body, but it turned out to be a simple mirage that had nothing to do with it. Suddenly, when the general looked back, he saw that one of his warriors was killed. Chris said his movements are predictable because he is driven by fear and anger. The guy grabbed the monster by the head and slammed it into the ground. He was able to win easily thanks to their tendency to underestimate wizards. The general said that Chris was a monster. A human could not gain such power. The ant cannot send the boy to the queen, and before his death he thought only of her. Chris was struck by such devotion, which was stronger than even the sense of self-preservation. This is proof that the queen has great authority. Most likely, she was observing the progress of the battle using detection magic. The queen said that she sent them together to find out what skills he possessed. She was amazed at how he achieved such skill in combat with only 4 rings. After some time, Chris and Lana reached the gates to the queen's throne room. The guy knows how to win her, but it's quite difficult to arrange the conditions. First, the magician must destroy her magical barrier. Then you need a strong warrior who can easily use his aura. Without a simple and traditional strategy, victory is not possible. Most likely he would have lost too without preparation. The boss was very strong. Completing this dungeon would be difficult. As soon as the gates opened, the queen asked why he did not come in. She was surprised by Chris's caution. When the monster started talking about his children, the hero thought she was crazy. She said it had been a long time since she had spoken to a member of another species. Chris was surprised that she was also interested in portals. He told her that beyond these gates there was a world ruled by humans. The guy asked her what she wanted to achieve by creating the gate. The queen replied that it was a rather provocative question to start a conversation. She replied that her children should not have attacked, but simply came closer out of curiosity. She remains faithful to one goal, the prosperity of her race. Chris said that they could resolve everything peacefully and not fight. The girl replied that the will of someone more powerful was restricting their movements. Since he is a wizard, he should understand her, despite the level of intelligence, the feeling that someone is controlling her. It's not her will, but she's not one to tolerate losses. After her words, the queen transformed into battle form. Chris was upset that this was the only way to resolve the conflict. First, she wanted to ask what it was like to live outside the portal. The guy replied that the place was quite nice. The monster replied that she had great expectations for that world. The next moment, a beam of mana shot from behind the queen, which the guy dodged. He ordered Lana to start the magic dispel. Also use all your resources to destroy her magic. The next moment, the queen was above the guy and was about to strike. She struck with such force that the ground beneath them cracked and broke. During the battle, they fell into the ground below. While in the air, the queen continued to pursue Chris. She said that how come he was still alive after her blows. Getting closer, she struck again and drove the guy's body into the rock. The queen didn't understand why Chris hadn't died yet, since his protection from magic should have disappeared. Chris said it was all thanks to the protective magic on the staff and armor. She replied that he had the usual ridiculous tricks. In general, he has strange magical abilities that do not suit his level. Chris said he was just a powerful wizard, hardened by hard work. And then he asked about the dragon that created him. Chris said he did the right thing by leaving his guys. The monster replied that he did not look like a person dependent on external factors. The guy said that if necessary, he won't take it apart. After these words, the queen became truly interested. But out of generosity, she decided to attack him. Her queen's eye will prevent Chris from using illusions. The girl was again surprised that the guy blocked her attack with his body. Chris replied that such an eye was a complete scam. She can only apply force. Then the guy suggested that she fight properly. The next moment, as soon as the guy activated the aura, they collided again. The queen dodged the guy's blow and found herself behind. The force of their blows created explosive waves. She began to knock him deeper into the cave. When Chris stood on the ground, he activated the shield with which he wanted to use reverse techniques. The queen launched a slash towards the hero, which Chris was able to defend against. After fending off such blows, he realized that he needed more practice in battle. In an instant, the queen appeared before the hero. She said that during the battle one cannot think about anything else. She hit the guy's body with all her strength. The further the battle went, the more cheerful the Queen of the Gradients became. Chris was able to withstand the next blow from the girl's strength. She noticed that her blows seemed to dissipate. After one of the attacks, Chris threw the girl aside. When Chris parried her attack, the Queen realized that the guy was not simple. In that case, she decided she would simply move faster. Her movements sped up many times and it became harder for Chris to restrain her. The attacks come one after another. He can't parry them all. Just as the guy decided to seize the initiative, the Queen appeared behind him and struck, but he dodged. After dodging, he jumped back into the distance. He realized that he couldn't compete with her in speed. Chris decided that he would not play according to her plan. He would set his own pace of battle. After these words, a huge explosion followed, which engulfed everything. The Queen didn't understand what the guy was doing. She said that he realized that he couldn't keep up with her and gave up, or that he was simply stalling for time with a smokescreen. She can't be fooled by such a cheap trick. She senses the flows of mana. While the entire area was covered in fog, the girl attacked the hero. She was already glad that Chris had been caught so easily this smoke wouldn't stop her from finding him. Suddenly the Queen realized that this body was just a trap. The guy tricked her and attacked while the Queen was busy with the false body. Chris launched a fireball at her, which crashed onto the ground. Meanwhile, the team continued to collect antennae from the defeated ants. Lex heard that the hero's battle was noisy and hoped that everything was okay. John replied that the girl was worrying in vain. Chris would not have entered the battle without being confident of victory. She'd better worry about herself, because they still have a long way to go. When the smoke cleared, the Queen lay on the ground covered in blood. She said that she was not destined to see another world. Chris had amazing magical abilities. Chris said that after parrying, he created a golem and filled it with mana. Gradion admitted that she had actually underestimated the guy's strength, and she said it was a good fight, as with a person. When it was all over, Lex saw that Chris was finished. She shouted to John that the hero was finished, and the man was not surprised. A moment later, Chris appeared at the team. Lex immediately ran to the guy. He asked them if they enjoyed the training. After some time, the team exited the portal and it began to close. Reporters immediately surrounded the heroes and shouted. They called the Alpha Team the best of the best. They cleared the 3rd level dungeon. The Alpha Team was the first in history to clear this dungeon. They said on TV that the director had arrived to meet the team. At this time, the team was in the hotel and resting. The team members were in different rest areas in the room. Chris was talking to his mother on the phone. He talked about people's safety and his work. Despite his strength, his mother will always worry. As it turned out, Mitchell was waiting for the hero to finish talking to his mother. She replied that their parents always worry about them, no matter where they are. The girl replied that she had no choice, and that her boss was forcing her to work day and night. He asked her to sit down and tell him why she came. The guy then offered Mitchell a drink. The girl thought that the hero was trying to hit on her in this way. Chris immediately started making excuses, and if she didn't want to, then she didn't have to drink. Mitchell said she was just joking because she likes men with a sense of humor. The guy replied that playing with feelings was more expensive. When the girl started drinking, the guy was impressed. Mitchell replied that she had a difficult job because of some people, so that's why. She came with a proposal to clear out a similar dungeon right next to the White House. If the underground undergoes the same kind of replacement as in China, the world will be in trouble. Mitchell said they found the reason for all this. After the dungeon appears, it replaces the dimension in their world. Some countries are unaware, but many have refused to defend themselves. Chris said it was understandable why no one was trying. But if Chris refuses them, then they themselves are ready to fight. The hero can tell them something, but will it help? If it is not the same dungeon, his information is useless. Mitchell understands this. They want to roughly estimate the whole complexity. Chris told her that he needed 10,000 people. All of them must be above level 150. That's if they want to start a fight right in front of the White House without any precautions. This made Mitchell jump up from her seat and say that this was nonsense. Chris told her that they couldn't win with numbers. Everything would depend on the hunters themselves. If this is true, then the hero's country had a hard time. Even if they win, the destruction will be catastrophic. The girl said that he was too calm for a man who understood that the whole world was in danger. He replied that there was nothing to do without a plan. He thought to himself that this dungeon could cause a lot of problems. The United States is the pillar of the global economy. After some thought, Chris agreed to her proposal. But he needed something in return, but Mitchell of course agreed. He needs a nuclear power plant. The girl was shocked by this. The guy said that there were already a lot of abandoned stations in her country. He only needed one. Mitchell's boss told him to take it. The chief's assistant was worried whether it was safe, since it was an entire nuclear power plant. Frank said it was too late to compromise. It was a great deal. They also found something in space. They discovered it completely by accident. The satellite itself belongs to Chris. The materials are exactly the same as those he ordered. In Washington, they discussed Chris's arrival in the country. The president asked if there was any chance to win Chris over to his side. One of the ministers replied to him that, judging by the latest data, this was almost impossible. This means that they can only rely on his favor. The president asked if he could be trusted. They quickly resolved the issue with the nuclear power plant. Now he has no reason to refuse. While they were discussing, Chris had already entered the portal. The president asked the minister if they had a backup plan. They have an immediate evacuation protocol ready. They also trained the best hunters in 3 parameters. After entering the dungeon, Chris found himself in darkness. Surprisingly, he couldn't breathe. He used a ring of protection on himself. There is literally nothing in this place. This dungeon is radically different from the Korean ones. Suddenly, someone's voice appeared in the hero's head. It was a medium. The next moment, a huge spaceship appeared in front of the hero. A barrage of shells immediately fell upon him. Chris dodged them, but they followed him. A swarm of fighters immediately began to fly out of the ship. The humanoid spoke about how he was the last bastion of defense of his race. They must leave offspring even in another dimension. Chris realized that this was not just a space battle. He wanted to at least talk first. They told him that it was pointless before capturing the planet. They would annihilate all life. Chris called the terminals in his own subspace. He decided to test nuclear energy and asked Lana to help him. The guy suggested first destroying the annoying flying bugs. In response to this, the ship fired its main guns. Chris was able to defend himself from the attack using his shield. It was unexpected for him. The guy teleported from that place. Lana replied that after teleporting, she cast a stealth effect. Then Chris remembered that it was high time to try out his new spell. A magical shield appeared around him, protecting him from the explosion. He used nuclear annihilation. The creature said that a dense flow of energy was noticed. Recoil suppression with a protective barrier, 30% of mana used. The shield absorption was getting bigger and bigger. Thus the ship was destroyed. Chris converted a huge amount of nuclear energy into mana. The nuclear destruction spell is 8 times stronger than normal. Some unusual matter remained from the destroyed ship. The guy decided that he would take it. The wizard cannot miss out on new knowledge. Chris only leveled up 1 level and the guy was surprised. The system said that Chris had crushed an enemy superior in strength for the first time. It's strange that only one, apparently dungeon boss, gave so little experience. Chris realized that the system itself was preventing him from becoming stronger. At this time, Isaac asked Lich how things were going with the city. He replied that we had to wait until the solar cycles passed. The creatures in this world know nothing about mana and gods. People have knowledge of martial arts and the abilities of awakened beings. They then discussed China's colossal losses. With so many souls, the Lich has no problem connecting their world to this one. People would have no chance if they conquered territories. Then Eileen showed up and said Isaac lacked restraint. The general replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl said that the general still hadn't been taught discipline, but her title meant nothing here. When Lich approached her, she admitted that it was more pleasant to communicate with him. Lich said they needed her help. The general replied that this world was similar to their old enemy. It had its own machine god. Eileen said she remembers those battles. The absolute chaos on the battlefields. Now he and Isaac are focused on building the city. The girl decided to play with this world a little. She was interested in the strongest nation. She decided that she would visit there. After the queen left, Lich asked the general what he would do next. He will distract them, because battlefield control is his specialty. Isaac told Lich to focus on his mission. In his thoughts, the dead man rejoiced that the world would soon end. At one of the testing grounds, Chris was practicing his new nuclear skill. While he defended himself with his shield, he hoped that he would not become the first mage to die from his own spell. He said the power had increased, but he didn't expect it to be difficult to control. Lana said that their main goal is to increase firepower. The assistant said that it was very difficult with the hero. Inside the dungeon, she only uses 12% of her abilities. Chris said that now he is strong enough to get the singularity. Lana realized he was talking about the event horizon. The hero explained that for magicians like him, this only means reaching a certain level. Chris recently started selling life rings. If you wear such a ring, then people will no longer need food. Thanks to the mana from nuclear energy, Chris can automatically create items. Due to his creation, he can easily pass through dungeons of the 3rd level and below. At his current level, he can control the amount of energy he receives. After his thoughts, the hero began to look for a way out of the dungeon. They were talking on TV about Chris clearing out the dungeon. Eleanor watched this report. Another siren ran up to her and said that they had found 2 more sirens. The queen smiled and said that it was wonderful. Then the girl saw Chris on TV. She admitted that the hero was truly incredible. Eleanor replied that the guy really wasn't as simple as he seemed. The girl was curious about how he felt about her queen. He scared her a little. The woman replied that the entire future and fate of the sirens rested on it. After some time, Chris allowed Lana to settle matters with other countries. The Korean government tried to play on the fact that they have a say in the negotiations. The hero's influence is already an order of magnitude greater than that of his country's government. He cleared dungeons in countries with which Lana had made agreements. All these dungeons were cleared very quickly. After some time, Chris arrived at the magic tower to sort out the affairs with the dungeons. Lana told him that the developments showed that 3 countries in the world would fall. Chris cleared dungeons, but not at a fast enough pace. He managed to cover a number of countries thanks to the USA. The hero asked the girl how many nuclear reactors were ready for use. The girl replied that 28 units were ready. They were only using 2, but soon they would all be ready. Chris said he could rely on that because he couldn't fall behind. Lana said that many people are interested in the guy's abilities. Don't underestimate their opponents. Chris said he would put them in their place if they came, but the assistant said she still advised him to be careful. After that, the hero asked Lana how she liked her new body. The girl liked it more than she expected. She will meet many people. Finally, Chris can feel free. Then the girl said that she had some kind of proposal for the guy. She proposed building an interstellar complex. Chris understood everything correctly, and she will show everything now. After this, Lana showed a huge space base with its weapons. This base is 3 times larger than the one Chris destroyed. Lana has already completed the layout and drawing in accordance with the fragments examined. Chris doubts that the main defender of the magic tower can offer something useless. If they use all the resources they have, a working prototype will be ready in a year. While researching that ship, Lana came to the conclusion that construction would be less efficient. The girl believes that the enemy is aiming to attack the land. With this ship, Chris will be able to spread his influence throughout the world. Nuclear fusion should be enough to fight. After some deliberation, Chris gave the go-ahead to build the ship. They need to think about resources. They need to send drones to Mars. A portal for transportation will be created on another planet. Chris said that their fighting power is sufficient for now. They can postpone it. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, which surprised the heroes. Dungeons have begun to activate around the world. Chris observed the situation in the world and saw that most countries were coping. A huge dragon appeared in the sky in Japan. Fighters fired missiles at his body. Then the hero of this country appeared and was outraged that the hunters allowed such a monster to roam the city. She used sound amplification and began to provoke the monster into battle. After that, the girl headed towards the dragon. She started summoning ghosts from the past with her ability. Her summoned monsters are stronger than their summoner. Chris found this ability interesting. Shadow hands emerged from underground towards the flying monster. The girl grabbed him with those hands and pinned him to the ground. The monster fell to the ground with a crash and could not move. The ghost palms should have halved his strength, but he dealt with them so easily. The lying dragon was attacked by the huntress's monsters. Chris admitted that this girl is better than she looks. She can fight the boss on her own. Although her combat power is lower, it seems that her ghosts are immune to the boss's attacks. At this time, Lana told the hero about the girl's abilities. Chris said Japan must curb this substitution, but due to the failure of the attempt to close the portal, the damage to the city already exceeds their expectations. All government buildings, including the minister's office, were razed to the ground. Chris said that if they asked for his help, they would lose resources because of their pride. The assistant replied that relations between Korea and Japan had always been strained. China plunged into chaos due to underground substitution. The countries where Chris cleared dungeons are being held back. The hero asked if they were avoiding him or asking for help. Lana replied that the states would certainly do something. Organizations like the UN are simply necessary at times like these. They can watch this battle or help them. The girl asked if Chris would help the UN. Chris replied that for now they would just observe, strengthen their positions and accumulate resources. Suddenly, the heroes at the base received a call from Eleanor, and the girl told the guy about it. He said that they needed to meet and asked to move her here. A moment later, the woman and her assistant arrived at Chris's magic tower. He greeted her, and the Siren Queen thanked him for the invitation. Chris replied that they didn't need to put themselves down like that. Here he became embarrassed about his clothes, and Eleanor replied that she always dressed like that. The atmosphere in the room changed. The hero asked the sirens to sit down and asked if there were any problems. Eleanor replied that she was very grateful to him for saving her race. Chris said it was part of the deal. Sirens said that many in this world are not so honest in this regard. Since Chris fulfilled his part of the contract, then the woman did too. Suddenly the sirens knelt down and acknowledged the boy as Lord. The guy was shocked by this and asked everyone to stand up. Eleanor had heard that in this world they bow before their master. Since her arrival, she's been learning about the culture of the land by watching dramas. Chris asked why they wanted to serve him. The woman said that everyone would find shelter in the shadow of the great tree. Her level of magic is higher now, but the potential inherent in Chris is simply incredible. Friendship with those who are not their enemies is an old siren's commandment. Chris said that he and Lana would discuss a new contract. Suddenly, Lana saw that the creation of the monster city in China was completed. At this time, missiles were launched at this city. Lich was told that nuclear missiles had been launched at them. They handed him a sphere that contained all the information about atomic energy. The monsters were surprised that this power could have had a different name. Elaine said there was no time for that. She needed to know if they could protect them. The Lich replied that he understood the nature of this power. He decided to add a new resistance to the barrier. A stream of light burst out from the city center. This flow stopped the rocket's movement and it flew down. Elaine was amazed that the Lich was able to prevent the explosion by simply turning her into stone. The Lich replied that, as she had already noticed, everything here was based on science. They would not be able to withstand magic. With such a simple spell, they can easily nullify even the strongest attacks of heroes. People in the ministry did not understand why there was no explosion. The control center told him that they did not know what had happened and what to do now. The general admitted that the plan had not worked, but they needed to clear the air. He ordered to contact headquarters and prepare nuclear weapons. Suddenly, the dispatcher said that she received a message from Beijing. A whole army of the dead is moving towards this city. The general asked how the enemies were able to get so close to the capital and where their hunters were. The Shadow Army general said that the dungeon replacement was successful and they were close to completing the construction. Chris looked at him and realized that he was clearly not an ordinary knight. He asked Lana to analyze Isaac. The guy realized that Beijing had no chance at the moment. Then Lana said that Chris was getting a call. It was the Chinese who were asking for support in the battle and offering a new nuclear power plant. Chris replied that their territory was already filled with walking dead. They simply have no choice. If China loses its major cities, it will be a disaster for the entire country. After thinking, Chris teleported. At this time, a real war began in China. One of the heroes said that every warrior in the monster army is like a boss. Isaac was surprised that the heroes actually called themselves Awakened. They were doing well, but this is the end. Then a second hunter appeared, who realized that the monster general was the main one among them. He's going to burn himself to the ground, but he'll turn Isaac to dust. The hero activated an indestructible body on himself and was about to attack. Isaac replied that his request would be fulfilled. The man immediately rushed towards the monster. Isaac struck out with his sword towards the running hunter. He was surprised that he was able to withstand the aura of his sword, even after strengthening his body. At some point, the man tried to hit the general on the head. Suddenly, the hero screamed and began calling his comrade for help. He in turn used fire breath on the enemy. It created a huge explosion that shook the city. The hero said that no one had ever survived his fiery breath. Isaac told him that it was very arrogant, and that something like that could not harm him. He is not the only one who has the power of the gods. A man with a reinforced body lay pinned to the ground and told his comrade to run away. The dead general said that whether he died here or not, in any case, this world would soon become the domain of the god of death. The hero immediately began to shake with fear he would not be able to fight anymore. Suddenly, Isaac noticed that the sun was still shining. Something had happened to the thundercloud magic. He didn't understand how it was possible. Such a vast weather-altering spell couldn't possibly end so quickly. The general realized that the army would not be able to set foot on sunlit land. He believes that a high-level mage has appeared nearby and has already dealt with the weather spell. Suddenly, Isaac realized that Lich could not maintain contact. Someone was interfering with him. Surprisingly, Chris was on the field and praised the hero's skills. One of them recognized the guy. He is a famous Korean hunter. Chris replied that he was a little late, but he came to help them. Isaac realized that he was the one who broke the barrier. The hero told him that he was now his opponent. The general replied that it was too arrogant for a magician to engage in combat with a knight at such a distance. The next moment he struck the guy with his sword. Isaac was surprised that some sorcerer was able to dodge. In response to this, Chris struck his own blow. The hero drove the monster into several walls of the building. He said that he forgot to say that he was an unusual wizard. The hunters standing nearby were very surprised at what the guy had just done. The discovery showed that there were no survivors within a 5-kilometer radius. The guy replied that although he didn't care about the survivors, these were too many losses in a short period of time. The hero advised the hunters to go to a safe place. A moment later, they disappeared from the place where they were sitting. He was considering what tactics to try this time. Chris wondered if there would be any outrage if he used nuclear fusion. At the control center, they were wondering where Chris was. The general ordered his staff to hurry up and search. Suddenly, hunters from the battlefield arrived at the headquarters. The chief asked how they ended up in the command headquarters. One of them replied that the Korean hunter had transported them there with his magic tricks. The dispatcher started shouting that a strong energy surge had been detected. A huge sphere appeared in the middle of the city, which Isaac mistook for star-summoning magic. Chris replied that there was nothing better than sunlight. All the dead people on the field burned up in an instant. Isaac was surprised that the hero summoned an entire star. He tried to run away, but Chris replied that he had nowhere to run. He was completely under his control. The next second, a huge sphere flew to the ground. The general did not understand where such a powerful magician came from. He immediately began to pray and ask for protection. At headquarters, they watched the explosion from the window. Chris said he burned to a crisp as expected. Nothing like sunlight on the dead. He suggests that China will likely be unhappy with such destruction in the capital. There was now a huge crater in the middle of the city. But suddenly, when everything cleared, a broken Isaac stood in the middle of the crater. Chris was surprised that he survived his attack, although it was nonsense, because he was dead. Isaac asked the hero where he was from. The hero replied that no sorcerer could summon an entire star. He was the one and only. The general said that he had already managed to survive the starlight, but the guy's ability was an order of magnitude stronger than the rest. He asked if Chris was really from this world. The hero replied that he would have to pay for the information, and he was not going to invest in the economy of the dead. He should have learned more about black magic. He could have imprisoned his soul. Isaac said they would meet again. After this, the general began to evaporate and rise into the sky as smoke. Chris said that he could use some warlock abilities. He needs to learn how to capture souls in situations like this. The guy decided that he had already dealt with the problem of China. He hopes that they will give him the province, even though he destroyed their capital. Lana said that the success rate is not 0, even though the hero destroyed everything. He replied that although it was not written in the contract, he would be upset if he were in their place. Chris decided that why not do something good for this world? It was time to work for the public. After this, the hero began nuclear fusion at full power. He used the mana from the magic tower too. The coordinates were obtained and the time was set. Restrictions for living beings, full recovery. Suddenly, headquarters received a message that an incalculable amount of energy had been detected in the surrounding area. The general did not understand what the hero was planning. At some point, the atmosphere of Beijing was filled with some kind of energy. The whole world watched the situation in the city and was surprised. A huge seal hung over the city, stretching from the earth to space. Suddenly, everyone at headquarters saw that all the dead in Beijing were rising from the dead. Some girl was standing next to her mother and asking what happened. The mother replied that she was sure that she and her daughter were dead. The woman burst into tears and hugged her daughter tightly. Then she looked up and saw Chris flying. Frank was very surprised that Chris brought them all back to life. Not one, not two, but several thousand at once. Frank's assistant learned that this is what the hero's magic is capable of. Their agents report that China has made a deal with the guy. They have given up the province. But it seems that the country's affairs are in really bad shape. Frank said a team of analysts is reporting the possibility of an independent state being established. If the video gets online, his reputation will skyrocket. Some may extol him as a deity, but America needs such an ally. A month later, a peacekeeping organization was created, with its headquarters located in the United States. Troops from various countries were sent to further protect humanity from monster attacks. The rest of the Alpha Team fighters were also called up, thus earning their own fame. Their aura training is the key to becoming true masters. At the moment, Lex is the strongest candidate, although it's not just persistence and luck that matter here. At this time, Chris was in the basement training and thus pumped up his 5th circle. He was very happy that he finally got it. He had accumulated enough power to be called a wizard, but he had already cleared 43rd level dungeons. Chris is worried about things he can't control, so he's going to spend all his points on luck. Suddenly Lana appeared and said that China had requested a meeting with the hero. She said it was about the province he requested. On the site of that province, a city of the dead was built. Lana said China doesn't know when the next attack will come. But after they ceded this strategic point, Chris replied that it was his territory, so it was his problem. They decided to see what kind of ambassador they had sent this time. After some time, Chris met with the Chinese generals. The reason they called him is because they need to deal with the dead. Scouts report that monsters have begun to build some kind of building. Chris said they had already tried to stop them and failed. The general was surprised that Chris even knew about the atomic bomb they launched at the monsters. He didn't understand how he found out. It was suspicious to him. Now they are trying to hush up the nuclear weapons issue. The general replied that it was their strongest weapon at the time. They could not allow the zombies to take over the citizens and the land. Chris realized that the government was deciding that the city was more important than their people. The man said Chris saved many lives, and the city became a symbol of hope for the Chinese people. He said that they would help him in eliminating the dead in the province. He wants to offer the guy a gesture of goodwill. The guy realized that he just wanted to take the provinces back right from under his nose. The general wants the world to see that China is on his side, or that he can gain the support of the people in the province. Chris said he was turning down the offer. The general immediately jumped up and began asking why this was so. The hero replied that the province was now his, which meant that the problems on this land were within his jurisdiction. The man asked if he could solve the problem himself. The guy told him not to worry, he was well prepared. China just needs to watch its borders. There is a chance that some might escape to their territory. The general asked when he planned to start. The guy replied that he shouldn't worry about it. Suddenly, some objects appeared in space and entered the atmosphere. The commander-in-chief was informed about this, and it is flying over the province. Chris said he had to take his leave. He needed to deal with eliminating those dead people. After this, the hero teleported. After some time, Chris went to the battlefield and used his drones to help. They began to attack the monsters and explode their bodies. The Lich was disappointed that their army was outnumbered, and the enemy had steamrolled their barrier. This is not simple brute force. The Lich assumes that this is the army of the wizard who defeated Isaac. The skills of that magician turned out to be beyond their expectations. These golems were beyond their power. Chris leads them personally. The rest of the commanders need to act according to the plan. Leech promised that he would try to buy some time. A moment later, Chris landed on the ground. A bloody fire flared up in the hero's eyes. Lich said that leading an army straight into the enemy's stronghold was a rash decision. The monster couldn't finish speaking, and several shots passed through his body. Chris said that negotiating right in the middle of a battlefield was not his style. He feels sorry for him. He could have talked to Lich, but he doesn't have time for that. Then the hero noticed some kind of crystal from which spiritual power was emanating. The monster army's attacks continue even though he has eliminated the leader. Suddenly, the Lich's voice sounded in the guy's head. At some point, a crater appeared under the hero's foot, which the guy dodged. With every step he took, holes appeared on the ground. Chris didn't understand how this happened. because he destroyed his magic circle. The Lich is also a devoted disciple of the god of death. He thought it would be easy to start negotiations with the guy, but being attacked without warning was too much. He added that as long as this altar stands, he will not die. Chris said he was annoying, so it wouldn't work. Now he sees that the city's altar is constantly being fed by his mana. Leech said that Chris would never beat him. The guy was surprised that he actually thought he would come here without a backup plan. Lana added that they are controlling the distance and continue to attack the city. The hero hoped that he would sort this all out quickly. There's nothing he can do. Chris would like to save this place to learn more about necromancers. At some point, the Lich attacked the hero with a whip of darkness that surrounded his shield. The monster wanted to see how long he could hold out. Suddenly, Chris noticed that his barrier had failed. Leech said it was an amazing device and would be able to maintain the ring for quite a long time. He asked how about one more. Here, Chris decided to strategically retreat into the sky. Due to further attacks from monsters, the hero decided to take to the sky. As expected, fighting in the city itself is too much, but Chris is good at more than just magic. While the guy was flying higher, he ordered Lana to start another plan. The strategic shuttle, which was in space, turned off its optical camouflage. Kinetic bombardment is still an unfinished project due to technical limitations. The main problem was to provide sufficient power. But Chris has a simpler solution: magic. Lich launched magical projectiles at the flying Chris, which burned up as soon as they hit the sun. This is what the hero expected. Necromancy doesn't stand a chance against the sun. Lana said that the projectile would be visible very soon, with only 5 seconds left until destruction. The Lich said that the ring of death disappeared. Chris flew through the clouds to use the light of the sun. It then dawned on the necromancer that the guy was clearly not the type to retreat. The logistics and design of the kinetic bombing were completed by the army. Chris said it was pretty easy and sped up. The next moment, the light of the sun hit the earth. When the beam reached the ground, it created a huge explosion. The explosion was so big that it could be seen from space. Chris defended himself from this wave with a shield. He asked his assistant to report on the situation. The girl confirmed the destruction of the city of monsters almost 100%. But all the golems were also destroyed. Chris said the destructive wave was spreading across the country. He said that all restoration work needs to be carried out. Atmospheric stabilization has also begun. Suddenly, the crumbling body of the Lich appeared from the dust. He said that it exceeded all his expectations. The hero has a powerful and deadly attack. He was surprised that the altar was destroyed in the blink of an eye. The wizard had only achieved such power by mastering the science of this world. He said that they would meet again. He had a couple of cards left up his sleeve. The next moment, the necromancer's body disappeared. Lana confirmed atmospheric stabilization, surface cooling complete. Then the assistant asked the creator why he let him go. He replied that this scoundrel was a disciple of the god of death himself, and if he killed him, the god would bring down his wrath on him. The hero needs to work on his mistakes after this fight. First of all, we need to think about what to do with the province. A week later, Lana managed to close a profitable deal. They officially recognized their right to own the province, and they also agreed to support the declaration of the formation of the nation. They would like to mass-produce golems. Here, the hero became interested in whether they had talked about their orbital weapons at the meeting. They decide to take their time, or wait for others to make the first move. Suddenly, Chris's sprout grew and he was very happy about it. Lana said that the seed Chris had developed had finally sprouted. He said that he gives the go-ahead to invest money in the mass production of golems. A tree created by man using genetic technology. It is simply a copy, recreated to imitate real structures. The necromancy that has defiled this land can only be cleansed by this. The fruits of this plant will be filled with mana, and even deserts can be improved with its help. Then one of the monsters came and said that he was surprised by the copy of the world tree. Chris asked him what he was doing there. It was Caleb, the commander of the Liberation Regiment, who had arrived to negotiate with the hero. Chris was surprised by this. If it weren't for him, they would have enough firepower to take over the entire world. The monster said that their armies were endless. Chris replied that there were countless numbers of them, and many wizards and magicians did not bow down to anyone. Caleb said he didn't come to philosophize about religion. The hero said that in order to negotiate, he would not allow them to break into this world again or build their altars here. At the moment, the monsters don't want anything. They just want freedom of religion. Caleb said he would be brief, and added that he wanted to preach their religion. The hero certainly didn't expect this. He didn't know what to do. The dead man understands his concern, but all living beings will also be able to accept the faith. Since their troops are defeated, he needs to move on to another plan. After listening, Chris asked their conditions. Caleb replied that if the hero allowed them to preach their faith, they would promise not to attack civilians. The guy began to think that he couldn't just trust. The monster sees doubt in the hero's eyes. He should share his knowledge. Caleb handed the boy a sphere with general information about their planet. Chris held the sphere out to Lana and began her analysis. The dead man said that the hero was cautious, but there was no reason not to believe him. After finishing, Lana said that it was a pure collection of knowledge. When the hero absorbed her, a huge flow of information hit Chris's head. He received information regarding the dungeons and the system. Caleb said the boy already knew that death was soon to loom over his world. The guy agreed with him and said that their dimension was coming to the end of its life cycle. He thought that if all this was true, then he didn't have much time. Chris replied that he would allow them to do missionary work as long as everything was peaceful. Caleb was glad that the agreement could not be broken. Suddenly, the fireman pulled out a fire sphere from under his clothes. As compensation for their irrevocable deal, he thinks this will be enough. At first glance, this core would be enough to power 3 nuclear reactors at once. They usually have their own limits regarding mana reserves. Caleb said that after all the negotiations were over, Chris was not allowed to interfere in their matter. After these words, the monster disappeared. Chris then said that they still had a lot to do, and Lana supported him for that. According to Caleb's information, this dimension doesn't have much time left. Akashi is constantly trying to stabilize the dimensional rifts. He uses fragments of long-extinct dimensions to patch up the holes in them. Dungeons that are not cleared in time will consume the world. The problem is in the process itself. The balance will be further disturbed, and soon the size of their dimension will begin to increase. The dungeons at later levels are much more difficult. Even Chris can't resist them. He needs to find another approach to solve this problem. At this time, the hero met with Eleanor and said that he would leave it to her. He then turned to Lana and asked how things were going with the design of infrastructure on Mars. The girl said that everything was going well and said that maybe it was worth paying attention to the new generation of hunters. Chris agreed with her and asked her to make a list of hunters. After some time, Lana met Lex, who was training. The girl said that she heard that Chris only takes on those who have reached his level. At this time, the news is talking about creatures in the province of Chris. Lex watched this and admired her master. She was worried whether she would reach the same level as him. Lana reassured her and said that she could do it. With her talents and perseverance, this is possible. The girl just needs a little push. Lex jumped up and screamed at such inspiring speeches. She thanked Lana for her support and said that she would continue to study. The girl will do everything possible to be on par with Chris. She tried to reach the TV, but her fingerprint remained on the screen. Lana was happy. She said that enlightenment comes when she least expects it. At this time, Chris, who was above, felt Lex's power. The girl showed the hero her new abilities. Her blows were similar to an ordinary wave, but there was something to it. Chris acknowledged that Lex had excelled at conceptualization. The girl immediately began to become arrogant and call herself a genius. The hero added that it looked like a ranged attack, but there was something else going on. Lex was very excited. Now that she had become stronger, she could fight alongside Chris. Lana said that according to her calculations, Lex attacks the target, ignoring the distance. The concept depends on the personality traits. After this, Chris decided that he needed to do a little testing. A moment later, some kind of sphere appeared, surrounded by a shield. Chris told her to attack again. The barrier has anti-teleportation properties. As soon as Lex hit the punching bag under the shield, she was able to pierce through the punching bag and the shield. She hit the target, completely ignoring his defensive abilities. To achieve her desired goal, she did not take into account the necessary techniques. The girl turned to the hero and asked if he liked it. The guy replied that it was simply incredible that, with the help of inexhaustible willpower, the hunter controls an aura that is outside the laws. Now they can say that Lex is at the level where she can deal with dragons. After some time, Chris and Lana arrived on Mars to check how their affairs were progressing. The girl replied that they would expand production to 10,000. Unrest has been observed in countries where military power is very weak. Sometime later, Chris and Lex met with Jean. Lex asked about her, and the hero told the best things about the heroine. The girl apologized for such an unexpected visit, but she had something to tell him. Since they just came from the road, they might as well eat. When the heroes arrived at the restaurant, Lex began to stare at the heroine. Chris hit her on the head and told her not to make that face. Jean recognized Lex. She used to be a healer. She can't tell how strong she is, which means their levels are completely different. After that, Chris asked what brought Jean. She admitted that she knew they were gathering a team from all over the world and needed hunters. As soon as she offered her candidacy for membership, Lex immediately became indignant. She said she was quite capable as a close combat fighter, but Chris ignored her and began to question further. Jean said her goal is to become better. Fighting alongside such a powerful leader will help her become stronger. Chris admired that her independence in this matter was only to his advantage. Maybe Lex could learn from her. After all, Chris extended his hand to the girl and accepted her proposal. The girl was happy about this and said that she would not let her down. After some time, the events moved to the other end of the earth to Jessica. She was brought to a man whom she began to threaten. She touched his forehead, and her abilities began to affect him. The girl replied that these were the rules of the system, and he was a hunter and should know. Meanwhile on Mars, Chris decided to give his new team members a little training.